I'm about to get in physical altercation with YouTube. So just in case you were wondering. All right, so let me just go delete the other live. I do not know what is going on lately. I've never had an issue ever streaming before, ever. And like the last 3 times that I have tried to live stream, it's having issues, like massive issues connecting the video stream. And I don't understand why. Because I just like create a new live and then it works. And I'm like, and I tested the first one as well. Like I created it, then connected the live stream with the video and was like, okay, and then went back. And then when I come to like stream the video at the actual time, it doesn't work. Make it make fucking sense. So anyways, thank you for coming to my TED Talk and rant complete. Maybe it's just the chaotic energy of the season. I don't know, but I could do without personally. So, how are you guys doing? I hope you're doing wonderful. What's up, Kelly? Hi. I also saw some people comment in the last stream. Who was it? Josephine? Did Josephine say hi? I think so. Anyways, hi. Hi. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to look at eclipse season. We're already in it a little bit. And we're just going to take a look because it's good to have, I mean, knowledge is power. And the thing about eclipse season is we don't always have a lot of control. It's just not one of those times of, it's not that time of the year, you know? Eclipse season is a little bit more chaos, but it's also magic in its own way. You just kind of have to know what you're working with and how to work with it to be to your greatest support, I guess, or so that you can flow and not get too hung up and frustrated or stuck. Okay, so now that we have this, I need to, I don't know why it's doing this. It's not allowing me to put, hi Josephine, I knew I saw you in there. It's not letting me have like OBS in front of YouTube. Which is fine, it just means I won't be able to see if the stream goes out. What in the literal motherfucking fug is happening right now with my computer? But yeah, it would be better if I could see the streaming thing, you know? Why is this happening? How is your guys' eclipse season going so far? Has it been a lot? Has it been a lot? Have you fought anyone yet? Okay. I felt aggressive though, and I feel I'm not like an aggressive person. If you couldn't tell already from what you know of me, I'm pretty much a big soft mush gush most of the time. However, I've wanted to throw down at least a few times. What is this? At least a few times. There's random like settings windows open on my computer that are like not connected to anything. I just don't know what's going on right now. With this, we're just gonna move you like right off the screen there, buddy, and pretend that you don't exist. Okay, this is how I deal with things sometimes. I'm like, let's just literally push that off the computer screen, and then when we notice it again, we'll deal with it when we get to that time. So anyways, let's talk a little bit about this eclipse season and the changes that have recently happened. The nodes have shifted. So the last couple of years, we've had the North Node in Pisces, and the South Node has been in Virgo. So we've worked with the themes of that axis. And now we are in North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. And we just had a new moon total solar eclipse in Leo. And that was on the 12th of August, okay? So then the other eclipse we're going to have will be a partial lunar eclipse in Pisces, and it will be a full moon on August 27th. So we still have 10 days until there. So this might be a good little check-in point actually for this particular all signs to fall on, rather than it being like at like before eclipse season even started. Because again, like I said, the energies can feel a little chaotic. It doesn't have to be chaotic, but often eclipses bring change. And there's always a level of discomfort with change or tension or friction. You don't have to perceive it as being negative or bad by any means. In fact, a lot of people, especially if you are like a magician type, alchemist type person, it's really potent energy to work with, as long as you understand that you're co-creating, you're not directing the energy. It's not like a time to be like, let me use my personal will to manifest a specific thing and expect the universe to do as I say. No, we're in the wild, wild west of the astrological year, basically, in eclipse season, and the stars and the energies, they gonna do what they want, and they are generally not gonna listen to you. So usually the best way to work with these energies is to learn how to flow with them and to make use of the opportunities that come to you and the shifts that are taking place, rather than like doubling down or leaning into like compulsive behavior, ignorant, or like not being present, not being self-aware, or trying to like dictate or manage, and also anxiety and stress, right? Like, it might be worth our while through this season to stop as many times as needed, right? And be like, wait, do I have control? What do I have control over in this particular situation? And it might just be yourself, your own response or reaction to what's going on, right? But once you determine what you actually have control over, then asking yourself, is worrying about this changing the outcome? And if not, then probably the only effect that having worry or anxiety over it is having is making things worse in some way, right? So if we can keep bringing yourself back to the center and anchoring into like these core truths, we believe in ourselves, right? We believe in the universe and the greater good. We know that there are forces greater than us that are working in our favor, essentially. And we also know that the only constant is change. So we can roll with it. We can trust our own personal power, the magic around us, and we can be brave enough to walk through some doors that are opened in front of us, maybe, but we also have the discernment, and we can trust ourselves to know which ones are not for us, because there's also generally an element of something that closes out in eclipse season so that a new door can open. So know what is ending or what's coming around to reach a final closure point, maybe. And then also know what your spirit, like the truth of your heart and spirit, is authentically calling you towards, because there is an alignment there. Okay? Okay. So we're going to start with Aries and go through to Pisces, as we always do. Do not forget, if you want to support the channel, to leave a comment. If you enjoy the content, like it, hype it, whatever the cool kids are doing these days. I don't know. I am having trouble keeping up with all the changes YouTube is making. And I don't take in a lot of content on YouTube. So from your guys' perspective, I don't see a lot of that. So whatever they're asking you to do to be like, we love Lisa and her channel, go her. If you want to support me, then do those things. And I so appreciate those of you who tell me that you do. I love you so much. What's up, Rochelle? Mercury retrogrades in the water signs this year are just not something that I'm stoked about. I gotta be honest. You're cleaning out your hoarding room. Ooh. Allow me to assist you and provide moral support. Okay, I want to bring this to the front, and why can I not? Does anyone have a hack for how to do this? Or do I need to Google it? Because I'm very annoyed. Let me ask something here quickly. Let's see this. Command plus. Wait, command. Oh, command and the thing. Command and what? Where is that thing? Are you doing it? Did you do it? What? It's not doing it. Hello? Okay. I don't know. I guess I just won't be able to see the stream. However, that's going to annoy the shite out of me, but whatever. Oh, sorry. I just saw on the thing that I kind of showed you my butt. Hopefully you thought it was cute. Okay. Let me just... Is there another way I can do this? Did it do it? What did it do? Yes, I did it. Okay, fuck yeah. Go Google Gemini. Google Gemini gave me the answer, although be careful with AI, kids. Don't trust the robots. They're coming for us. But it did give me the hack to fix my issue, so fuck yeah. All right. That's much better. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's cleanse the energy and ground it in a little bit because I'm a little woo and, you know, the times are a little woo and it's all woo. So let's take a minute and breathe together. Okay. Okay, now that we got that sorted, good. Thank God. I think it's just, there's being a testing in my patience right now. So that's the other thing too, right? Is that like sometimes there are just things that are out of our control, whether there are elements to that thing that land outside of us, like literal other people being involved or just external circumstances, or whether things just like require a certain amount of time to fall together, like most change does. Oh, there's this like very tiny little moth that just landed on the, did you guys see this? On the paper. I don't know why he's here. He's by Virgo. Moths are usually about change. This is a very tiny little guy. Hello? Okay. You go. Okay, why? Why? They're like those little ones that just like fly chaotically in circles. Is Virgo flying chaotically in circles? Not really sure. We're going to find out when we get there. Did you have like a crazy closure to the South Node being in your sign? Because, yeah, it probably has been a bit of a time for you with that. So if you're a Virgo, it's okay. It's going to get better from here, buddy. So take care of yourselves, okay? And if you need some extra time to renew, then do that. But back to what I was saying, eclipse season, there's unknown elements, there's uncontrollable elements. And I think that it helps if we actually see those things as exciting rather than like threatening. If we can't control it anyways, then what we control is how we're framing, how we're perceiving the situation that we can't change the fact that we're in, right? And there's a lot of power and empowerment in that. So don't be afraid to do that. If any time, I think it's okay to be slightly delulu in eclipse season because so many things are up in the air. There's kind of that energy of like anything can happen. And I think that that's why people feel this sense of like destiny around eclipse season, where fated things can happen or things that have a big impact on our life. So it's good. It's exciting, right? I'm going to do my best to help us frame it in that light because I think that that's healthy and positive. So what we're going to look at in this spread around this eclipse season, we're gonna ask, I saw it in my mind's eye as like a chain kind of thing of connection. So I saw you in the middle. I saw something that's impacting you, and then where you're looking or aiming, your direction or focus. So we'll see what's impacting you and then what you're essentially trying to influence or make happen by pointing your energy in its direction. And then we'll just get you some guidance and also see what the gift of the season is. The gift of the season that's coming to you from this eclipse season. Because when change does happen and things end, new things begin, or we gain something from that. We gain wisdom, we gain a lesson, the integration of knowledge to the point of it like becoming wisdom. So maybe you've been learning a lesson, and then all of a sudden in eclipse season, it just strikes you. It clicks that you have almost like that how far you've come, how much you have learned, and that you don't need to keep bringing something to the forefront of your conscious awareness anymore. Maybe for it to stick. It's almost like when wisdom integrates to the degree that you are just living from that place of truth. You're not having to remind yourself, oh, we're making this change. It's just you're in the change. So you can trust that you're there. Okay, there's a lot of channeled messages just coming through at the beginning of this reading about eclipse season. It's interesting because I was gonna make a couple notes to talk about this eclipse season and eclipses in general at the beginning of this reading. I think I did that last year for eclipse season, but I didn't have time for whatever reason. I didn't end up having time to do that. And now the notes are just coming through via channeling instead. So let me know if you guys resonate with these energies around eclipse seasons or this one in particular. Okay, anything else, Spirit, about eclipse season? I'm gonna cleanse and ground really well here with some Paulo before we get started. I think if anything else wants to come up, it will. This moth is just... Buddy, I need you to... Can you guys see him? Even he's just like, I am bug, and I'm gonna be here. But you fly chaotically though, like extremely. He's just like looking at me, and I keep turning the thing, and he keeps turning to face me. Okay, I need you to fly onward. I like how it's like this big, and I'm like, I cannot kill you. You are a sentient being. Being this sensitive, you guys, it's fun stuff. God. Okay, so I was going to say something else. I suggest that you come back through eclipse season to yourself, for sure, and these core truths that you are anchoring into right now. And you'll know what those are because it'll be what feels resonant. Like, it will feel when you land on these certain energies or truths within yourself that you're anchoring in right now. It will feel like the eye of the storm. It will feel like a safe, like, landing spot in the middle of somewhat of a chaotic environment, maybe. Even if that's just energetic. Lean into where you find peace. And peace isn't the same as... It's just resonance. Resonance, it can't be faked, right? Truth, it can't be faked. It's an energy. Energy doesn't lie. So go where you're truly aligned. Trust where that is, and kind of let yourself rest in that space as much as you can. But if listening, like returning to this all signs and listening to these messages a couple times through eclipse season helps you do that, then feel free to do that. because different parts of the message will stand out to you as you're moving through this phase of time, okay? All right, let's get a good smoke going. Also, I feel like there's just another message coming through again to just stay grounded during this time. Focus on... it's more of a time, even more than tuning into your intuition super strongly, like focusing on... they're just showing me basically like static and noise in the intuitive and energetic spaces, mostly like the crown and the third eye here. Because so much energy is shifting, it could be harder to tune into like the energy or truth of a particular situation, or even things overall. Things are in flux, right? So they're saying like seek peace. Again, seek the place that feels like the answer within you that is like solace. Don't necessarily seek an external guidance or truth. Okay. Because there's something about, what is that influence that I'm seeing though? It feels like external, and I don't know if it's just because collectively we're all experiencing a change, so it's like what is being shaken off, like if you're picturing the tower moment, it would be like the smoke from the tower collapsing, but when that's happening collectively, it creates a lot of smoke. So it's hard to see through the smoke. Okay, yeah. So they're showing me though how that is translated to almost like psychic, like chatter or like babbling in your... it's basically like it doesn't mean anything. It's not really true intuition. It's just something's being shaken up or flushed out maybe. It's like, just remember that your true intuition, it speaks in like the still, quiet, peaceful spaces. It's not the same as the rumination of your mind. And it's not like when your intuition speaks to you, it doesn't evoke fear and anxiety in you. It will always speak the truth through the lens of love in such a way that you're able to actually receive it. That's how you know that that's your actual intuition. If it's like something that again is like fear-mongering type of voice, or a type of voice that speaks down to you in any way, then discern that that is not your intuition speaking to you. Your intuition will never engage with you that way, okay? So that's one way to tell. That could just be some of your own shadow coming up a bit, and that's okay, right? But just recognize it as such so that you don't give it like power or let it guide you too much. Like, just know what it is basically and call a spade, and then engage with it as such. Okay, I'm gonna turn the fan off for a sec. I'm kind of shitty. Close this as well. Also, if I hear Django, my Rottweiler, if I hear him bark again, because he did just bark, then I'm gonna go see what's going on. But I think he should be okay for the time being. I don't see anything outside. All right. This couch. squeakiness. Okay, so we're going to start with Aries, go through all of the signs to Pisces at the end. And I was going to try to keep these like relatively to about the same length each. So I might just set a little timer thing to keep me on track. And I was gonna say these are timeless, but for this one, because it is eclipse season, it is kind of for this specific time. But like I said before, come back to it through eclipse season if you want. And even at the end of eclipse season, like sometimes hearing the messages in retrospect is very enlightening in a different way. It gives you more perspective on what you just experienced. So if you feel like that's something you want to do, then do that. And you can watch for different placements in your chart. Eclipse season will be hitting you. You'll be noticing it from the point of your ascendant or your rising sign mostly. But you can watch for whatever you feel called to within your chart. As per always, just trust your own intuition, okay, above everything else. And you will be able to see which sign we're on because there's going to be a little GIF up here in the right-hand top corner of the screen. And there will be timestamps up, though, after the reading is done, okay? But when you come in during the reading. Okay, let me put this here. Well, let's stay there. Lean on this. I need to see this timer. I feel like having a timer is necessary in this reading because there is a lot of energy. It is just kind of like free flowing, and I will get lost in it most likely if I don't make some structure for myself. Okay, there we go. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's start with Aries. Let's see. Django is barking. All right. Okay, Aries. Show me. Let's get your oracle cards first. I feel like doing that. Okay, so Spirit, tune into Aries. What's having the greatest influence or impact on Aries this eclipse season? How are they experiencing the energies? Where are they focused? What advice can you give them for their highest and best good at this time? Let's see, angels. Let's see what's up for you. Aw. Okay. And one more. Someone's in Aries right now. Hmm. What are you up to, Aries? Did you find a cause to fight for? Secure, ready to kick ass. With something here. Okay. Okay. Last two cards before I forget. Wow. Okay, let's start this reading. There's stuff that's happening for you, Aries. I need to know more. What's up, Aries? How's it going, gang? I hope that you are doing amazing. I hope you are enjoying the chaos of the season, holding it down, kicking ass, taking names, all of the Aries things, with the appropriate amount of structure, although, because, you know, with Saturn all up in your sign, keeping your ass in order, giving you spankings as necessary, it can still be sexy, don't worry. But yes, I hope that the season is treating you wonderfully so far. So let's get into your reading and see what is going on here. It looks like something's going on. So let's take a look and see what's going on here. Okay, so what is it impacting you? What's having the greatest impact or influence on you right now? Came through as Pisces, I believe, with the Four of Wands in reverse. Okay, these two cards. It's interesting. I feel like you are being asked to, you're not meant to take the most like Martian approach to something at this exact moment. The Four of Wands is Venus in Aries, and I feel like in regards to achieving something either around love or potentially finances in some sort of way, but Venusian energy, think Venusian themes, even like something around your own self-worth. If the root of whatever you're trying to accomplish in love or money has like a tie to something there with your self-worth. But there's something that is wanting to come out of you, and it feels like from the unconscious or from a deeply soulful place. Pisces, the 12th house energy, I believe it's like something that requires a little bit of faith, but also it's not too hard to believe in it because you feel it in like the depths of your soul. When you really feel into yourself, your heart and your soul, then this is something that it's an energy of being in deep alignment with something that matters to you in higher ways. It matters to you in regards to your heart and your spirit and feeling in alignment with like a path that is sacred or really meaningful. But it has a lot of weight, whatever this is referencing. And the energy that's influencing you here, it feels like a strength of spirit that's trying to rise up out of you and say, you can believe something. You can believe something's possible even if you don't know how. You can believe in something even if it's like, you're okay now, even before everything comes together. You're worthy now, even before everything is like refined, polished, and pretty. You are enough, and you're worthy, and you always have been. It's a deeply loving energy that's coming through. I'm almost wondering if it's like, it feels like a universal love or like a cosmic or divine love coming through and supporting you because it wants to gently push you towards something that brings the same energy out of you or requires the same energy. Like a softness in, it's not arrogant or assertive in a super masculine, like Aries naturally type way. It's forceful in its belief. It's powerful in the energy that it holds towards something because faith has a lot of power. So there's something you need to have a lot of faith in here, something, a direction your heart and soul wants to go. And this energy it feels like flowing through to support you in that, but it's having an influence on you. There could be something as well with someone else that is not working the way you want it to be. Something's not coming together, or when you're in someone else's space or energy, it's like you don't feel welcomed. There's like essentially a bit of a coldness there between yourself and someone that could also be present, and you're wanting to, well, maybe you're not even wanting to. This energy is coming through though from a deeper, more subconscious place. And it's kind of again saying like, don't give up yet, I guess, is what I'm getting from that. Yeah. Your energy though is coming through as the 3 of Wands in reverse. We have the 3 and 4 of Wands. And then it's with this energy, or this card here too, that says humanitarian, rebel, warrior, guru, and whistleblower. Okay. There's something that requires faith, belief, and potentially like not controlling and directing and micromanaging something. It requires, again, like a strength of belief, a strength of surrender, a strength of heart and soul, right? And pure intent more than anything. This is you being in an energy of saying, like, I'm not going to wait. I'm going to make something happen with the 3 of Wands in reverse. So it's kind of wanting to take charge and be the warrior, your natural self. With the guru here, it's kind of like, I don't know, I'm getting an energy of something that it takes time, or it's on its own time. And you might not like love that, you know, and I get it. I totally get it. This might be something though that's bringing up some control issues in you a tiny bit, babes. Just ever so slightly. Because it does feel like I'm seeing in the next cards, there's something you're trying to force, or you're focused on making it happen a specific or particular way. But this is bigger than just you. It's like there's this humanitarian or relational element to it. There's someone involved outside of just yourself, or the implications, like this affects someone more than just you. But I feel like you're rebelling against what is kind of needed in this particular situation, or you're like pushing back on that. And there's kind of this sense of like, no, I know. The warrior and the guru. I don't need you to tell me. I already know what's up. So I'm going to take this action. But I feel like with the whistleblower, you might be about to, I don't know. There's an energy I'm getting. Let's clarify this. But there's an energy I'm getting of you thinking you know something, or you know part of something. And you're like, let me go blow the whistle on that. Maybe like say something or take a bold action to force movement in the way that I want. The only thing is I just see that this influencing energy is kind of saying that may not be like the optimal approach. Let me just see here though. Like, I think that your warrior, your warrior, brave, sort of bold energy is absolutely beautiful. It's just that in this season, if you point it in the wrong direction, or if you try to, like I said at the beginning when I was talking about eclipse season and the energies, if you try to deceive yourself thinking that you have a choice in everything that happens in eclipse season, then you are kind of deluding yourself a little bit, because there are elements outside of our control in this season, right? And stuff that is affecting us that we're meant to work with. But we can't like totally be the determining, like we can't be in control of everything. Tell me a little bit more though. What is this that Aries doesn't want to wait to push forwards towards? What is it that they want to fight in the name of or against here, or what is this? Because I see you being like fired up over something, and it could be something you've been waiting for a while already with the Three of Wands in reverse. There's just this energy of like frustration, being maybe at a bit of a breaking point and being like, I don't feel like being patient. I don't feel like learning a lesson, or waiting for a lesson to integrate, or doing personal work, or like waiting for more information to come in. I feel like acting now, and I feel like getting the outcome that I want and just taking charge and making it happen, right? And that doesn't need to be for any bad reason. That in itself is not bad at all. I'm just seeing that the energies right now don't necessarily support that approach. And you might end up not getting what you want, even more so if you kind of do take that, because I think something else is needed. But what has you in this kind of spicy energy, ready to like do something about it? I think that you are perceiving yourself as like the Six of Wands in reverse. You feel like you're going to lose something if you don't take action a specific kind of way right now. Yeah, it's rooted in anxiety, the Nine of Swords. It's like you feel like you poured energy into something and it didn't hold its strength. It's almost like when you fill like a bike tire up with air, or just a car tire up with air, whatever kind of tire, whatever sort of vehicle you feel called to. But then it's like it doesn't hold the air, it leaks, and then something has shifted, or you're afraid that it will, because you feel like something that you put into something isn't holding. Like there's a sense of it being depleted, and you want success very badly with something. So you're like, now I have to push forwards and fight for something, or try to force something to come together, because I'm afraid that if I don't, I'm going to lose it. This is not a good enough reason, though, on its own to move forwards towards something. that is needing to be approached from the heart and soul. Because there is no heart and soul in this. There's just fear and anxiety. So I think that that's the headspace that headspace needs to shift a bit for you to align, because you have this beautiful energy that's brave, and you can point that and direct it in a way that works with the current energies to move yourself towards this thing that you want. But I think it might be because, okay, so your aim, direction, and focus right now is this Mars force energy with the Three of Pentacles. So this is what you're looking at the direction of. So it's a collaboration, or it's you and at least one other person coming together to create something or collaborate on something. And with the Three of Pentacles, there's the need to like be in a cooperative energy, to be in an energy of like, I'm part of the team, right? Like, it's not just me. I have to take the rest of the team into consideration, kind of thing, like group. Yeah, cooperation. But, okay, what is this force? What's the force? Like, what is it that the action that Aries is feeling needs to kind of, can't wait? The Five of Swords. Why? This can wait. This can wait. It's what? You have some form of indecision about the past, whether you see it clearly. For some of you, there's like love. And you either can't tell if it was like coming from a genuine place, or if it's something that you should like still holds potential. There's something here that you're afraid you're losing it though. And it's like, you can't quite decide if you want to take another leap towards it, or if you want to keep it open as an option. But you feel like the door is closing or something like that. But I feel you're still not decided on this thing. You would be taking action out of a place of being in your own head, being stressed out, being fearful, being in a lack-based, like, limited mindset of believing that you can lose something that's for you. And then essentially sabotaging the thing that this thing, maybe by approaching it before you're actually ready, before you actually know, because you're showing me you don't know. You're showing me the Nine of Swords, the Five of Swords, the Two of Swords, all the effing swords, and you're really thinking about the past, the Six of Cups, and the Seven of Swords. Like, you may have behaved strategically in regards to the heart in the past, and now you don't know what was actually true because you weren't being authentic, or maybe vice versa with someone else. But you're not seeing the past clearly, and you're basing your decision around something now on the past. So you're in this indecisive place because of that, like, kind of going around in circles, a slight amount there, it feels like. I just want to, well, let's look at the guidance here. But I want to say, like, all the reasons you've shown me for, like, stressfully pushing forwards to force something are horrible reasons. So please don't do that. Don't. I just got to be real with you. They are not good reasons. And I don't think that they're reasons that are going to allow you to clearly discern what you actually want. And I think that if you move forwards with these powerful energies around you towards something that you're not sure about, in an energy of fear and anxiety and stress, that is not going to go optimally. I don't know how it's going to go, but I just don't feel that it's going to go optimally, because it seems a little bit like a recipe for disaster. So I think that it's okay to give something more time. If you need more time to figure something out, then take the time with the faith and belief that is trying to come through to you from the universe, that if something is for you, you will not lose it. But there's something that needs to be balanced here within you for you to see clearly and understand what it is that you even desire, and the best way to engage with and move towards that for it to be sustainable. And you need to move towards it from a grounded place, not trying to force it out of, you know, fear or a need to control it because you feel insecure and chaotic. You want to bring to a situation the energy that you want for the situation optimally. So I feel like if you want this to be successful, whatever this is, this collaboration to be successful, cooperative, and really stable enough to form a solid foundation in the physical, whether that's a relationship or a work thing or whatever that opportunity is, I think you should bring those energies of certainty, knowing what you have to bring to the table in a collaborative way. Peace, belief, faith, confidence, groundedness, and a sense of harmony. I think you should wait to approach this until you have that under your belt. Okay, so your guidance is the World in reverse. And the gift is Judgment in reverse. Okay, so Saturn and Pluto energies. I do think that there's a cycle that's not closed out yet with you. Saturn is in your sign. Some of you could be even having your Saturn return if you have Saturn in Aries as well. But there's a lesson that is you're learning, and it's like a soul level lesson. It's a big lesson. It's a karmic lesson, a destined lesson, and not one that allows you to cut corners, create shortcuts, you know, skip over and make something happen on your own time. This is, Saturn teaches its lessons in a very structured and disciplined way so that the power of the lesson can fully integrate exactly as it needs to, for you to never have to learn that lesson again, for you to not be living under the weight of that particular conditioning or attachment or whatever. It frees you, but it can feel very restrictive as it teaches you what you need to know to liberate yourself. And there's definitely an element of that here with Judgment in reverse being your gift. Is like, the gift is that something is unreconciled. The gift is that the cycle is not closed yet, the lesson's not learned, but the guidance is let it be undone. Let it not be finished yet. So if you are going to move towards something, then understand that you should be doing so probably from a state of surrendered flow and openness, not trying to like assert or force your way, because you don't really know your way with this just yet. There's things that are still integrating and changing for you. But again, it's this warrior guru energy. You're like, I already know, I'm just going to move forwards and do it this way. And Saturn and Pluto are both like, nope, you're not. You're not. And if you try, you're not going to get what you want. Like, if you do it that way, you're not going to get what you want, because it's part of the lesson probably and the cycle. Whether that is that this opportunity is like on the other side of the cycle, but you need to like fully end, like close out a certain way of approaching things, or a certain pattern that, right, before you can fully like align with and step into this new opportunity. It's almost like it's on the other side of the threshold, but you can't speed up the time that it takes for you to cross over the threshold necessarily, unless you keep on like just choosing to repeat old cycles that aren't working, right? But usually with the world, the cycle ends when it ends, you know? It usually feels longer and more arduous than we would like, but that there's a reason for that. Again, it's so that it sticks. And yeah, with the gift being judgment in reverse, there's a process that's taking place that's a lot more than what it appears on the surface. It's very deep and profound, like something in you is undergoing a massive transformation. And Aries, that could be why you feel this level of restlessness too, and like frustrated energy. It's coming through as like this tension, like sexual tension, energetic overstimulation. You know that energy when you just like, you kind of want to blow, like you have a lot in that just needs out, or you want to direct it and move it. And it's even harder when there's something you want and you've wanted it for a long time and you know exactly where you want to direct the energy. But I do feel like there's this like stimulation that is coming from knowing that something's for you and that you want it. But there could also be this underlying knowledge that like, in order to really do right by this thing, this humanitarian rebel energy, it does require like, it requires more patience. It's not about just you, because there's more than just you involved in this endeavor, right? Whether it's just one other person or more than that. So it kind of requires you to go with the flow a little more. That doesn't mean be passive. It just means not be aggressive or forceful. Be open and understand that there's things you don't know, and that is a gift. The way that you're transforming and how you do things, changing, that is a gift, because it hasn't worked in the past and it won't work with this situation to get what you want. So if you really want it, then like that being transformed is a good thing. It's a gift, right? So I think that there's just this energy of, through eclipse season, the guidance is to accept where things are at, both your own personal transformation and a certain thing that you're trying to move towards. It is what it is right now. That doesn't mean it's hopeless. It just means this is what it is right now. Again, what is in your control and what is worrying about something outside of your control actually doing for the situation? Might be something that you want to ask yourself, so that you can let go of some of this like heaviness, because it's not personal and there isn't this like time constraint pressure, although something could feel that way. I feel that it's more self-imposed by you. You want something to be resolved. You want an uncomfortable cycle or pattern to close out. But there's something changing in you to allow that to happen, and that can't be rushed. Things are changing. They are. I think that what wants to help that change, though, is this like more soft energy as well. Approaching things, love and abundance and expansion in your life from, again, this not very Aries way, but from this Piscean way of trusting, of having faith and belief, and coming from the heart and from your own intuitive knowing. You're not alone. So you don't have to force something to come together as if you are the only, like it lands on only you. Spirit is saying, no, we're here too, dummy. We have your back as well. Don't forget about us. Don't forget about the magic of the universe. It can be hard with Aries energy. I was just talking to a friend the other day about this, because the first sign of the zodiac, right? It's like you're a baby, but you're simultaneously like daddy and the warrior as well. You're the first on the scene. You're literally the baby of the zodiac, but you're also the first on the scene. You were by yourself. You had to be the leader, the warrior, the making shit happen. You had to be the one to assertively take force or action, because it was just you. So I think that there's this like, there's kind of this paradox or this complexity with Aries that gets missed. And part of it, I think, is sometimes you're like, I have to rely just on myself, or it falls on me. but also this thing is bigger than me, so what do I do? Like, who do I... It's almost like being the one who handles everything, but then who do you rely on when you can't handle something? Well, I don't know, but in this case, Spirit is saying, trust forces greater than you, and trust the work that you've already put into something as well. I think that you're in your head about the past to a great degree, and like the potentially the investment you've already put into something, but I don't really think that you need to be as much as you are. Is there anything else that wants to come through for Aries before I let them go? The Nine of Cups in reverse. The Seven of Wands in reverse. Can you be happy with something without having to commit to it being hard? Can you let something that makes you happy just come to you easily without feeling like you need to create like a challenge to assertively overcome, or like something you have to force your way past to get it? Because that's the other thing too. When you feel like you've always had to fight for something, sometimes you create something to fight when it's like, there's no dragon guarding that castle. Like, walk in and kiss your fucking princess. You know what I mean? You don't need to go to war if there's nothing to battle between you and your dream. You can just rest in the knowing that you are aligned with it. Move like step by step in a grounded, clear direction towards it, and know that it is also like what you seek is seeking you. Let it be easy. Is there something here that does not require force? In fact, force might fuck it up. That's what I'm seeing. But it's like you don't know how to accept happiness without being committed to some level of difficulty around it. Or maybe you feel like you have to earn it to be worthy of it. You have to be like, no, I did this, this, and this, and like I overcame, like I earned it. You don't have to earn this. This is meant to be something that you know and believe is for you, and you allow it to come to you as a blessing, as a gift. Part of the gift of this opportunity, though, that matters so much to you is the transformative process and what you're learning on your way to it. So it's something where, yeah, I feel like it is for you, this thing you're moving towards, because there are these really deep transformative elements leading up to it, which is telling me that it's not just about the destination, it's about the journey with whatever this thing is. So it's obviously meant to be in your life for a season, and I think that this thing is on the other side of the threshold. I don't feel like it's a part of the pattern and phase that you're closing out. So let yourself honor the closure of that. Let yourself really like click into the version of you that can walk over this threshold, open the door and be like, honey, I'm home. And just like sit down to dinner with the love of your life, or like go to the office in the morning smiling and humming the whole way because you fucking love your job. Like, let it feel good without you having to like, I don't know, justify letting it feel good. Am I talking to a group of slight masochists here? If so, welcome to the club. I'm Lisa. I'll be your leader for this meeting. Scorpio rising. I've got my credentials. So, you know, I get it. But also, what are you doing, stupid? Let yourself be happy. Let yourself experience something that makes you happy. And know that, like, save your energy because you already have this thing. Just believe it, and you'll come into contact with it at the perfect time when you're open and at peace and able to truly like receive and enjoy it. That's when it's going to come to you. That's when you'll be aligned with your dream, the 9 of Cups. But there's this transformation that's taking place. And that's beautiful too. You're not committed to the same things that you used to be. I don't think you're supposed to be perceiving like emotional ambivalence or being cut off or being like unmovable or unaffected by everything. You could have been committed to that for a season in order to be like really committed to yourself. And I think that was very necessary. I've gone through those seasons myself and they're very healing. It's kind of like the villain era vibe, right? They're healing, they're empowering, but that is also not meant to last forever. Why? Because we need connection, we need intimacy. So it could just be something here where you're used to kind of like living life on your terms, doing things your way, making shit happen, being like, I'm the boss. Bitch, what did you say? You know, like, let me force it. If I want it, then I'm gonna go get it my way. But this season that you're entering into is not that season. There's something bigger than you. There's someone outside of you that also needs to be considered. And this needs to be approached with consideration and a different energy. Because it represents a new way of being in a new era for you and you're ready for that. But it doesn't mean that you're losing the whatever was gained in the last era, or that this one's going to be any less empowering or any less like free. It's going to just offer it's just going to be different. But you're not going to lose what you got, what you gained in the last era. It's just this chapter requires you to be more than just that. More than just independent. More than only focused on maybe considering things from a practical, pragmatic, or like analytical standpoint, but also needing to consider things from a spiritual and heart-based standpoint, or whatever the case may be. It's not bad, it's just different, and I think that this phase requires you to take a moment to honor the shift that's happening. The cycle's closing. It will close once this reconciliation really clicks inside of you. And that will be when the transformation is complete. Not when you decide it's complete. So allow yourself to be held by something bigger. Let yourself be baby right now while you're closing this out. Believe in how far you've come. But let forces greater than you hold you and show you how far you've truly come and what is actually closing out, so that can really like resolve within you and you can fully be in the experience and enjoy the experience of this new thing without being pulled back into the past or second guessing yourself, because that's not necessary anymore. I love you, Aries. I'm going to leave your message there. But that's what I see for you, and I will talk to you next time, darlings. Okay. We're moving over. What's going on, Samantha? Cass, what's going on? Pillow Talk with Tanya. Hi. Yair, hi. Thanks for reminding people. Thank you. Thanks, bestie. Okay. We're moving on to Taurus. How are you guys doing? You guys doing okay out there? Okay. Let's see here. Taurus, Taurus, Taurus. Taurus gang present. All right. We can get the party started then. Properly. Feel free to send me your, there was a pinned, oh, there's not a pinned message. There was in the first live. If you weren't here at the beginning, the streaming got all fucked up again, so I had to last minute create a new live. So there was a pinned comment at one point, you know, in the first one, when I was actually prepared and YouTube wasn't being a jerk. Yeah, I don't feel like adding a pinned message, but maybe I'll try. I'm like, I don't have the motivation. That sounds like an extra task that I have to complete. Okay. All right. Let's change this to this. Although the first message was like a big long, was like a paragraph of cuteness. I guess I can just go like and subscribe if you're cool. Hold on. There we go. All right. It should be there. No, it did the thing again. How did I do that last time? Mother. How did I do this? Why does it keep not letting me put this window to the back? It's very annoying. How did I do this last time? Okay, go to this. Okay, there we go. I don't know why my laptop's being a weirdo. At least now I have the hack. I will use it as much as needed. Okay. Taurus. See what's happening for you in eclipse season. Okay. Sun, moon, and rising. A triple Taurus. Damn, Sam. How's that experience for you? I'm always interested in how a triple, like someone who has the same sign in all of their big three, I'm always like, how is that? Okay, tune me into my Taurian collective for this eclipse season. Show me what's impacting them. Heavy? Yeah, that's a lot of fixed energy in your big three. Feel that. Okay. What's impacting Taurus? Okay. Come on, Taurus. Let's chat. Time to open up now. It's your turn. Thank you. Just needed a little pillow talk, huh? Okay. Oh, okay. Can I get one more? Wow. Okay. kind of fuck with that hard. So cute. Okay. Give me one more oracle card. You have to use your volume increase. I don't know what's going on with your laptop. It's weird. I mean, I can turn mine up like more, but the thing that worked for you last time is still in place. I don't know why it would have changed. Okay, maybe I can't do anything about it. I can't actually go into my settings right now. So looks like you're fucked, but no, I'm just kidding. I don't know how to get into them though. It's not letting me access the things I can normally access or move things around the way I can normally move them around. My laptop is doing something weird. And I'm just rolling with the functioning dysfunction of it. Oh, it's not turned up. The volume's not turned up extra. Is that better? Can you hear me now? Is this better? You will be able to hear if my stomach like grumbles though. When I turn up the mic sensitivity, it gets like mouth sounds and stomach grumbles. So get excited, people. That's the cost. But I hope that you can hear better. Let me know that I have increased the sensitivity now. You can hear better? Okay, good. Okay. Sorry, I thought that that was still turned up from last time. It appears that I put it back down again. So, okay. Hopefully you guys, hopefully Aries was able to hear me enough. Okay, so Taurus. Let's see. Me just being like, this is a you problem. Then it's like, no, no, it was actually a me problem. Just kidding. Just kidding. You were correct. Okay, what? Why? Give me 1 second, guys. I need to get back to the... Why do they keep doing this? I don't know why. It's not going back. Like, why is it doing this? Okay, it won't let me go to my OBS again. Damn it. What's up, Mito? If my stomach growls, it's confirmation. Well, I hope that you're happy about the settings shifting, because now I can't get back to my video. Just, you know, just punch me in the face right now, because my laptop's being an ass. So, there's always that. Just good times, good times. Okay. I love this so much for me. Why? Okay. All right. Well, having that fixed for one sign was so fun, and now it's not going to work anymore because of that. So this is going to annoy the ever-loving F out of me the entire stream. Okay, give me a second. I need to try to actually fix this because I'm not gonna be like, no. I need to actually know that my stream is working for me to not be distracted by that the whole time. So could you move this window back to the front? I need to figure out what is actually happening with my laptop, because anyone who has a MacBook, when it just starts glitching all these fucking weird ass ways for no reason, what do you do with your life? well, now it won't even minimize that, so that's good. Yeah. Taurus, you're gonna have to wait one moment, friend. Yes. The book more. Okay. This is driving me so insane. I'm not sure if the streaming thing is like connected to the other stuff that's being weird with my laptop. I really don't know. But it's a lot of stuff that is weird that never used to happen. That's now happening. And it's just odd. Okay, I need you to not be full-sized. I think we're just gonna have to deal with it. And if the stream goes down, I'm not gonna know. But that's okay. Ignorance will be bliss. Because I can't get it to do it. I can't get it to not be a jerk. Just it's not happening. Okay. In fact, it's much worse now than it was before. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna leave it, I guess. Right. Sorry guys, it's just my computer is glitching out, so I'm gonna try to fix that so that it's not super stressful for me on my end. I know you can't see any of what's happening. I'm just attempting to fix it and not show you how pissed off I am about this. Scorpio rising poker face in play. Like, none of this is actually working. But, okay. I think I might have fixed it. Did I fix it? And what changed that stupid setting to begin with? Okay. I think I did. the stream on your phone on silent mode so you can track it? Maybe. I just can't see the chat or talk to you guys at all then for the rest of the stream, but that's fine, I guess. It's just that, yeah, going in and changing my microphone fucked everything else up, unfortunately. I shouldn't have done that. You should have just strained to hear me and been... No, just kidding. The discomfort should have been on your end, not mine, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. My laptop is the problem. It's not you. That did fuck shit up, though. Before that, it was at an unstable but somewhat solid space, and now it's just not working at all how it actually needs to. So yeah, let me just do that, I guess. And I'll talk to you guys later. Okay? So it's better than making you wait forever. But yeah, I'm not going to be able to engage with the chat very much. So just so you're aware, that's what's going on. Okay? Just that's the thing. So I'll try to check the chat from my phone like periodically, but I'm not going to be able to do it as easily, so chat amongst yourselves though, darlings. And I apologize for the technological annoyances. Okay, so at least I can see that this is not... Yeah, I can see what I need to see. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Okay, guys. So let's see. Let's get on to it with... I can't do it. I can't do the timer for the readings either. So that we're just going to go with it now because I'm using my phone for this instead. That's okay. The readings will be how long they are. So let's get the tarot cards for Taurus, and then we'll get into it. Okay, let me get back to this message so that I completely got distracted from. Okay. Okay, Taurus. So I'm gonna just cleanse a little bit because that was frustrating the ever-loving ish out of me. So let me just cleanse that before we get into Taurus. If the frustration level seems like it's too much, it's because I've been dealing with this for the last like 3 or 4 days straight. And it's just, I'm like, could you just do your one and only effing job, please? Instead of making my life harder. Could you just please work though? Just do your job, technology. Because my fist is about to meet, you know, your screen. I've kind of had it. So let's just see. I can actually do this. I'm gonna put this down. Okay. Taurus in eclipse season. My Taurians. What is it that you need to know? The only thing is I can't see the time for the timestamps either anymore. Okay. So I just can't see really anything that I need to see at the moment. Okay. It's just going to be slightly annoying, but I think I can figure it out. Why is this moth so prevalent? Why are you here? Can you? Okay, just stay. Just stay then. Okay. 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 This seems a little intense. Okay, guys, just give me a second, okay? Because something definitely, don't know what, but something really shifted in the energy. And it might just be that I got very frustrated, although that usually doesn't like throw off the entire energy. But yeah, seeing the Two of Pentacles, something is thrown off, something's like shifted. I can literally feel the energy shifted. So hold on one second. I'll be right back, okay? I like how I actually felt that and was like, I thought that it was just me. I think I picked up on an energy that's not mine, but then like attached to it because I was frustrated by the current situation. Sorry, I know this might make sense, guys. To you, if you're intuitive, fellow intuitive people. If not, you're gonna be like, what the F is this person talking about? But just give me one moment, okay? I will return to you. This is such an eclipse season freaking live. I can't even. Okay. I apologize, guys. Thanks for being patient, if you were patient. I needed to just take care of something there. Yeah, there could be something, okay, so another note about these eclipses, or just like the nodes being, the south node specifically being in Leo, there could be energies around that are like pretty in their ego, or the ego could be triggered a lot, right? And I feel like even if people aren't choosing to be in their ego, the ego is kind of being triggered a little bit. And this does tend to happen sometimes around eclipse season because of the lack of control, right? People who are in their ego a lot of the time are used to having control or manipulating for control. So when like something outside of their, like an external circumstance comes in, where that isn't available anymore, it can be, I feel like it can stir up a lot of frustration and like push back a little. So I don't know. But I did feel that energy enter the space in a very strong way. Like the cards were like, yeah, need to let you know here. So I don't know whose message that is. I don't feel like it's part of the overall Taurian collective message, because I had already pulled the oracle cards and they were like not aligned with the tarot cards that came out. But I pulled the oracles before that whole frustration happened with my technology. So I feel like there's a message there though, that just be aware, like be cognizant. I think this is why personal harmony and peace and just staying grounded and anchored in what facilitates that for you is important this season. Because when we get into a frustrated energy, it's easier for, I don't know, you can say this lots of different woo-woo type of ways, but when our vibe drops, or whatever we want to say, right? Other things that are like shaken up and flying around the environment, whatever you want to call those entities, attachments, energies, just like energetic residue or debris or whatever, that can just kind of like, whoop, you know, come on in. And so just be aware, like, know, it's important to know what's yours and what's not. Because if you, in a moment of, I don't know, not being clear with yourself, kind of attached to something, or allow something to attach to you, it could just influence you a little bit. It's nothing to be afraid of. It's just, you know, be aware that there are kind of like energetic influences that are a little bit more at play right now than they always are. So it's just because of that collective shift taking place. But I feel that definitely happened for a reason, to come through as like more of a collective message once I kind of cleansed. And then I was like, yeah, this is about more than just me. So, okay, so let's tune back into Taurus though. What does Taurus need to know? Some of you guys, though, you do have people who are, it's a little bit ironic, though, because it's like these people might normally see you as less stable than they are. But right now, it's like there are people realizing what is true, like what's a true foundation that you can actually trust your feet to stand on, and what is the illusion of control. When you only feel in control or powerful when you like manipulate the circumstances or other people or whatever, that's false control, right? Or that's false power. So people who are not, who don't have those same tools and stuff at their fingertips in this season, where they feel more out of control, they could be kind of projecting more heavily onto the people who have a stronger inner knowing or are more, appear to be on more solid footing. So that can kind of just translate into like evil eye, which is really just like projecting like just looking upon someone else with either like a bit of jealousy or whatever. It doesn't have to always be ill intent. A lot of the time it's not even conscious, but if you feel heavy energy around or on you, just like cleanse frequently, ground back into your own energy frequently. Again, it's nothing to be stressed or to be, yeah, don't be stressed or worried or in a fear-based energy about it. Again, just kind of be aware. If you feel it, then cleansing and grounding could help a lot, okay? Okay, so show me these energies for Taurus. Or even people that you maybe are gaining more distance from, closing relationships or cycles out with. That could be an energy that's kind of being pushed or directed towards you too. So, okay. Yeah, this is the right energy. This is the true energy. Feels a lot lighter and a lot more in alignment. There's one more message about that. The other energy that came in. So maybe this does have to do with Taurus, or maybe it's just the people that are in the room right now that really need to hear it, or people who hear it on the, like, watch this later. But it's between readings, so it's not going to be time stamped. So I feel like it's just who's here needs to hear this. There could also be energies just in your environment that aren't resonant with you, and maybe you don't have a lot of control over that right now, like the people you live with, your roommates, your family, people that you see regularly who are, you're just not on the same resonance. One's not good, one's not bad. But these energies could be influencing you. So just be sure that you're making your choices from out of an energy that's actually yours, right? I think that one way of being able to tell is like if you feel unnaturally irritated or like you're making like a compulsive choice or you're acting in a way that feels like you feel pushed to do something somewhat, I don't know. There's an element or a feeling of like erratic, ungroundedness to it or something, like being pulled to do something or feeling, yeah, like something is compulsive. Just take a second to tune in with yourself at that moment and ask, like, because other people's erratic energy could also be influencing a little bit here. But I just want to say that's especially important, like before you make any important decisions or moves in your own life towards something that matters to you. Just make sure you're coming from your own seat of power and your own true energy, not being influenced by those around you, okay? Okay, so I don't know why that wanted to come through, but we're going to get into Taurian's reading now. That took a while to like work back out though and ground. So if that was a message for you, just give that time too. But like, yeah, notice it and then kind of like just reclaim your energy and reinstate healthy boundaries and you'll be fine. You are fine at all points throughout, but that will help. Okay. Let's see. 1, 40, 20. Wow, that whole thing in the middle took a lot longer than I thought. Okay. Hi, Taurus. We're getting back on track. We had some technical issues, so thanks for being patient if you have been here through that. But let's take a look at your eclipse season, Taurus. Okay. This down. Plug this in also. Okay. So this energy, I think I'm going to read this slightly different than I did for Aries. But your energy is showing up as the star in reverse with this oracle card here. It says, anything you lose from being honest, you never really had to begin with. Okay. Okay. So the star is Aquarian energy. I also see your energy and the energy of Saturn. which is actually showing up in the exact same position as it did for Aries. So you might be dealing with an Aries, or maybe you have a strong energetic influence of Aries energy right now, either, yeah, in your own chart or just whatever. There's something here where it feels like you have begun losing hope surrounding something, where you don't have the same sense of faith in something that you did. And partially, I think it could be because of, I don't know, it's like you spoke or acted in a way that honored your truth, your authenticity. And there could be something here about you feel as though that wounded your chances with, I don't know, someone else or an opportunity. This could be anything. We'll clarify. But this would be like, oh, I was honest about something in a job interview, and now it's like, I might have lost my chance with that because I didn't say something the way that I know they would have wanted me to, but I did. I was true to myself. Or this could be with like a love interest or a friend, and now you feel like there's a difference between you has been highlighted, or a wedge between you. I don't know. This could just be your perception though as well. But what's being highlighted is that if you lost it, especially if you lost it from being your true self, then it's not something that was on solid ground or in alignment with you anyways. So, but let's see. Why is this here for Taurian's energy? Why is the star in reverse here? I feel like you feel unsupported by someone or something in the pursuit of something. Okay, that's too many cards. Okay, let's just keep working through the spread. Maybe this will become clear that way. There's something here, though. The influencing energy on you that's the strongest right now is this, the Empress, which is Venusian energy, your ruler. And it's here with this power card. So this being the influence on your energy tells me that whatever you did from a place of being true and honest, it was definitely in alignment with your most, like, with an empowered and expansive version of yourself that knows their own worth. Essentially, you acted from a place of power and self-worth. And there could be an external energy that is, it's weird I said you feel unsupported, but now I am feeling like for some of you there is an external energy that is very supportive of who you truly are. That could be in contrast to other influences you have around you. Maybe you're surrounded by, I don't know, you're in an environment or surrounded by people that are in competition with you, or they don't get you, or they don't have the same truths as you, or are not in agreement with you on certain things. But you're coming from your authentic power, and you're still being influenced by it, or by someone or something that helps put you in your power, or helps make you feel seen, makes you feel loved, makes you feel like you can be yourself. And like that's even an option, which is interesting. I don't know why you would feel like that's not, unless again maybe you're in circumstances or surrounded by, like, in somewhat of a hostile environment is what I kind of want to say, where you just don't feel like you belong, or you don't feel accepted. Can you tell me more about the influencing or impacting energy? It's very rooted though. For some of you it's like ancestral or generational at its root, this support. What is impacting energy? The Four of Wands in reverse. You could be tied to Aries reading for sure, because this also came out in reverse in this placement. I think there's something for some of you that is a little bit heavy that you're moving away from right now. You're in the midst of it. And what I'm seeing, so this is kind of a specific message, so don't take it if it's not for you, or just combine it by checking your other placements and maybe it will make more sense, okay? But what I'm seeing, if this is your message, is that for some of you, you are breaking through some form of generational or ancestral like karma that has been super heavy. And I feel like it's at the foundation. It's at some sort of foundation. It's like a cornerstone of like your family. It doesn't have to mean your whole family is toxic as hell, but it's like there's something here that is like programming, conditioning, a pattern that is not, that's oppressive, limiting, or unhealthy. Or something's like out of a state of moderation. And it is hurting the overall unit. And you are like uprooting that from a place of power and from a place of knowing yourself. It feels like you're also healing a part of you, a pretty deep part of you, maybe your inner child, while you're healing this. So it's like you're healing something in you and also healing something else by extension. And you're being empowered simultaneously. That's what makes me think that this does have something to do with like ancestors for some of you, because it's like they are working behind the scenes, behind the veil, and supporting and empowering you while you do this work to also support and empower them, right? It's like this mutual, you have a relationship with your ancestors, especially when you sign up to come down here for a lifetime and like do some hard work on their behalf. Oh yeah, they'll come through for you, sweetie. They will come through for you, honey. Like, so if you're feeling like you're not supported right now and you're going through some really difficult stuff, and if that has to do with you needing to stand up for yourself or know your own worth and value, even in a surroundings or a family or community that you feel like does not see you and does not see your value or worth, then you are more supported than you know. You're very supported, and it's in a tangible way. So what is this like losing? What is this that you're losing from being honest, though? Or is that different for all of you? What is that? The Ten of Swords in reverse. Something you needed to drop anyways. Something you absolutely needed to drop anyways, or need to drop anyways. You're meant to be honest about something so you can let it go, but you're afraid that once you are honest, or now that you have been honest, one or the other, that there's going to be a lack of hope in a situation, or that something's not going to go your way. But you're releasing something heavy. You're doing it by being honest. Why would you be afraid to lose this, though, when the Ten of Swords is what was attached to it? There's something it's showing me you're afraid to lose it. Yeah, this does feel like it could certainly have something to do with family, because that just it makes me think of complicated family dynamics, right? Like, even if your family has had this element of toxicity, or like you've struggled from like the fallout or the impact of or implications of like wounding that happened to you as a child, or because of unhealthy dynamics in your family, like maybe you have a specific attachment style now that's like wreaked havoc on your romantic life, but that doesn't change that you still love your family, or that you still, you know what I mean? Like it can be more complicated than just that. So there could be something where you don't want to lose it necessarily, but you feel like you need to be honest. You need to be yourself. But there's complicated feelings around like maybe releasing something and not having that much hope that when you are honest, that it's still going to accept you. It's okay. It's okay to have those, like to hold different truths at once. I think that it's a shifting of like what your expectations are that's also changing. And it could just feel a little bit tender right now. It could feel like something is not healed. And it's like you're pulling up poison, or you're pulling out the roots of like a wound, and it's not necessarily the prettiest to feel or look at, but you're in the process of it. Like your hands are dirty in the process of this. You're getting your hands dirty, you're doing the work, and it's important and powerful work. And for some of you, you're cutting something out though. For some of you, what you're cutting out is this assumption, or making assumptions around like what you really do not know as well. And that's important, because I feel like the assumptions you were making were based on like patterning or conditioning or fear or doubt, but not like the assumptions weren't correct. So if that's for you. Oh, I can see this. It pops up. The chat pops up when people talk. What's up? Hi, Pandora. Oh, that's Shauna. Did you change your name? Hi. Okay. Oops, damn it. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, frickin', go away. Sorry, there's ads popping up on my phone. That's annoying. Okay, hi guys. Hi Samantha. Hi Tea Baby. That's weird. Okay, yeah, the chat popped up when you guys started talking to me. I couldn't see it before that. Okay, so, what you are focused on though, or where you're aiming or directing your attention right now, Taurus, is coming up as the Queen of Wands, and it came up with these two oracle cards, Talisman and Message. Okay. It's interesting. Some of you have a strong feminine, supportive energy in your life. It could be anyone, literally anyone. It doesn't even have to be a woman. It's just a strong feminine energy. So someone who has like heavily emotionally, someone who is heavily emotionally intelligent, intuitive. They have a level of emotional and intuitive mastery. They trust themselves. They trust their own intuitive guidance. They trust you as well. And they have this confident, fiery kind of energy about them. I feel this is someone who has spoken words of empowerment to you, or they have spoken honestly from the heart to you. There's a message and a talisman. What is a talisman? It's a physical object that holds power or holds energy, right? That to perform a specific function. Your focus right now is on a physical message that was shared with you with intention, or that you stumbled upon with intention. I don't feel like this is just knowledge though, or information that you stumbled on in like a book or something. I feel with the message card, this is something that someone physically said to you. You could have the physical message, like a text or email or a voice note. But you're focused on this, and I think that it gives you strength. I think that it reminds you who you are and what you're fighting for. There's something here where this is a message of inspiration that helps you remember your strength, your purpose, your desire, and your own heart. And you're focused on it because it brings you a level of peace and harmony as you move towards something that you don't currently feel that supported where you are right now. You don't feel that supported by whoever's around you as you move towards something. This is like a message of hope. Can you tell me more about this, where Taurus is focusing? Right. Okay. So then at the bottom of the oracle deck, I was looking at it after I pulled those cards, and these were like sticking out like this. So safe travel was at the bottom, and then focus. So I just told you what your focus is, right? So basically it was spirit validating. And yeah, the current focus is pulling you through. It is getting you safely to your destination. So your focus on whatever this message is, spirit was like validating. This is healthy. The message is reminding you of your authentic self. And like, basically this is a good way for you to be directing your attention to keep you aligned with yourself and empowered and on track. What you're releasing feels heavy and confusing and tender. Okay, so your guidance is the world in reverse. This is coming out in a different kind of energy or context as it did for Aries a little bit, but it feels like there's a cycle. There's something you're closing out, something that you are facing in order to drop. Even if it's just within yourself, right? Even if you feel unsupported by old habits or old narratives or conditioning that is being brought up to your awareness now so that it can be integrated or transformed, transmuted, shifted into something that's more empowering, something that's more authentic and more expansive for you. But whatever it is that you're letting go of, that cycle's not quite closed out yet. So your guidance is to know that this is a grander cycle. It has big implications. This is the energy of Saturn, and it's going to happen on its time, on its own time, right? Saturn rules time. So it's like some things take how long they take. Some lessons take, it's just working itself out and it's integrating. And I feel you are in alignment with it. You are taking action from your place of truth, but there is something that's still closing out a cycle. And I think it has to do kind of with what you are. It's like you're speaking your truth. You're embodying yourself more honestly than you have in a while, at least in one particular area of your life. And things are changing in your dynamic with that area of your life as a result. And it's not bad. But just honor that process is still happening. And I think you're near the end, but you're not quite there yet. There's also a message about like, if it feels a little bit heavy and hard, that's normal. That's normal. So let yourself be like, hey, it makes sense that I feel this way. Yeah. And spirit is very much with you. The fountain is the extra card in this deck. And it talks about literally like source energy, unconditional love, spirit, breaking through with the light to let you know you're not alone. Because there are things up in the air. And the Three of Cups in reverse is here at the bottom of the deck, which makes me think you are falling out of alignment with like a friend group, a community, your family, something that you used to resonate with, but you resonated with it because you were undecided about your own personal truth and what you really want. Now it's like, you know what you really want. And there's an energy here that supports you in going towards whatever that is. But the energies that profited from you being insecure and inauthentic with yourself and just kind of like being small or going along with whatever, there might be some pushback or there might be some difficulty around that. And that's okay. It's all to be expected with the closure of a cycle like this. That's your guidance, okay? So just be easy with yourself. I feel like I'm going to cough because there's a tickle in the back of my throat. Hold on, I'm just going to mute myself. It might be loud. Okay. Sorry, I lighted some incense when I took a break to like cleanse. And I think some smoke went in my throat and like made it tickly. I needed to cough there aggressively. So your gift is the Nine of Cups, Taurus. Well, it's a pretty good cherry on top of the overall Sunday, if I do say so myself. The Nine of Cups, you're going to leave this eclipse season with your wishes being fulfilled in some sort of way. You're already moving in the direction of this happening. Everything that's falling away is just what can't coexist with you in the energy of the Nine of Cups, which is personal emotional fulfillment and security, the baseline of joy because you know who you are, you radically accept who you are, and then you're also open to intimate, fulfilling, joyful, supportive relationships outside of just yourself because you have that security within yourself. So you can bring that and offer the best of you in romantic relationships or emotional engagements. Anything else about the Nine of Cups before I let Taurus go? No. It's really all about you. This eclipse season is all about you, babe. For Taurus, it's you. There's something you're walking towards that is gorgeous, but you can't force it. However, you're about as supported as you could possibly be as you move towards it. So just don't forget to support yourself. But don't mistake a phase of, like, you might feel like I'm just hanging around watching my world burn down around me. This is fine. You know, it's like the meme of that dog in the burning kitchen and they're just like drinking their coffee. Like, this is fine. Everything's great. I'm good. You know, that's not an accurate reflection of what's happening. Spirit saying you can be at peace with what is crumbling around you. All is not yet set in stone. There are things leaving, or you're noticing that more distance is coming in between you and things in your life. Those are things that held you back from true happiness. A life that truly resonates with your heart and soul. So those things aren't really losses then, when we frame it that way, right? They're just things that have phased out and would now hold us back from what we really deserve and desire. So it's still okay to honor that those relationships changing, or, you know, honor your feelings around that, but understand that what you're moving, like, it's happening for the purpose of moving you towards something that is for you. And it's gonna be a happy thing, you know? Yeah. There are gonna be things and people that come in to take the place of whatever's falling out now, that it's okay to honor what's ending now, but know that you'll be celebrating soon, because what's filling that space is something that is very much meant for you and something that you're very much ready for, from what I can see. So those are your eclipse season messages, Taurus. I love you so much. And let's move on to Gemini. Okay, let's see, what deck do I want to use for gems? All right. Okay. What's up, Trey? Thank you, Samantha. Okay. What's up, guys? I can see the chat now briefly while I'm in between signs. Okay. Let's see what's happening here. For Gemini. Which deck do I want to use for you, though? Taurus bays. The ending's been tough. There's good things ahead. Yes. I know. Endings can be a mother effer. I think though we also have this like natural thing built into us as humans to kind of like fear the endings of stuff, which is strange because, you know, like everything in life is transient, everything changes. Nothing lasts forever, not even life itself, right? But yet we're still like, we get attached to things, which is normal. But yeah, endings can be difficult. Change can be difficult. And so that's another reason why eclipse season tests us, because all those things are usually present during eclipse season. So in somewhat of an inescapable and even collective way. Okay, so let's tune into Gemini's energy during eclipse season here. Show me what's impacting Geminis. Okay. Yep. As I was saying, so here's Gemini focused. Eclipse season is eclipsing. Here's Gemini focused. It's too many, Gemini. Why are you so talkative? Okay, fine. Makes sense. My Gemini moon is like, all right, we'll accept the babbling. Why not? Let the Geminis talk. Something trippy's going on for you. Okay, one more oracle card for Gemini. Wow, okay. Yay. I love that. Do I feel for you? I just feel that there's like, it's a season of heavy revelations. And I think it's like, no, it's not just that it's always like that in eclipse season. There's something different. Maybe it's that the North Node's in Aquarius now, and Pluto's also in Aquarius, and there's this just like deep energy of truth. I mean, fixed air with Pluto and the North Node, and just vibes. And Mercury. Or not. Well, yeah. Why did I say Mercury? Yeah, the pinned comment got removed. I didn't mean to. I accidentally did it on my phone. Thanks for reminding people, though. I'm like, okay, well, I'm not doing that again. I already did it, and I just accidentally deleted it. So, taking that as a sign and just not going to worry about it too much. I'll try to mention it throughout the reading, though. Okay, let's just get like 2 more shuffles, and then I think we're probably good. Yeah, I don't know why I said Mercury, but Mercury is relevant because it came out of my mouth, so I don't know why. But, oh, it's because it is in Leo. Okay, that makes sense. I thought you were like, no, Mercury's not in Aqua, but it being in Leo is just as significant. Everybody, we have Shauna, who is the resonant astrological genius, and also Bae. Can I pin this message? It says replace pinned message, which is so weird because it's like there is no message pinned currently. I don't know what I did on my phone, but I did something. Can you see your messages pinned now? It should be. I can also, I thought that I gave you like the power to do that yourself, but maybe I didn't. I'll go check in my settings after this live is done though. I thought I gave you enough power. Okay. Gemini. Oh, okay. I accidentally retracted my message then instead of just unpinning it. I went for the most aggressive action, apparently. My God. What's going on? Why do I feel personally attacked by this? Oh, good. Spirit. Okay. All right. Spirit's over here validating me to not be anxious so that I don't pass on my anxiety to you. Spirit's like, no, don't worry. It's going to be okay. What's up, Faye? You're gonna battle sleep? Aw. Come back tomorrow, babes. Get your beauty rest in. It's good to see your face, though. All right, let me timestamp Gemmy Gems here. You're gonna start at 222 because that is cool. Hi, Gemini. Hi, babies. Hi, angel babies. I hope you're doing well. And why did it show me just leave the stream when I didn't leave the stream? Oh, it just went back. Oh, that is so weird. It went way back. Maybe I accidentally did that. I was like looking at the stream on my screen and it showed me like get up and leave. And I was like, what in the twilight zone is happening? Because I'm still sitting here in front of the camera. That was kind of scary. Okay. Anyways, back to you, my loves. So let's take a look at what's going on for eclipse season for you. This stream has been the most chaotic friggin' live stream that I've ever done in my entire existence. But, okay, so we're going to look at your, like, what is impacting you, the most influential energy around you during eclipse season. And then your energy and also what you are directing your attention and focus towards, or what your aim or goal is as well. Then we'll see what your guidance is and what the gift of the season is. So let me just clear my throat quickly. Okay, thank you. So what's impacting you is coming through as this energy of cleansing storms. This is the first card I pulled for you, and I was like, yeah, classic. We've been talking about that. I was talking about it before I did your timestamp. And that came out with the Queen of Cups in reverse. Okay. Well, it feels like the floodgates are open and like there's something being cleared for you emotionally. And it could feel like a bit of a... well, I heard waterlogged. You could very much be under the impression that your feelings are slowing you down right now, Gemini. And I know that like sometimes you just think that automatically because you're a Gemini and you're a mutable air and you like to just, you know, like fly over things and like flit from thing to thing and have the flexibility to do that. And sometimes you can feel as though when your feelings get tied up in things, they can hold you in a particular space that you may or may not want to actually spend a lot of time in, right? Essentially, you feel more in control and comfortable when you're in that like light, mutable headspace. But it looks like this season is clearing some, it feels like sticky residue out of your heart, or sticky emotional residue is what I'm seeing. And it could feel a bit stormy as that happens, because it seems like there are revelations like striking you, things you're realizing, but you're having feelings about those revelations. And you're realizing like what is in alignment with you from the heart, where have you loved yourself well or not, and where have others loved you well or not. But it could feel stormy because it seems like there's certain things where you're realizing quite clearly like, oh, I did not show up, and maybe this is an energy of like, I didn't show up and honor my own energy. I self-abandoned myself a little bit there in that situation to people please, or to show up for someone who didn't respect me, or oh, maybe there's someone in my life that I'm realizing doesn't have the same heart as me in some way, and that's a little bit hurtful or tender. Someone who I love in a specific way, or show up for in a specific way, who can't receive that or offer me the same, maybe. But there's also potentially like memory of past injustice and heavy energies, in past injustice or just pain. It feels like heavier, like residue or uncomfortable energy that you haven't, like, you don't want to, you don't want to spend time in those emotional spaces. They're being brought up to the surface now so that they can be flushed out and you don't have to carry the weight of them anymore. But that does require you to kind of like look at it head on and recognize that it is like acknowledge that it's leaving, right? Even if you just say, even just to acknowledge it and say, don't let the door hit you on your way out, bitch, you don't have to say that to the person, but just to like, it's part of the integration process, is your conscious and intentional recognition of that which is leaving or releasing. And a lot of this is coming through as emotional release for you. So there could be resentment, there could be bitterness, there could be, I don't know, shame, guilt, felt either towards yourself or someone else. And it feels like that's the strongest like influencing energy on you in this eclipse season. And the reason why it's coming up is to be, so that fresh energy can come in and take its place. It's being cleansed out. Okay. Brightness down on my screen a bit. Okay, so your energy is coming through as the 3 of Cups in reverse. It's a bit of a mixed bag because you have this, okay, you also have this oracle card, and it's a quote by Frida Kahlo. And it's when she says, I am my own muse, the subject I know best, the subject I want to better. But then having that with the 3 of Cups in reverse. I'm hearing that Lean On Me song. I think that a lot of people have covered that song, so I don't remember who the actual original is. Lean on me when you're not strong. What is it? I'll be your pain. I'll help you carry on. Oh. What do they say? It won't be long till I'm going to need someone to lean on. But I'm hearing you like sing that to yourself because you don't feel like you have support in a particular area right now. The Three of Cups in reverse. You either feel like you're not in an environment where you belong, or where you're inspired by that which is going on around you. So you're like, let me just inspire myself. Let me find inspiration within myself, or romanticize my own world by better understanding my own needs and what lights me up, or even like let me inspire myself to move on because something has been unacceptable. I almost said unsuccessful, and I'm needing to admit that like it's not that there never can be a win here, maybe, but it's like right now the best thing for me is to focus on myself and, you know, maintain a space of personal inspiration and lightness. And in order to do that, you might have to release yourself from some things that just don't align right now, that are putting you in your head. It feels like in a bit of a detrimental way. It's so random because this live chat just pops up at random moments on my phone, but doesn't actually do it just when you guys talk, which is really weird. Because I'm seeing you guys said a lot up till now, but like the chat just popped up, so I don't know why it does that super randomly. That's interesting. Life is trippy today, guys. Okay, anything you want to clarify? Yeah, okay. Why are you popping out in threes here? 9 of Wands, 9 of Pentacles, 8 of Pentacles. There's something you're protecting or defending, and it's a personal goal. It has to do with you. For a lot of you, it has to do with either work on personal growth, but you've been consciously and intentionally and like physically putting time, effort, and energy into this, or it's work related. Like it's like a level up surrounding finances, health, wealth, a project, like work, something like that. But there's something you're passionate about that is growing. It is in a stable space. You are in a somewhat stable space. And you're defending it. You're pushing through a difficulty that you're facing in another area of your life, it seems. And you're using yourself as your source of inspiration and power to fuel that push, that final push. Chariot. Charge. I love you, Gemini. I fucking I love you so very much. Yeah, you're telling me that you're boosting that process. Like you're like, yeah, I am my own fuel forwards. And one way that I'm boosting that, giving myself an extra little push, is that I'm giving also the I'm also giving energy to that which is ending a little bit. In other words, I'm not resisting this, whatever's dying or transitioning or being transmuted into something more aligned with me at this time. I'm letting that, whatever wants to go, I'm letting it go. I'm not holding on to the heavy energies around that release or ending. I'm just acknowledging them. I'm involved in that process as well. And I realize that's just as important as the process of me calling in what it is that I want. So you're on top of shit. Like, you know what is up. You know, for the most part, I think the process that's taking place right now. And you're showing me that you're at quite a beautiful place within it. And you know where your source of strength and balance is during this time, even as these shifts take place, and you're invested in it, which is awesome. But yeah, there's something that's been causing you grief, and it's like, I think that it's been more complicated in your world or your mind than it actually has needed to be. Because I think that what it kind of boils down to, Gem, is that there's something, someone, a community, an opportunity. There's something that you've been invested in that has been inconsistent, and it's been an insecure opportunity. And so you felt, you know, unstable within it. It's either like someone that is weaves in and out of your life. So then it's like, well, then they destabilize you. Or it's like a job that maybe like sometimes compensates you fairly and sometimes doesn't. So then you question your worth, you know, or a job like a boss that gives you some days gives you like raving feedback, other days treats you like you're the biggest piece of shit and you can't do anything right, you know. There's something that is like, it's a mixed bag, but you're letting it end, but you're pushing through the ending of that with strength and integrity, finding inspiration. And I want to say, like, you're even empowering yourself. You're not being depleted by whatever's ending or whatever you're dealing with right now. You're being quite honest with yourself. You're seeing something as it is, even if you haven't always seen something for what it truly is. But it's because there's grief coming up. Like some things you maybe haven't wanted to admit the truth of, or one thing particularly. Specifically, I think that it has to do with, for some of you, it's unrequited feelings. But for others of you, it's just like giving to an environment, a relationship, a community, a group that is not your true place of belonging because you don't feel like you can be yourself in an empowered way and be truly seen and accepted there. It's as simple as that. It doesn't offer you. It's like you give a lot of yourself, but then you're not seen, witnessed, or valued within that structure. So you feel a little bit like crap about yourself, you know what I mean? And that's reasonable. But there's something that you've kept hidden, or you've been like, this is so confusing. I don't know how I feel about this. But under the surface, you know that you're looking for something new. You know that how you feel about something is that it's not a, it doesn't align with your heart. Whatever this is, it doesn't have the same heart, intention, like capacity as you. And to continually engage from the heart with it to the degree that you have been, it's almost like then you're not honoring yourself in the way that you need to be. So it doesn't need to mean that you need to completely like cut this thing and burn a bridge, but you're showing me that you are clear at the very least that holding on to this is just making you defensive and annoyed, honestly. You've been standing at a crossroads with this for a while, if you're being honest, and you're ready for something new because, you know, this just ain't it. The Four of Cups. You're bored. You're bored. It's like you maybe didn't want to throw in the towel or give up on something, and you were able to keep yourself inspired and like hopeful throughout it. But now there's like this boredom and a grief along with admitting that you're bored with something that you've been pouring your heart into, but just being like, okay, well, I kept this like fantasy or illusion or like hope or dream alive as long as I could. And now it's like all my inspiration juice is drained from the tank. You know, I don't have anything to give to this. And it could be because you've been the only one really giving that positive, energetic fuel to something. And then not being either met, reciprocated, compensated, like in that space. It's just not an alignment. And it's coming through very heavily as an emotional misalignment as well. And an intuitive misalignment. So you're being guided intuitively and by your heart in a different direction. You being like, I'm having to convince myself to stay interested in this person, place, or thing, you know, is a very clear sign that you're not meant to be there. And if you choose something else, and if you choose yourself, I should say, because you're not like, oh, I'm not going to choose you, I'm going to choose this instead. It's not that. It's like you're showing me that something is out of alignment with you and you're choosing yourself. Not that you're saying F you to this other thing, but that you are aware that you're bringing something into alignment that is a personal dream right now. And you can't be affected by something that is not in alignment with you, because it would like deteriorate your personal power to bring this other goal to completion, is what I feel. And you're very close to that, I think. So you have this, you're not giving up on something, you're letting something go. And there's a big difference. Because there's potential with the Queen of Cups here, there is potential for like totally reciprocated, unconditional, healthy love, where you have, you know, healthy boundaries, but you're still able to love in a really compassionate, giving, and empowered way with someone. Between the two of you, balanced, empowered love is possible, or within a certain situation and yourself. But right now, something that has been preventing that from being the reality of the situation is being cleansed out. And your portion of that is that there's some grief involved as you just kind of like recognize that that's happening. And that maybe while that happens, you can't, now's not the time to get on the same page in that specific situation. But you're saying that like you have enough faith in it and love or care for whatever this is that you can believe in it and also let go of it. And know that the truth is that if something's really in alignment with you and meant for you, then it's going to come through. It will line itself up. It will balance itself up. It will come into alignment and, you know, calibration with you in a true way that doesn't ask you to abandon yourself or accept crumbs or, you know, feel like uncomfortable or dishonored or like you don't belong. No. So basically, you know what is a healthy compromise and what's not. And you're not compromising yourself here. But your current focus, direction, or aim is coming through as the star in reverse. So this is Aquarian energy. There's also the energy of the moon. So, yeah, maybe when the moon is in Aquarius, that could be a significant time for you here. Pisces is also here. But with the star in reverse, 3 oracle cards came out. There's this one, Magic, which says alchemy. And then West, which says completion. And fluidity, the outer core. This is you, right? Fluid, mutable, in flow. But here, you're focused on being aware and at peace with the fact that this is something you're calling in. You're calling in the completion or closure of something, and the energies currently are just supporting that cleansing. You know that this is, you know, what is needed, or at the very least, you might be indirectly alchemizing the closure of what does not resonate with you by focusing most on centering yourself in your own life and resonating with your own authentic self and allowing yourself to be at peace with and inspired by yourself, right? And then knowing that like what's meant to meet me here and what truly sees my worth will just meet me here. I don't need to like chase, work for it, try to convince. I don't need to do any of that shit, right? So it feels like you're just trying to roll with things and maintain your own natural strength, which is flexibility, fluidity, while still remaining in calibration with your authentic and empowered self. So the star in reverse, I think that represents 2 things here then in your aim or focus. There's one thing that you want that isn't coming to you right now. There could be an element of like it's not, there's some healing that needs to take place, and I feel like that has to do with maybe both you and the other person, or maybe just the other community or group involved, whatever resonates for you. But in the meantime, you're like, that might be somewhat difficult to accept, but you are accepting it because you're focused on something else that you do have the power to bring to fruition or into physical manifestation, I think. by just allowing this completion that's happening to take place and then directing your energy and focus towards something that you want, that's giving you a powerful boost to bring something into being. So it's like a double. Your focus is somewhat on, okay, well, that's not working right now, but then how can I redirect my energy in a fluid and flexible way to not get stuck in the disappointment of what's not coming together, but redirect and use the energy to bring something else together in the meantime. So I think that's very positive. You're kind of allowing yourself to hold different truths at once, different polarities, different views. It's very empowered Gemini energy. So I think that looks just lovely. Okay, so your guidance, the High Priestess in reverse. Don't hold back and be honest. Because the gift is the Ace of Pentacles. The only card of all of them that came out in the upright. Very telling. Through eclipse season itself, there could be a lot happening, a lot moving without a lot actually moving in the tangible sense. You could feel like you're at a bit of a standstill, like things that you really want to move or shift in the physical, in the 3D or relationally, are not, or they're not shifting the way that you want necessarily. But that's because there's a massive amount changing on other levels, like energetically, emotionally. It's an alignment thing. It's an alchemical thing that's happening right now with the energy. So it could feel like, it almost feels like you're in the waiting room. You're in like a waiting period. It's the waiting room. And then the door opens and they say, Gemini, and then they have this to offer you on the other side of that door. But there is this like little phase where it feels like nothing's happening and everything is happening simultaneously. And you could feel a bit crazy. So it is important to stay in, like if you get ungrounded in that energy, you could feel a bit, what is real? What is life, right? I feel emotionally, intuitively, and energetically like all this stuff is happening, but then I'm looking around and it's like nothing is happening. So staying focused on your own, like anchored into your own natural strength of fluidity is helping you move with, while holding, you know, those polarities or opposites, or holding different truths at the same time through a phase of transition. And at the end of that, like waiting period, that is a prerequisite. I think it's the waiting period is where this cleanse is taking place. And then the energy that is being offered to you to fill what the space that has been like where that cleansing has happened, that's what's coming in. That's the gift of eclipse season. So what is the High Priestess in reverse here for the guidance? I'm hearing I'm hearing that song Don't Fear the Reaper by the Blue Oyster Cult. So yeah. The Ace of Swords and Justice at the bottom of the deck. I was gonna say, like, don't fear the Reaper, right? Like, don't fear the truth. The truth, the High Priestess in reverse, something being revealed, the Ace of Swords, the truth. Because some things are closing out. The Reaper, right? Some things are dying, and it's because it's their time to die, and something is being born in their place. Okay, you're not losing something, you're gaining something else. You had the experience of one thing, and now something else is entering the scene, and it's this thing's time. Not necessarily instead of something else. Something else could be transforming and a new opportunity is coming in. But in the now, don't fear what appears to be like changing or closing out right now. I mean, don't fear the truth in general, whatever is being shown or revealed to you at this time, because it is bringing you into prosperous alignment. There's something about wealth here too. Like there's some form of like physical abundance that wants to come to you. Okay. Yeah, I feel like, no, that's too much. Okay. There's just something where like the strings are being wrapped up at the end of something here. You could be coming out of a phase where again you were kind of accepting a little bit less than you're actually worth, and standing up for yourself, or cutting out your, like, calling your energy back and not overextending or investing or chasing after something that was not showing up for you, or yeah, that wasn't showing up or compensating you, right? If it was a job or whatever, like that may have felt vulnerable, that may have felt difficult. And that's because one of the cycles that you're closing out is one where you did not see your own, you didn't see yourself clearly. The Empress in reverse. There was an area where like you were accepting less than, because you were giving yourself less than in some way. You were seeing yourself as less than. You weren't totally honoring, standing up for yourself, loving yourself, giving yourself that care and validation that you are enough. You are not just enough. You are infinite. You're abundant. You're beautiful. It doesn't matter who sees it or who doesn't. That does not have any true bearing on what is actually true and real, which is that you are those things. So that's maybe part of what's also meant to be clicking into place in this phase where it feels like you're standing still waiting for the next thing to come to you. Allow yourself to really like pay attention and honor like what's closing out and what the energy that you're entering the next phase in. I think you're already doing this because you're telling me you're already finding inspiration and joy within yourself, enjoying your own company, and being okay if that means not gaining the approval or fitting in with just everyone. So, good. Good. I think that you're where you need to be, my love. All right. So let's move on. Let's move on to Cancer. I love you, Gemini. I hope you have a wonderful eclipse season. Okay. What are you guys saying? Hi. You're holding down mod duty. Thank you. Oh, now Yair's laptop is acting weird. What the heck? Maybe you took on the difficulty of my laptop. You were like, let me sacrifice myself for the greater good. Oh, you guys are talking about insomnia too. I missed a lot of messages. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Cancer. Okay, where the heck did I put that? There it is. Okay, Cancer. Did I change this? I did. Okay. Okay, there's a lag, I think, maybe. Oh, that's okay, though, as long as you can see me. Okay. All right, let's move on to Cancers. Wow, with all of the, like, annoyance that those technical issues created, this live is going slower even than usual, so thank you for your patience, and I do apologize. I really hope that I'm gonna need to, like, just figure something out. I think that it's a bigger issue than just the streaming software. I think that it is something with my laptop, perhaps. I'm gonna need to sort that out. Because it's like my laptop functionality is being affected when this issue happens, so that doesn't make sense unless it's something to do with the actual technology. Cancer. My Cancerian babies. I think it will help if I just kind of like don't move around too much on my laptop without needing to. So I'm just gonna like only look when I am I'm only gonna go over to the other window when I need to timestamp, and other than that I'm probably not gonna engage with the live chat too much. So just so you know, for this reading, it's not because I don't love you. Okay, so let's clear all previous energies from the space and open the energy up to Cancer, the Cancerian collective that needs these messages surrounding eclipse season 2026. Let's tune into them for their highest and best good. What messages do Cancers need to hear at this time? Get your oracle cards. So dry for some reason. Okay. Is this one the... Okay. So more focus. Show me Cancerian's energy during eclipse season. sleepy crabby cakes on my hands. Just feeling a little F this shit, are we? Just a little bit. That kind of tired. I'm getting that kind of tired. Why is there hair stuck to me? I'm getting, are we ordering a coffee this morning or a shot of cyanide? Which do we need more? Okay. Let me get more comfortable. My gosh. I'm not good. Okay. I'm channeling a song. What song is that? Yeah, it's some soul tired shit here. Okay. Okay, let me timestamp you so we can start. Oops. Okay. Hi, Krabby Cakes. Hello, my beautiful Cancerian peoples. I hope that you guys are doing well. I hope you're enjoying eclipse season so far. Surviving at the very bare minimum. Let's take a look and see what's going on for you here that Spirit wants to highlight. What is impacting you, where your focus is, how that's all going for you. Okay. It feels like you're a little bit tired. It feels like you are tired of... Okay, right. I was channeling a song. I know that the song is called Talk Talk. I think it's by Cannons, maybe. But what does she say? Like, I don't want to just talk about it. Talk about it no more. I'm sick of talking about it. That's what they say. Like, I want to do more than just talk about something, or like we've talked as much as we can about something, and now for anything to change, something has to happen, you know, like something that has been promised needs to occur, or there needs to be like, we need to land on something. We need to actually do something. And I feel like this is about more than just you, because I think that you're at the point of frustration right now and exhaustion with the situation. That if it was just you, then you'd be at that point where like, I'm sick of my own shit and I'm changing like a while ago. You would have bypassed, you would have already been at that point a while ago, I think. Because it's looking like something is just like a little bit, it's been a lot. So what you're being most impacted or influenced by during eclipse season here is coming through as, so this contemplation card came out first. Gaining overview, detached observation, increased understanding, solitude and integration through reflection. And it came out with the 7 of Pentacles in reverse. Yeah. For some of you, this is even something that's already in the past, that's been in the past for a while, but you're just still like, it keeps on coming up. So even if it's something you're sick of talking about, then it's like you could be sick of talking about it with yourself, but there's something unresolved about the situation that involves more than just you that you keep coming back to. I'm getting more though that this keeps actually physically coming up though, and kind of like frustrating or draining your energy in the same way. And it's just nothing's changing. Like I said, I feel like it's more than just something that you're experiencing within yourself. So this could be like, I don't know, someone who you committed to constantly returning, but they still are not like, they're still like, but I still don't want no labels, or I still am not invested in the way that you are. Basically, though, at this time, there's contemplation happening on your behalf. And I think that if not for any other reason, this observation that's happening for you is happening from a somewhat like healthily detached place, simply because you're too fucking tired to observe it from an attached place, like from a place of having a lot of feeling and personal investment in it. Because I think you have done that for a while, and now you are Ben Affleck. Not in general, but right in this version of Ben, you know? Not his finest moment. Because that's your energy through eclipse season, and it came out with the Page of Swords. You're aware that you need to take a different approach to something. You need to either communicate with someone else differently, like come from a different angle, or think about something completely differently within yourself in order to move past it or create your own closure or reconciliation around something, right? Okay, let's clarify a little bit here. But yeah, because you are focused on the fact that you're at a turning point. You know that something's got to give. I think like you've been pushed to the end of yourself in regards to something here. There's nowhere to go past here except for shift the way that we're doing something or seeing something. And that is what's almost forcing this level of contemplation to happen. It's forcing you to gain perspective. And that's not saying that you were actively avoiding seeing something or admitting something in the past. Some of you may have been a little bit. Not even like just blatantly being like, I'm going to choose to not see those red flags or the level of like how misaligned this is. But for some of you, you're just so focused in the investment and your heart and like that you genuinely believed in something that you kept pouring faith into the tank, right? And fueling the investment, but you didn't realize until later on when you got exhausted that the reason you were exhausted is because you were kind of in it. You were putting more into it. But there's some sort of imbalance with temperance in reverse here. And now you're at that point where, yeah, it's you have the option to start a new cycle. And if something returns, then from this turning point, this like junction on, you are aware that in order for something to regenerate, there has to be an improvement or something has to shift. Like it's inevitable. It's like something has to either change or die. Whether that's you or a specific situation. And I don't mean like totally die. I just mean like something's either it needs to shift dramatically or it's being phased out of your life so that you can align with something that is actually for you. The Six of Swords in reverse. This could be very frustrating. It feels like something is just not moving forwards. Where is this clarifying? It's not a you problem, you're telling me, because I threw the card to see where it wanted to, like, I didn't ask, I didn't specify what I was clarifying. This just came out. That's a message in itself too. It could feel like when you talk to someone, you get like, you don't actually get any clarity. Like it's like word salad. It's just like words are being said and they mean nothing. Or when you put them all together, you're like, did you mean to say that sentence, or did a bunch of words just randomly fall out of your mouth by accident? Like, you know, it's like what you're saying doesn't add up to anything. Or it's not changing in any way. You just keep saying the same thing that doesn't make any sense, like 1,000 different ways, you know? There's something that doesn't add up, and that's why you're exhausted. Because you're like, am I having a conversation with a wall? Like, this is like, it's kind of even showing me that you're admitting at this turning point that you've been incredibly flexible and humble in terms of your approach to something. You've gone out of your way to be like malleable and to hold space for something and to see someone else's side of things maybe, or to like have a beginner brain and admit what you don't know and be open to learning. And you've just been met with this situation that is just not moving forwards, or a person who just like, nah, 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 nah. Like, I refuse to see, hear, or become more intelligent or evolve. Or like, so then for that, it's kind of chosen ignorance or weaponized incompetence, or just like someone blatantly or something very much being so much not in alignment with you that no matter what approach you take to it, it's like you're speaking two different languages. And it may not be the fault of anything or anyone, but just like you're on totally two different frequencies, two different levels. So you're not, like, you're missing one another potentially. But when I threw the Six of Swords, it landed in the upright on top of the Page of Swords, which is you. So you're saying like, I've evolved my way of thinking. I've been open and flexible, and I'm still freaking exhausted. And it's because the other part of the equation has seemingly just like chosen a path of ending something or allowing something to end. So either like something has deteriorated or is ending because of neglect, flat out neglect, or like their change can't happen unless something changes, right? Nothing changes unless something changes. So this would be like someone choosing to stay stubbornly stuck, repeating a cycle and not change. So then that is choosing the ending by extension of something between the two of you that requires evolution, right? It feels heavy, and I'm feeling it like here between my heart and solar, mostly in my like, it's like my lower heart. It's really interesting. I feel like this is just weighing heavily on you. And because of what you've put in so far, you could be having a difficult time like revoking your investment, or letting go of something, letting go of expectations, letting something or someone leave. What is this? Is there anything here about that wants to be clarified? You've been... There's something that hasn't been approached, though, from... It hasn't really been approached objectively, and that makes sense. If you have a lot of feelings towards something, then obviously you're attached to it, right? You're not just like... You're not like, I'm Switzerland, I'm neutral. Like, no, you have something invested in something and you care and you prefer that it goes one way over another way. Tell me what this Ten of Swords is. But there's something that you're seeing now through, it's like your vantage point of reflection right now. You're gaining valuable intel and perspective on something that's allowing you to have more advanced understanding of the situation overall. And I think that that's happening right now, even though you might be kind of tired of like thinking about this or returning, like looping back around to it. It could feel like there is no resolution for this. I just don't want to think about it anymore. But the reason it's coming back up now for you to look at is because you're in a position to see more from your current, where you're currently standing. You have more perspective than you have had, even though it might be something difficult to actually look at or admit. The reason that's being asked of you at this time is because whatever you are meant to see and witness from this more healthily detached space of observation right now, that information and understanding is supposed to help you choose your direction at this turning point that you're standing at. It's supposed to help inform your decision. So it's important that you take note of whatever that is that's coming up. And it could just even be somewhere that you're getting in your own head, or you're getting in your own way, sorry, with the way that you're thinking about something, or yeah. Even like like an outdated narrative or a way of talking to yourself or thinking about a particular thing or area that has been outgrown. But I feel like your way of thinking about something on your own individually from a place of solitude has been pretty solid, pretty stable. Like you've been pretty certain about what you want and the direction that you're headed in and why. I have a feeling that for you guys with this, it's more about, I think it's more about recognizing like where you have control and where you don't. And that if someone else or an external influence in a situation chooses to, like, if you put the solution in front of someone and they choose to look the other way, you know, then they are actively choosing to burn a bridge there. By choosing to not choose, you're choosing. If something requires action and you just avoid it, that's a choice. Then that's still not taking the action required. So then that thing's going to end. Then you're going to lose it, right? Or if someone takes action to not see things clearly, to misunderstand you, to not open up their mind or move forwards or create a necessary change, and that action or behavior misaligns with you or hurts you, then again, that is like, that's a choice. So what you're gaining at this time while you stand at this turning point is important. So your guidance here is the Sun in reverse. And your gift is the Eight of Wands. With the Eight of Wands, allow yourself to receive what wants to come in. Yeah, the Nine of Wands in reverse. Don't resist what is being shown to you. It doesn't have to feel heavy either. Keep in mind that the truth, your intuition, truth with a capital T, truth that comes from source or somewhere like spiritually trustworthy, let's say, guidance that you can actually trust from the spirit realm, right? It always is spoken in love. Even if it's a difficult truth to hear, it will be relayed to you in love, in a tone of love and compassion. It will be spoken to you as if it's coming from an entity that loves you, because it is. And if it doesn't come to you that way, then it is not your intuition. It's something coming to you from a place of fear or ego, right? But so be careful like what you do listen to and what you trust. Just have discernment, but don't run away from the truth if the truth is coming to you and it just feels a little bit heavy. This will just be something I check on from time to time to see if I'm still streaming. I don't want that in my face. I want that to go away. There we go. I'll check on you later, buddy. Tell me more about the sun in reverse. Guidance. Okay, here's the thing. It's just coming through. It's just streaming through. It's not always this simple, but it's coming through as being this pretty simple in black and white for you at this exact moment in time anyways. The sun is available to you whenever the sun is present. Even if it comes out in the reverse, the energy of the sun is still there, which means you can be in it if you embrace it, right? You can be in any energy as long as you choose to embrace it when it's present. So the sun is here as your guidance, meaning it is available to you, but it's in the reverse, which means you're not seeing it. You're not feeling it. You're not feeling kissed by the sun. You're not feeling the warmth on your skin. You're not feeling nourished and inspired and rejuvenated. The information that wants to come through is telling you what is causing that. What dims the sun in your life? What brings you more of this and less of this? What is it? Because I think you know. And that it could be that someone or something is being somewhat, it could be that it's being directly communicated to you from someone during eclipse season. Just like in a way that's kind of like inevitable or undisputable, where someone is showing you who they are and where they're at, and you're just meant to believe them when they do that. You don't have to judge them as being good or bad. It doesn't have to be a you versus them thing. But there's something that the influence that it has on you, you haven't seen how much it has been kind of like eating away at you or making you feel insecure. And it's because you've been pouring into something, believing that it is. It's like seeing the opportunity. Maybe you even wanted it to be the sun. But if someone won't meet you there, or the opportunity feels like it is literally draining you and you're banging your head against the wall and you can't make it happen, then it probably is not everything that it has seemed. It probably is not the sun, or it's just not ready to be. It's something that hasn't evolved into that energy and can't stand in it with you right now. Whatever the case may be, if it's depleting you that much, then yeah, some contemplation on that investment is important. Because nothing should be depleting you and stealing your energy or hope, making you feel, unstable and insecure to that degree. So I think that's kind of what I'm seeing for you in this eclipse season. It's like allowing yourself to rest and rejuvenate in your own truth, your own loving energy and warmth, not overextending to something that is not seemingly working out at this time. Taking this moment instead to kind of like observe the situation from a bit of a place of like, sometimes it helps me to look at a situation and say, what if me in this situation was like my nephew or my little sister? One of the humans, or my best friend, one of the humans that I love and cherish most in this entire world, and would do anything, would take a fucking bullet to save them from pain. What if the situation that I'm currently in, it was them in the situation as me instead? What guidance would I give them? Would I tell them to put up with this shit? Would I be like, eat more of that? Or would I maybe say, you've had enough and you deserve more. You deserve better. You deserve something that does not block the sun in your life, right? So is there anything else about this Eight of Wands. Sometimes it's hard for us to see our own worth, though, or take care of ourselves or show up for ourselves the way that we can for others. And sometimes it can be helpful to like externalize that, your experience, so that you can see it more clearly without like the bias that we have around ourselves and what we deserve, right? So maybe that will help you too. But is there anything else around this gift of the Eight of Wands? There is energy moving. There is something shifting in a big way. And even though it feels kind of ouchy, it's taking you somewhere more beautiful. For sure. Taking you somewhere that feels warm and safe. Not cold and sterile and lonely and heavy in its loneliness. Fuck that. No offense, but F that noise. Let's let that close out. 'Cause we ain't got time for that shit no more. Like, we are literally done. We're done. You know? Stick a fork in me. I'm cooked. I'm done. So that's where I see you being at. And it's not bad, even though it feels heavy. When you drop the weight of that, there's something more simple, but also far more fulfilling waiting for you. And that doesn't, like I said before, that doesn't mean necessarily that something cannot come back in an evolved state. But what it means is that it's not an equal or healthy investment right now. And so give to something, give to yourself, and give to things that grow and, you know, feed the existence that feeds you. And if something's meant to come around and meet you in that, it will. And it will do what it needs to do to show up correct. Okay? Until then, honor you, boo. Okay? All right. So we're moving on to Leo. I love you, Cancer. I love my crabby cakes. Okay. Let's see. Let me go back over here real quick. Hi, guys. What's going on here? What's up, Corona? Does Canada have good phone service? Do we get good connection? A lot of people don't live in the places of Canada that are like super like savage nature because it is kind of savage in certain areas of like the mountains and things there. But we have decent cell service, yeah, for the places that people actually, you know, need to be, I think. Where have I been? Where have I been? I've been here, babe. Where you been? Cancer is hitting as much as Gem. You wonder if Scorpio? Well, if you make it to that point without passing out, otherwise you'll have to wait and figure it out tomorrow. I hope your cleaning is going well, though, or you're organizing, or whatever it is that you're doing. Okay. Okay. My Leos, my lovely Leo babes. Let me see. Let's organize some stuff here. Okay, next. All right. Guys, I'm gonna go to the washroom quickly. I feel like that was, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. The first third of this reading has been slightly energetically stressful for me because that technological thing just like effed my, I was like, that annoyed me. I feel like grounded and totally fine now, but for the first little bit of that reading, I was like, why is this happening? Why are there issues that don't need to be issues being issues? Why? And maybe it's like I'm also a little bit tired. My sleep's been thrown off. Have you guys been sleeping like normal through this eclipse season? Because everyone that I know has been like, what is rest? Like they sleep not at all one night and then like 20 hours. And then like it's just been it's been chaotic energy and people have been affected. So I'm wondering if I probably have slightly less capacity for like, well, this is a frustrating and annoying situation. So thank you so much for just like bearing with me while I was like, I'm gonna try to be happy, like to just be chill about this, but honestly, F this noise, like I am annoyed by this. I appreciate your patience while I just be a human, you know, in my annoyance, but I probably have a lower capacity. Life. Okay. My Leos. Leo energy. Let's see. I'm just shuffling your deck really well. Getting into your vibe here. Yeah, then I'm going to go to the washroom quickly and then also I need to turn this fan on because it's hot in here. Catching a vibe. I think I can trust that the stream is not going to cut out, so I'm going to stop streaming that on my phone because it's just, I don't like having that much technology around me when I'm in my intuitive space. Lately, I've been more sensitive to it too. I'm like, let's deactivate all social media accounts. Let's keep my phone in the other room all day while I'm grounding my energy. Let's just disconnect from being connected in that way. So I'm going to put it away. That literally feels better already. There's just a lot of like, I don't know how else to say it, but like psychic noise is how it's coming through. And maybe this is just something that my fellow like sensitive, intuitive people need to hear, but there's something about like this extra static, or there's a lot of noise right now because things are being shook up, or because so much is shifting, or because there's a large cleansing taking place maybe. So then all of the like stuff that's being cleansed is working its way up and out of the energy. So it's still a little bit like in the sphere for now. Just whatever you can do, whatever grounding practices to bring you into the present moment, to keep you anchored, to keep your mind, like to have a quiet and peaceful mind. Prioritize those things. Because, and even making those things a priority and taking time out of your day to like, let me schedule a little 10-minute meditation here before my next appointment, or before I have to run this errand or whatever. It might seem like I don't have 10 minutes to just like schedule in. I got shit to do, but it's like the rest of your day will be more productive because you'll feel more grounded and clear. I think if you do prioritize that just in like little bits. So if you're ever rushing or feeling ungrounded or scattered and you're like, okay, let me just rush on to my next task. Or if you notice that, I think that it could be beneficial to just sit with the energy for a moment and really give yourself the time to to either go outside for like 5 minutes or whatever you've got to do. Do a breathing technique, but just bring yourself back to the present, to a state of quiet and like peacefulness as much as you can. The train is going by outside. I don't think you can hear it, but well, you might be able to hear it now. As it gets closer, it's getting louder. It comes very close to my house, so it gets kind of loud. Okay. Okay, your deck is shuffled, so I'm just going to go to the washroom quickly, Leo. I'll be back. When I get back, we will get into your reading. So just give me a moment, okay? to bring my Roddy in from outside because he'd be whining. So thanks for waiting for a moment there. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Leo. Oh, I guess I should quickly pull your cards first. Okay. Show me what's impacting Leo. Oh, that fan feels nice. It was getting too hot. I've been like pulling, like shuffling, breaking the deck and pulling every sign's cards in sequence, Leo, and yours wanted to fall out by themselves. The first one fell out before I finished my shuffle, and so I decided to honor that, let them fly out themselves, and 3 major arcanas just flew out in a row for you. So no big deal. Happy birthday season. Looks like it's gonna be a party. Yet to be determined whether the cops are going to show up or we just master the art of the keg stand. But we're going to find out soon enough what kind of party this is going to be. Are you going home with puke on your shirt or a hickey from your crush? We need to know the vibes, Spirit. Give me 2 more cards. Oh, well, at least, okay. Okay, I just need one at a time. Let's see. Four major arcanas in a row. Not little ones either. No. Okay, well, the last one's not, so. Let's see. We are here. Hi, Leo. I hope my brave-hearted beauties are doing wonderful, and happy birthday season, angels. I hope that the rest of it, the closure of it, is amazing. Happy belated birthday for the Leo suns in the house. And yeah, let's take a look at what's going on for you during eclipse season, okay? Also, welcome to South Node in your sign. It's gonna be an interesting time. You will grow, for sure, and be shown a lot, I think, over the next couple of years here. Okay. Let's start with what is impacting you most right now, or in this season. So the Justice card, which is Libran energy, came out with this oracle card, Void of Course Moon, which says missing. Okay. They were highlighting, like they were saying something about numbers is important, and I was trying to think of what card in the major arcana Justice is, but then I saw that this card is number 57, which is 7, and Libra rules the 7th. Well, Libra is associated with the 7th house. So there could definitely be something relational happening, or something to do with contracts, unions, like soul contracts, even karmic stuff with Justice, or even someone that you have an actual contract with, like a physical contract, someone that you're married to, that you work with. Something here. But what's impacting you? Void of Course Moon, missing. Something's missing from the equation here, though. I don't think that it's justice or fairness necessarily that's being referenced here, though, as what's being missing, because the Justice card came out in the upright. I'm feeling it more as something that has to do with like your mind. It's like you're missing something in how you think about something. Or maybe it's better to say like the way that you are currently coming at something intellectually or perceiving something, your current perspective basically isn't allowing you to see how something is unfolding in the way that it's meant to, in a balanced and fair way. I feel like a little, I felt like a little in my my sacral. It like went into my solar and like dropped into my sacral, and it just, that could be a little bit of ego. It's like maybe you're fucking wrong that it's been fair, Lisa. Like, you are on crack if you think that this situation has been just and that there hasn't been fuckery involved. And maybe there has. I'm not saying that everything's been perfect. I'm just saying that it seems like what's being highlighted and what's going to be impactful to you this eclipse season is that you're going to see a more full picture of something that allows you to, how can I explain this? Because it's not like you're wrong. It's just that how you've been looking at something, you haven't been seeing the full picture. So when you have the full picture and you have a more expanded or evolved understanding, I think it's almost like your ability to understand where someone else has been coming from, someone else's side of things, or why something needed to happen a specific way. I think that what's missing that is not allowing things to make sense to you surrounding something, or you've been missing something. It's felt like there's been a piece missing that has not allowed you to have peace, PEACE, surrounding a situation. And I think that that is the missing, the what's been void, but it's like it's coming in now. And I think you're going to be able to see with more understanding, maybe. Is that a mother effing mosquito? Come at me, bride, dare you. Yeah, it might actually be healing for you. It's something to do with the way you're thinking that wants to transform. The Six of Swords. This is Mercury in Aquarius. It's kind of like revolutionary thinking that isn't afraid to break, like to rebel against the status quo, the like, okay, well, this is how everybody else thinks about something. Or I even feel like it's going to help you guys to, it's interesting too, because between Cancer's reading and your reading, I put my phone away and I said something about like, it's been helping me to be more connected to the actual truth and stay grounded in my authenticity, to be less connected like to social media and to technology and things like that. That could be a message for you too, because it almost feels like there is a truth that wants to be recognized by you that is healing, and for you, and maybe even for a situation greater than you. This is meant to bring in some balance and some healing. But it's not like a truth or a piece of information you're necessarily going to be stumbling across being shared on like wide stream media, or like, you know, it's more of a revolutionary or rebellious kind of take on the status quo. So I do think that even like detaching yourself a little bit from mainstream opinions or from consuming too much, is probably beneficial. Like that will actually help you connect with the missing piece, because you're not going to find it there. And if anything, that could confuse you or like reinstate or continue strengthening and upholding a current view that is just a little limited. Your current view wants to expand so that you can have a deeper understanding and acceptance of something, it feels like. This could be so that you can reach a level of peace and closure surrounding something for some of you. Yeah, truth around something that you feel is unfinished, with the World in reverse, the Two of Cups in reverse. It could be about like a misalignment either within yourself or between yourself and someone important to you, but it's something that feels vulnerable in your heart space. And there wants to be healing and peace and a little bit more balance established there. So that's kind of coming through as the greatest influence on you this eclipse season. Okay. Something's also coming up about like we make agreements to be in union with numerous things, many things, every single day, right? That might not be like an on paper physical contractual agreement, but those little decisions add up to like basically what we serve or worship or give our power to, what we are devoted to in our life, right? So there's something about it's not sacrifice, it's just a rebalancing, like a compromise. Like, I'm gonna take something, a little something off of this scale and put it on this one for the overall balance and wellness of the whole, right? The whole situation's not losing anything, it's just being put into a state of everything in its right place, because whatever you're moving around or whatever's moving around in the situation is shared resources anyways, is what I'm feeling. So I think that there is an element, like a relational element to this for a lot of you. It could be you giving more energy to like another part of yourself, like your masculine, feminine, in order to balance out everything too. Take it how it resonates. But there's something here about just being aware of, like, allowing yourself to observe the things that you are in union with consistently. What do you give your time, energy, and attention to? What makes you feel more balanced and complete, and what deteriorates that? What strengthens your own internal or intuitive knowing, and what makes you question it? It's just coming up as like, but it's coming through in terms of like you sign these invisible contracts with the things that you engage with every day, because everything is an energy exchange basically. So I think that there's something that your perspective is shifting to see where like, where more energy needs to go for something to evolve in a harmonious way, or just come together and exist in a harmonious way if it hasn't been able to come together yet. Okay, so your energy is coming through as the Wheel of Fortune in reverse with this card that says retrieval, completion, treasures, rebirth, and embracing. Okay. This is Jupiter energy. You have on the table, and this doesn't have to be something that super resonates with you, but this might be like a synchronicity for some people. There's strong Gemini, Virgo, Jupiter, or Sagittarius, Libra, Aries, and Scorpio energy. There's a lot of energy on the table for you. Okay. Retrieval, completion, treasures, rebirth, and embracing. With the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, there's something that's repeating that's ready to be done. Like there's a cycle that is continuing, and I feel like it's preventing you from like retrieving the missing piece, or whatever it is that you're meant to extract from an experience or a cycle so that it can reach completion. It's not that little nugget, that little gem, that treasure is not, you don't have it right now. That's why that energy is coming in eclipse season, to give you that. Because I think there's a cycle that wants to close out here. I think it's actually overdue. It's an area of your life. It could manifest as an area of your life that you've been feeling limited in, or like you haven't experienced either abundance or expansion in for a while. Like Jupiter energy is very expansive, very abundant. So it could be an area where you have felt, or where you've been experiencing either stagnancy or limitation, or, you know, loss even. Something wants to actually be, I don't feel like something wants to completely phase out or fall out of your life. I think that it wants to actually be renewed in a in a way where the friction and the lack and the tension and like there's some sort of weight or heaviness that has kind of been depleting or weakening something. It's either been distracting, weakening, siphoning, scattering the energy. And I feel like it's an old pattern or this could be a way of thinking too, like a conditioned, patternized way of thinking, or it could be a physical habit, but it's coming through as something cyclical here. That wants to close out so you can experience something else, but it's like the closure of this needs to be embraced by you. So that's why it's kind of coming through as it's in your power to make this shift. And when you choose this change, like the information about what needs to shift will come through to you. With that renewed or expanded understanding of the situation will come a choice, a decision on your behalf, where you're going to put your energy. And it could be that, like, let's say, I don't know, if something does want to actually end or fall out in your life, then I think it's not because you're meant to experience lack in that area. Like if one relationship ends, it doesn't mean because you're meant to be alone now. It means because there's something else that it's like your heart wants to be reborn or renewed so that you can embrace a more whole and complete love or a relationship that can hold you. But this other pattern or phase needs to end first. So whether it's a habit within something that wants to be more abundant, or whether it's like a situation that wants to close so that a more abundant thing can come in that same area, there is a rebirth of abundance or somewhat of a liberation here that wants to take place. It just requires your empowered engagement with it, basically, and not shying away from whatever this missing piece is when it comes to you. Okay, but you are focused, or you're aimed towards, yeah, there's some sort of thinking that's not serving you, and I think it's like the way you're thinking about pain. Specifically, you could be thinking about the potential that a situation holds for pain, or the potential that a specific person has to cause you pain. But it's coming through as somewhat paranoid thinking. I don't like the word paranoid necessarily because it just feels like intense and like... and I don't want you to get the wrong idea that like noticing legitimate red flags is important. That's part of discernment, right? This is not that, though. This is something where you're ruminating on past painful experiences, and through doing that, this is just an example, by the way, and through doing that, you're constantly basically poisoning your own thinking by bringing that negativity and then doubt in around a current situation, which maybe this person has no intention of hurting you and they're a good person, or right? You see what I mean? But it's like there's something that is influencing your way of thinking in a way that's not really, it's limiting you. That's why this missing piece wants to come in. Something wants to be revealed, and I wonder even if it's like, it's something surprising showing up for you in a positive way, I think. It's like you're receiving justice that you're almost not expecting because you've been missing a key piece of information. You've either been making assumptions, or you've had this influence, like I want to say it's a painful influence that has affected your ability to discern whether something is, just to discern clearly, I guess, in the present. It's like you're expecting conflict and pain, and so you're somewhat creating more of that, but it's also that's not really the truth of the situation. It's just the continuation of something old that wants to end. So it's like if anything, there could be a situation in your life that is reflecting almost like anxious or paranoid thinking or rumination at you. You could even be thinking like, I'm missing something. What am I not seeing? Like, I know something sketchy is happening here, or I know that something is going on. But I think that what's actually being reflected to you, and again, like, please use common sense and discernment. Please know what is abuse, what is not fair, know what an actual red flag is, okay? And then know what you're just projecting or assuming that is not physically being proven in front of you, okay? And also within that, you have to be able to discern your own genuine intuitive inner knowing, and then like this more paranoid psychic babble that is actually rooted in ego and fear, right? And more low vibrational that we can spiral into sometimes. And I think we can say that we can think that that's our intuition when really it's just fear. So just understand how your intuition actually speaks, which is never from a place of fear, always from a place of love. And I shared this earlier on in this All Signs too, that yeah, your intuition will always speak to you with respect. And even if it's sharing a difficult truth, it will always share that truth from a place of grace and love, not in a hurtful way. Okay, so even if it's like a hard pill to swallow, if it's spirit coming through and sharing something with you, you will feel held in love by spirit as that's shared to you. Like, you'll know. Yeah, there's some cycle that's just not closed, and it feels like a pretty big and restrictive one. And I just think that whatever it is, yeah, it's like you're not seeing the truth, that your anxiety, your own anxieties and internal conflict around something is what is blocking something from manifesting. It's an old cycle that needs to close. I feel like it's not the dream or manifestation itself not being valid or balanced or aligned. There's something else that you've been missing that is more the source of the misalignment. And I'm not saying that this all falls on you either, like that this misalignment is all about you. I'm just highlighting what's being, like, you're in control of you and you only, right? So I think that's why that aspect's being highlighted in your reading. But I'm not getting like, you've just been toxic and someone else involved has been perfect and your paranoia is the only, like, you're the problem, it's you. No, I think that there's been different complexities and different elements at play here, but this is what's coming through for you. Let me see here. Is there anything else you want to say about the Hermit in reverse there? Wow. The Eight of Wands, the Eight of Swords in reverse, the Queen of Swords, and the Four of Swords in reverse. Okay. I think this truth that is meant to liberate you from fear and paranoia has actually already been shared with you clearly from someone external to you. I think it's been shared directly to you. And maybe at the moment or for a short time, you actually did receive it as truth. But then it's sort of showing me that you like flipped back into a space of not trusting it or being like not having peace in your mind about something again. So this could be an old like just an old woundedness, an old ache, an old pattern, an old cycle of anxiety that it could have been trauma informed. I feel like it's there for a reason, a valid reason. It's just not necessary or true for the current situation at hand. Like, it's not relevant. So if there's an energy of like mistrust and anxiety, then it's not because this person or situation that you're applying it to is that way. It's because of an old pattern that was planted, like came from another circumstance and fueled a cycle that wants to close out now. So that's what's kind of being reflected back to you through that. So I think that could have been kind of confusing for you, right? Because you could have felt like the toxicity, like there was a toxicity to a specific situation or relationship, but I think that that connection was kind of just, it's like it was activating something in you. I'm hearing turmoil. Something like unsettled, something not at peace within you that wants to be reconciled. It's ready to be reconciled. It's like that fear doesn't need to live there anymore. You can be confident, specifically even in coming together with, like, if there's a community, a chosen family, a relationship, a friend, a lover that wants to get closer to you, you can trust that. That's somewhere that you belong. You can be confident moving towards that, or being in a relationship, or letting the guards down around your heart, actively choosing that. Like, they're showing me that that's safe to do. Okay, so your guidance though is the Tower. Spirit's like, you are safe. However, you're also in a tower that is crashing down. Just know you're safe though, okay? We got you. It's like, love that. I love that for us as humans. The human condition is literally just like going through legitimately, validly frightening things and things that like fuck us up every day on this planet as human beings. But then also being like, having that spark of the divine that's like, it's all good though. Like, you got this, champ. You're infinitely powerful. And, you know, I love the juxtaposition. It's that contrast is everything, babes. So what's the Tower as your guidance? What needs to come? Something needs to come crashing down here. But it's like a wall that never needed to be there, needs to be removed. It's reminding me of this Rumi quote that I love. And it's something like, yeah, the devil. The devil. Your task is not to like chase after or seek or hunt down love or happiness, fulfillment, any of those things. Your task is to find the blocks that have been formed between yourself and love and fulfillment and beauty and joy, and allow them to crash down. Dissolve the resistance between yourself and love, because love is here and love has been here all along. Love is not something you ever need to seek out. Love is constantly knocking at your door. Like, Spirit not even wants to be one with you all the time, is one with you all the time. It's just an illusion. Separateness is just an illusion. So allow the resistance to dissolve there. That's the Tower. Because there's nothing to be afraid of in this situation here. You're being guided towards exactly what you want. If it feels like things are crumbling around you as that happens, it's because these are the things that were standing in your way from getting From getting, oh my gosh, from getting everything that you wanted. The Fool, the Queen of Pentacles, and the Ace of Pentacles. Like, bruh. It's beautiful. But there is a way of thinking that wants to be infused with something different, something you didn't have before. And I think it's like new levels of self-love, self-worth. You know who the fuck you are. You know how valuable and beautiful and worthy you are. If you didn't know before, now you know. So act like you know it. Let the things that don't mirror that back to you fall, so that you can wake up and find yourself in this beautiful expansive existence. Where did that mosquito go? I keep seeing it like just casually fly by, and I'm like, are you trolling me? Like, are you fucking with me? Just come directly at me so that I can squish you. Or get away from me. I can't hear it buzzing either because the fan is on, which is not helping me. Okay, what's the Three of Pentacles? This is your gift. Something is gonna come together. Like, I think that it's not that it isn't that something is not supposed to come together. It's just that, like, it wasn't completely aligned yet. And for your side of things, and I think that whatever the other side of this equation is, the community, another individual in a relationship with you, whatever it is, they have their version of this as well. But for you, it's something in the way that you were thinking about an opportunity, and specifically around its potential to hurt you. It's like I said before, you were kind of infusing fear of pain into your thinking every day, and it was poisoning the opportunity, or your ability to believe in the opportunity or see it clearly for what it really is. It's like what's being retrieved in your way of thinking is a confidence, a security, an internal security, a re-embracing of yourself so fully that, like, there's no room to be afraid, baby. And you're the lions. You are the brave hearts of the fucking zodiac. You rule the heart. If love is a battlefield, then you are the one on the front lines leading the way. And we need you there. We need you there reminding us how much love and connection and courage and conviction actually matters to humanity. It's a big deal. And this is a lot of what South Node in Leo has for the collective. And it's all the more reason why you need this piece of information to be so powerfully aligned with yourself over the next phase, Leo, because this is bigger than this eclipse season. I can fucking see it. This is more about the nodes, you having the South Node in your sign. It's it's not about the ego, and it's not about who we say we are or who we want to be, or pointing the finger and judging others. It's about walking the talk. It's about strength. It's about having that backbone, knowing your morals, your values, your beliefs, and then with conviction being like, I will stand up and fight for that because it's worth it. And I know the reasons why. It's like, this is living a life of integrity and honor, and a life that is rich because it's infused with shit that matters. Whether that's the shit that the world likes to tell us matters or not. But I suspect that it has a lot to do with the heart. But yeah, your gift is that it's coming together. The seed is growing. You're helping it. And there's a willingness to collaborate with the undoing. Even on a grander, more collective scale, like once you find yourself in empowered, convicted alignment, don't stay quiet about the things that matter. Use that fierceness of heart to stand up for more than just yourself. North Node in Aquarius, stand up for humanity, specifically like the marginalized, the misunderstood, the unheard stories. Get loud on behalf of those who don't have a voice, or, you know, make it count. Whatever you're fighting for, make it fucking count. That's the most empowered, expansive, and loving way, I think, to work with Leo, with the South Node moving through Leo, is just don't fight from the ego about shit that doesn't matter. Pick your battles and make it count. Not just for yourself. Don't be short-sighted, but like, how can we show up for each other? How can we recognize that even within humanity, there is so much more that unites us than that which divides us, and we have the potential to be so expansive and strong in ways that we haven't experienced yet, but we have the ability to evolve into that. We have the ability to get there. But we need the right leadership, and some of that has to do, well, it has to do with the individuals, whether you're a Leo or not. We're all part of like the same body. So how you show up does matter. It very much matters. You matter. Okay, so is there anything else? Temperance in reverse landed on the Tower. Well, what comes between Temperance and the Tower is the devil. And I feel like that's the truth that you're not wanting to see, is that there's been something that has been like dysregulated, or something's not in a state of moderation or balance. I don't know what that is for you. But anytime the Tower hits, that's the only thing that's shaken away. Whatever's not standing on solid ground is gonna fall away. So this is just validation of that. And even if you can't like actually physically see the element, well, I'm hearing the element of instability. So some of you, you're also taking on a bit of an energetic influence, maybe from something else, something or someone else, even if it's like a collective voice on social media, like I mentioned before, but it's something that's not actually rooted in clear truth and understanding of where we've come, where we're at, and where we're going from here. It could just be someone or people at war with themselves, but looking for peace. That have a lot to share, but like what they're sharing, or that voice or their action, is coming from this place of being in a state of internal, like either misalignment or, you know, lack or fear, whatever it is. So yeah, there's just something here also about, again, like the things you bring yourself into union with, and the truth of the effect that those things have on you. I think a good way to tune into that is like when you're engaging in something or with someone, note how you actually feel after that, during or after the engagement. Okay, so because there is something you're not seeing, and it's like you're committed to something from a place of love, but, or you're committed to love, maybe. The cycle that's not, hasn't ended, is something disempowering or confusing, though, that you're still giving energy to. I feel like it's in your physical environment. It feels like a physical thing that you are consuming or taking in or surrounded by, a habit, an environment. Like when you're on social media, like feel how you're feeling after. And maybe that's not all social media. Maybe that's like when you're just on specific pages or taking in specific content, but do what feels right for you. There's just a note coming through here, like a final message of, don't doubt what is falling away. Again, don't fear. Did I say that for you or for Cancer? Don't fear the reapers coming up again, though. If something is closing out, it's because it wasn't on solid ground to begin with. Yeah, the devil between Temperance and the Tower. There's something there that is physically being consumed or engaged with that is, it either just needs to be engaged with or consumed in more of a balanced and moderate state, or there's a toxic element to it, or just an unstable element that's deteriorating the strength of the overall like foundation, your foundation, the foundation of an opportunity in your life that you care about. So it's just validation. Spirit wants you to know, like, if something's falling away, it's because it wasn't adding to a state of richness and harmony in your life. So there's the need to trust that. Okay? Okay. Anything else for Leo? No. Your ego could want to clap back, because I think that some of these things are like traditional or established in your life. Or even just maybe even people around you. There could be sources of, you know, things that either within you or outside of you that have something to say, but you rule the heart. You will know when you are aligned with something that is expansive and loving. Just, yeah, look at how it makes you feel. Look at how it makes you feel. And trust that, okay? And also look at what is actually limited and refuses to grow no matter how you approach it or what you pour into it. And look at what naturally, organically evolves and grows and expands alongside you. Because that also tells you a lot. Like sometimes we care a lot about things and we think that that means automatically that those things are for us. But when we stop trying to truly force something, right, then we might gain another piece of information about that we were missing. All right, baby. We're moving on to the mosquito. We're moving on to Virgo. I love you. I hope you have a beautiful season for your beautiful spirits. And also just remember what I said about the next couple years. You've got the power, you know, like it's an important task that requires important leadership that's anchored in the right place. And you are the ones for that job, my dear. So buckle up, space cowboys, and get down to it. All right. Okay, Virgo. There's hair that is stuck to me because I moisturized earlier. When the hair sticks to me, it stays stuck to me. Okay, here we go. All right. The energy feels so much more grounded now. It's just kind of like gradually balancing itself out. What's up, Haley? Hi. What's up, Ambassador? What does it say? I can't see your whole thing. Hi, Andrea. Ambassador. What is up? Mula? I can't see this. Moon, Sun. Moon Sun is about a lot of things. But one of the things had to do with bipolar. One of the names, I think initially, I think that the name Moon Sun has evolved very much in my understanding of it and meaning of it, which is very interesting. Do you ever have spirit talk to you in that way where like you choose something, you make a decision, and then like long after the decision was made, spirit's like, yeah, you were choosing it also for this reason, and you didn't even know at the time. It's like it reveals itself to you. It's kind of interesting. But the meaning of Moon Sun has kind of like been like that for me, I think, a bit. At one point in my life, I was diagnosed with bipolar. This was, it was like when I got back from Greece, I think, which is when I had like a massive spiritual awakening, ascension type thing in my life. And so I don't actually even know. I've doubted a lot whether or not that diagnosis is actually even accurate, or whether I was just like going through the trippiest, one of the trippiest times in my life, and then told a doctor about it, and they were like, you're insane, let's give you pills for that. But you know, either way, I think that that diagnosis, it forced me to get in touch with, it was kind of the beginning of like the intentional and conscious journey of getting in touch with acknowledging and honoring and integrating like the light and the dark inside of me, which just became a spiritual, at first it was about getting to know myself more, right? And then it just became very apparent that it was a spiritual thing that had to do with a lot more than just me, because that obviously is a big part of the spiritual journey, right? Like when we talk about working with our ego or shadow work or whatever the case may be. But that's what it was initially. It was Moon Sun. Yeah, I don't know. But it is somewhat about the dance of duality, and how with every polarity, it's like we need the other. They need each other, right? Like we need the darkness to know that light exists, and there's value in all of it, even the stuff that's a little more difficult at times for us to experience or understand. Long story short. And also I'm glad to have you here since you're new. I put a drink in the freezer to cool down. Let me grab that before it explodes, since it was in there it was in there for all of Leo's reading. Did this not change the thing? Yeah, it did. Okay. This keeps going back. It's tripping me up. Give me one second. If I don't do that right now, I'm gonna forget once again. It will explode in my freezer. I put an iced coffee. Also, hi, I'm talking to you just from off of the screen. I'm behind you. I put an iced coffee in the freezer to cool because I was like, I'm gonna want more of that. Let me just clean this up so I can put the bottle in the recycling. All right. 'Twas loud. Alright, I'm gonna turn this off for a moment so that if this little mosquito does get anywhere near me, I can hear it and murder it violently. Me earlier tonight with like a moth that was like the size of a speck of dust. You are a sentient creature and I can't kill you. Me with a mosquito. I'm going to murderously destroy you with the violence of a psychopath killer. Love that double standard for me. When it comes to mosquitoes, that's where my empathy ends. Okay. Okay, where are we at? Virgo. Virgo, it's almost your season. Clear any residual energy from Leo. Okay. Okay, let's connect to Virgo's energy. There's a lot of like intuitive messages coming through when I'm doing the cards tonight. The truth of something is taking its time revealing itself to you, Virgo. It's an emotional truth. It's interesting because when I took that deep breath after I said like, let's clear the Leo energies, I felt like I needed to tell you like, just breathe, it's okay, you know? And that tells me like there might be a lot that you're kind of dealing with. It doesn't feel bad. It actually feels like there's an abundance of, it feels like good fortune. Like whatever is abundantly flowing to you, it's leading you to good fortune, or it's just blatantly something that is fortunate for you. But it almost feels like for some of you, what's coming through abundantly is truth right now. And this truth is what is making you receptive or opening the door up to the abundance. You just have to trust. For some of you, it includes like, I don't know, another connection or something that is showing up as a bit of a mirror to you. Something healing, something or someone healing. It could be that the energy that's coming up for you right now is like the depth of gratitude that you have for someone in your life or someone who has been in your life, maybe through a bit of a stormy period, whether they are still in your life or not. Okay, let's get Virgo's cards. Just a whole message coming through for you. Something as well, I don't don't know if this applies to like all of you. I'm gonna just wait and see if something comes out in the reading. Some of you feel like you're like already mostly through an experience, or like something is coming to a close, but Spirit's like, no, you're just at the you're about to take your first steps. Everything else, everything before this point has been like a prerequisite. Yeah, abundance of knowledge. That is what is impacting or influencing you. Knowledge. It could even be like your desires speaking to you and informing you. Maybe like how long your desire for a specific thing. Oh, speaking of, we were talking about the name Moon Sun. Oh, it's in there. Like I'm with you. I feel like there's something you've wanted, and this desire has been persistent in its communication with you. It's been like, hey, you still want that? Hey, Virgo, what's up? It's been 3 years. Guess what? You still want that. You know, it's like, this is something that has like not allowed. It's like that scene from Family Guy with Stewie where he's like, Ma, 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 Mom, 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 Mama. And he's just like doing it for like, it's just like, what? Like, hi. Like something wants your simple attention. It may have been presenting itself to you like over and over again, just like a little bit different, trying to like help you see. I feel like that's almost been annoying for you. Yeah, something has been veiled. The rest of your cards. This is interesting. There's something being revealed to you now where you're, I don't know, you're ready for a new cycle. Okay. Virgo's energy. Yeah, there's something you're processing. Wow. You might, your reading could be connected to the Leo reading because this card is showing up, which says make it count. And I said those words like verbatim. Specifically, I said those words about fighting for something. Like knowing what you're fighting for, knowing what you're being courageous for, knowing what you're asserting yourself, your heart, and your conviction in the direction of. I'm just going to keep that out so that I can... Are all of these for Virgo? No, those ones aren't. But there's a message coming through here. A little side quest. Okay. What deck do we want to use for you? What tarot deck? Okay. That there's something here about that connection with Leo. It could also be that in Leo season. There's so many, like there's a lot of downloads coming through for you. So I'm just kind of like trying to sit like with them as they come through and discern whether this is something that like, do you want me to share this now, Spirit, or should I just take note of what really stands out and then mention it when I start the reading or as it applies to the reading? There's a lot flooding through though, and it does feel like a flood that I have to consciously like, let's slow down that flow of information. And I think that is kind of the message, or part of the message for you, for Virgo. Let's see though. Okay, I understand why I feel your discomfort. Like, I understand why you as a Virgo are uncomfortable right now. Oh man, yeah. Whoa, okay. This is a powerful closeout to the South Node, having been in your sign. That's what I'm seeing. You're going out with a fucking bang. And exactly which way that goes, whether it's like a celebratory bang or a bit of a violent one, I think that that ultimately is up to you. Yeah. I see what's happening here. Okay, let's timestamp this. I think I see how things are kind of coming together in terms of what actually needs to be shared. Hi, Dana. What is up? You came straight for Virgo. Aw, I'm good. How are you? How are you, love? Okay. Sorry, I can't see the chat. My technology is being a bit of a dip shit today. So I haven't been able to be as engaged with the chat, but I'm here and I love you. Okay. Hi, Virgo. How are you? I hope that you're doing wonderful, and let's get into your reading. See what's going on for this little spicy little eclipse season that is requiring a lot of something. It's requiring us to, it's requiring engagement. It's requiring, word I'm looking for. I get literally, the word is on the tip of my tongue, but it's like, yeah, just engaging in something. It's so interesting too, because I do feel like with your cards, a lot of messages came through intuitively or started flowing through, like kind of an overwhelming amount that I had to consciously like, okay, let's slow this down and discern what is relevant, what is coming from a reputable, like a trustworthy source here, what is actually applicable to the situation at hand in a positive or beneficial way, like what needs to be paid attention to and what doesn't. And I feel like there's almost like a shying away from something from you because it might require a level of just showing up in a specific way that makes you feel a bit vulnerable. But I feel like saying the only way that you can actually fail is by not showing up. Because something is for you, but you have to like actually be present to take the opportunity. It'd be like if you got a beautiful, like if the dream job that you have wanted, right? The perfect pay, the perfect location, you doing something that you're convicted and passionate about, you get called in for an interview and then you just don't show up for the interview, right? It's like that is, if you see something clearly for what it is and you have the knowledge that it's a good thing and you're sort of ready to move, or you're being called or guided, I want to say, towards something, and you choose to misunderstand that call so that you can remain resistant to it and the implications of it. Like for some of you, this is just stepping up into more of a role of empowerment. And it's like with great power comes great responsibility, right? So there could be a phase of your life that you're like, but if I don't realize something, then I can put off making these changes that need to be made just a little while longer because I'm intimidated by them, or I'm intimidated by this next chapter or era, or I don't know, something like that. But you're so intelligent that like you can't go very long, like you can't sustain that very long, like playing stupid essentially. That's kind of a harsh way of putting it, but like you're aware and intelligent and grounded and generally in the present with yourself and your experience, which is why it's so hard for you to generally avoid the truth. But I do think that there's something here you really haven't been seeing clearly. So what is impacting you the most through eclipse season? It came out as this knowledge card. And it came out clarified by the Seven of Swords in reverse. It's interesting too, because this is 34, which would also be a 7. So you have two 7s. 7 might be, I don't know, significant in some way for you. You also have two 4s on the table. Maybe you want to look up what 7744, the angel number, or the numerology behind that. But like this is you're receiving knowledge and it is clear. There is no illusion here. What you see is what you get. It's like clear, direct. Maybe even there's a level of bluntness. There's something though that you are receiving, and I feel like it's something you are learning. It's not really coming through as something that's being shared with you. Like I can't remember what sign it was. It might have been Leo, where they got like the message card, and I was saying something's being shared with you, information is being shared with you, but that felt like it had come through like a physical message from an external source. This feels like it's either revealing itself to you because it's time and you're able to accept it or receive this truth for what it really is, or serendipitously it's coming to you, it's landing in your lap, not directly, It's like whatever this information is, it's going to speak very directly to a particular situation, but I don't feel that it's coming directly from that source. But it's clear and direct, and there's a level of illusion or deception, self-deception, that is being absolutely like demolished as this knowledge comes to you. I think there's something that you've been pretending as if it's fine or you're fine. Or there's some form of mask that you've been wearing that's been affecting things. Like, look at the Seven of Swords in this deck. You have this, like, there's literally like an upside down eyeball, like taped over the other eye. There's like, you know, the face, like there's a smile. We can't really see what the true expression is. So I feel like maybe there was like a part of yourself that you were not expressing. You were holding that back for whatever reason. But maybe what you weren't realizing is that that also was preventing you from seeing outside of yourself clearly. And that is how it works, right? It's like a lot of the time we see the world through how we are, through the lens of how we are, not necessarily first and foremost as the objective reality of what's in front of us. Because we all have our own bias, our own personal experiences, our own perceptions and beliefs of ourselves and others, right? And so like here I'm seeing that maybe you weren't trusting yourself completely. And so you were holding parts of yourself back and you weren't fully expressing yourself here. And so then how that could look in a mirrored manifestation outside of you that's confusing would be like you not knowing if you can trust other people around you to be authentically showing you who they really are, right? And when you trust yourself and you're in alignment with your truth, like that resonance of truth as your personal baseline is what allows you to clearly see the truth outside of yourself as well. So I think that there's some form of, yeah, there's like indecision was being created around an opportunity. And I think the indecision was coming from a place of personal deception or insecurity. Whatever this opportunity is, it does require you to see it very clearly. It's interesting how in this card, the pentacle is part of an eye. Also, that this King of Cups is looking through this ankh as if it is like a glass. What are those called? Eyeglasses? What are they called? A looking glass thing, like a... It's not a spectacle, but it looks like that almost. Whatever knowledge you're receiving, it's actually, I think it has numerous functions. There's been indecision, and it's meant to clear out that indecision through just giving you the truth. But also, there's something about your overall vision that is being reborn. Like the ankh is a symbol of rebirth, of new life, in a really powerful kind of way. Also, there's the sun and the moon here on this card. There's something about the sun and the moon for you. We were talking about this in the live chat. Someone who is new to the channel asked me about the meaning behind the name of the channel, which is Moon Sun, obviously. But in your reading, it's shown up numerous amounts of time in different decks. Because it showed up here when I was shuffling out your, where's that card? Is the time card, and it isn't one of the cards that showed up for you, but it was showing itself at the bottom of the deck. And I pointed out while I was like pulling your cards, because I noticed, dang it, where the frig are you? Where is that card? Anyways, it had like a time an hourglass, and it has the sun and the moon in it. Also, there's an Ankh card in here as I'm going through it and seeing. I think that there's something where there's a message coming through where there's a time for everything. Something is cycling through into a new phase. So even if there has been a situation that you've been seeing one way, maybe you've been more in the energy of the moon with something, which is where there's only been half illuminated truths, or you didn't have all of the knowledge either around your own desire, your own motivations, like things were still being revealed to you. And I think that was the function of that cycle. And now you're entering into a new phase where it's like the sun. There's the opportunity for new life. It requires new sight, though, first. Yeah. There's something you haven't been honest with yourself about, though, and it has to do with you. It's a truth about you that you've been avoiding. And I think that it's how you really feel about something, or how not fully expressing the truth of how you feel, like that has been coming from a place of personal insecurity, and also that guardedness has been affecting things. It's been affecting your ability to judge clearly. It's been affecting your ability to manifest clearly. And it's also been affecting just how open and receptive you are, either overall or in regards to one particular situation. But that knowledge that's coming through to you is the main influence or impacting factor during eclipse season. And then your energy, you're showing up as being in the energy of the Four of Pentacles, but it's interesting because it came out with this oracle card, which is this person with the little buffering brain. You are having knowledge. You're revealing knowledge, or knowledge is being revealed to you. And you are processing. It's buffering. But the thing is here that's slightly like, okay though, but don't just flip this back around with your crafty little self. Don't weaponize your intelligence against yourself. Do not weaponize incompetence, basically. Don't act dumber than you are, because no matter how uncomfortable whatever this is, like facing the full truth of something, it's being revealed to you for a very important reason at this time, and it requires your courage. Because I feel like there's a bit of a holding pattern here on, like, even if it's not convincing yourself, like choosing ignorance or convincing yourself of a lie, of blatant illusion or deception, then it's like you might just be holding on to the idea that there's more for you to see or unpack or process, like that this buffering energy is going on, needs to go on longer. But I don't think that's true. I think that you are receiving, at least after eclipse season, you're going to have the clear, blunt, and direct truth. So they're also just kind of highlighting, like, it's okay to give that truth or knowledge the time that it needs, the information, time to settle. Time for you to understand how that new knowledge fits into the bigger picture, and what it is, what the implications of that new understanding are. Don't rush that process, but also don't extend it and lean on that as a form of procrastination. I love you. Okay. Is there anything else that you want to show? I'm like, Virgo is one of the signs. Like, there are a few signs that sometimes I get nervous when I'm like delivering the message, and Virgo is one of them. I have a South Node in Virgo, so sometimes I'm like, I know how to call you out because like I mastered this in my past life, but also you scare me a little bit. But I love you so much. And I think sometimes I just see really clearly how you get in your own way, and it sucks because a lot of it has to do with the mind and how you don't have like a whole lot of options for escape because you are intelligent. It's somewhat the same like affliction that like well, basically all of the air signs have as well, is like they're naturally tuned in and intelligent usually, and so to deceive themselves they kind of have to go the next level. They kind of have to go hard to like delude, distract, justify the not knowing. The struggle is real sometimes, huh? But I think it's interesting because, yeah, okay, Spirit is calling you out. This isn't even me, dude, but Judgment with the Hanged Man. They're like, you're literally, there's a judgment call to be made. You're like, let me just hang around a little bit longer. This is the card of suspension, suspending a decision, suspending a judgment call, putting something off that wants desperately to be reconciled or resolved, whether that's just within you or not. And this could be more than just you. Like, I'm seeing that there could be two equally stubborn people who are choosing their independence and they're like, this is great, love this for me. It's interesting though, is this is the 9 of Pentacles, but in this deck there's 2 people in it, and usually the 9s are about like individualism, independence, and the 10s are about union or adding to that, on top of that, right? So in this card it's interesting because they're blue, they're crying, they literally look sad. And they're like, it's great. This is awesome. This is peachy. It's exactly what I always dreamed of, you know? And I think that maybe it could be out of ego and like hyper independence or stubbornness that both you and someone have not, or just you, I don't know. But another person's just showing up, so I'm just mentioning it, but haven't fully been authentically expressing yourselves. And it's like, you might feel like you didn't get hurt necessarily, but are you actually happy that like maybe you feel as though you protected yourself to some degree by doing that, but did you? If you're alone and or if you're in your individual energy feeling like a little bit like you're having to fake that you're stoked there. So only take it if it resonates. But I do see regardless that there's something Spirit's like, hey, you have the information. It's time to make the judgment call. You're not still having tons to work out. You're just comfortable in this space of convincing yourself you don't know what you know. But now you do know. And I feel like however this is being shown to you, it's like undeniable. Like whatever's coming through to you, I think it's coming through in a synchronistic, divine, serendipitous kind of way that like kind of bitch slaps you with undeniability, which is usually how Spirit comes through when they're like, you're not paying attention. So now I need to kick your freaking ass with this information. I love it. I get attacked like this consistently by Spirit. So, you know. But there's something here, though, where your reading, you might want to watch Leo's reading just because of the significance of like how direct this Like I said, specifically make it count for them. For some of you, there is something that like you haven't felt free within, whether that's free to actually make the choice yourself to engage with something a specific way. It's like you haven't felt like you had the choice, or you felt like you had the choice and then being inside the situation didn't feel, it felt restrictive or not good. And for some of you, this is a romantic connection that like once you got in it, you were like, well, wasn't what I thought. That made me feel stifled and small. And but I think that if that resonates with you, what's being shown or revealed to you now is like that there's actually something potentially that you were holding on to that just may have been like stubborn or just a habit or some form of resistance. It's coming through here as like taking physical care of yourself, proper physical self-care. Because this card says, you, why do I feel terrible? Body, coffee is not a meal, eat a vegetable, sleep. You, guess we'll never know. Body, oh my God. You know, it's like, I think there is something here that's been trying to get your attention. Whether it is like a certain way that you've been, your energy's been depleted, that doesn't have to do with another situation. It has to do with something that is in your control or a way you have or haven't been showing up for yourself. But there's something that you've kind of been holding on to. It could even be like a habit of giving in to rumination or overthinking or seeking external validation. Like that will drain your mental energy, right? Because it's not trusting yourself. So I don't know, but there's something here that they're kind of saying, pick your battles and make it count. Like what is really the enemy here? What's the enemy? Quote unquote, is the enemy like what is really draining you? Is it your own mind, your own habits, your own projections and assumptions, or like a habit that you have of like not revealing everything about yourself out of fear, but then that again like leads you to be distrusting of others because you're not showing up authentically, so then you don't trust. You're like, well, a part of you knows that you're not showing up real or true. And so that part of you that knows also then, well, if I'm not showing up truly, then how can I trust others to? And so that's where that paranoid kind of like projection comes in. So I don't know exactly how that's showing up for you, but it's coming through real clear. Yeah, okay. So where you're directing your attention or focus or what you're aiming at though right now is this new moon energy. There is something that you want to shift. You want it to change. That's the thing. That's because it's like you are claiming to want something and simultaneously putting it off. And like that's not necessarily, although it doesn't make any fucking sense, it's really not abnormal for a human to do that, right? Sometimes like we procrastinate most about the things that mean the most to us, which again makes no actual logical sense. But where does that come from? Well, because we might fear that we're not enough to truly go after, like there's usually underlying things there that are the real source of resistance, like personal disappointments or ambivalence or being disconnected from the part of self that would be required to truly fight for what we desire. Doubting our own capacity, abilities, or just thinking that we need more information around something outside of us or from something outside of us, when really what's showing up for you is that what needs to be processed so that you can see the truth of something and move on it is inside of you. It's a personal disappointment or illusion that wants to be worked through. There's something about convincing yourself that you're happy when you are just like, and this doesn't have to be in your whole life, but in some area or with a particular opportunity. It's like you're ambivalent, you're numb, you're disconnected, you're disappointed, whatever it is. But you're like, I'm great, you know? I'm great. And it's okay to not be. Because the cards here are showing me that, like, this is how the cards are on the table. They're like this. It's like you are wanting to move. This is your focus, your aim, your desire, right? But there's something that has a holding pattern or a resistance. The Four of Pentacles is like keeping you stuck in place, or there's a foundation. There's like an already established force that is physical and carries weight in your life, and that needs to be moved through in order to get to this new beginning that you want, this new phase within a cycle, right? And on the way there, what needs to truly be processed is whatever this is. This emotional boredom or discontent. And I think it has more to do with the way that you're allowing yourself to embody and show up in your own life than it does like yes, that will impact the things that you engage with. But I think that's more like the source of disappointment. Like you're bored because there's like a big part of you that's not actually being embodied and expressed or something like that, right? That's that part of you that's not being embodied or expressed is what's actually needed to infuse the new life that you seek into another situation, is what that kind of feels like. But your back is also turned here, or you're facing the other way from this holding pattern inside of you. So I think there's the need to recognize this eclipse season, like the call is coming from inside the house, you know, the information, the knowledge, it's being revealed to you by you. Even if that's mirrored in your external reality. And there might be more truth outside of you that wants to be revealed around a situation, but the prerequisite to that is seeing through your own bullshit first. Only then will you be able to see the truth of another situation or another person. And that's kind of coming through pretty clearly. But there's something here. What's this new moon energy? You're bored with the way that things have been. Like it just doesn't feel good, or you don't feel anything around something specific. It might be something different for all of you because they're not clarifying what that new moon is. But it is an area in your life that you're convicted and passionate about, or you were at one point, and it hasn't felt like it's moved forward or made progress in a while. The Chariot in reverse. It's felt suspended, but this has something to do with your emotional truth and you admitting what that is to yourself. Okay, so yeah, because your guidance is the Ace of Cups. Connect with your heart. Connect with the truth of your heart. What do you want? What do you love? The gift is Death in reverse. This is Scorpionic energy. Scorpio could be significant to you. It's the only really prominent like sign that's showing up in your reading. With Judgment and Death having shown up. So why is Death in reverse the gift? I think this might feel somewhat backwards, but there's something that you want that is meant to bring you a lot of stability, expansion, and even deep emotional fulfillment. I don't want to say this like completes you, but in a way, because it's like there's something you want, and your journey to being able to have that thing, to call it in, to hold it, and to sustain it in your life. The journey to being able to do that is also a journey home to yourself. You're gaining a lot more than just this opportunity, this person, this whatever. At the end of this journey, you'll find that you picked up, you retrieved, you recovered, you remembered a lot of yourself along the way. And that was always part of whatever this thing in your life functions to give you as a gift. The gift is seeing what hasn't been transforming clearly, even if that's uncomfortable. Knowledge is power. Because once you see the truth of what has been preventing something from changing powerfully in the way that you desire it to change powerfully, well, that's not something to be sad about. That's something to fucking celebrate, because then, bitch, you know what needs to change to get exactly what you want. This is what you need to get what you want, right? But there's a part of you that's like scared to actually receive the clarity that you have been asking for, because you want something to change. So Spirit's like, let me give you the clarity around what hasn't been changing so you can have what you desire and deserve. But then it's kind of showing me that as that comes into you, as things start clearing up for you about yourself and external situations, there's this like almost panic or desire to hold on to this like in between space, or be like, I need more time, but you don't. This buffering will reach its natural end, but what it's highlighting here is that you're holding on to that state. Like you are choosing to extend that by convincing yourself in some way that you don't need more time. You have all the information required. You're being asked to follow your heart. Like take that truth and then authentically embody and express yourself from the heart. And I think that there's a little bit of fear surrounding that's holding you up a bit. So that's okay. That's human, but just don't avoid it. Because the only way that you're not going to get what you want is by avoiding like the thing you need to change to get what you want. Spirit wants you to have what you want. That's why they're showing you what you've been missing. Because the only reason for the 10 of Cups in reverse is because the 8 of Pentacles and the Magician, the Tower, there's a little bit more work that needs to be done to manifest. And part of that is like, there's some action I think that's required on your behalf. Something that you haven't invested yet, that needs to be invested. And even if that's just a part of yourself, right? So let's see, is there anything else that wants to be clarified? I think that what hasn't changed and needs to change is probably different for all of you, but let's see about this guidance. Is there any further guidance with the Ace of Cups for Virgo before I let them go? It could be that you learned a lot of uncomfortable truths, or this feels like the closure of that South Nodal cycle for you. And I think that there's been a lot being revealed to you, a shitload, through that whole phase, which is about 2 years long. So pretty much the last 2 years, you've been learning a lot. And the South Node being in your sign will show you a lot of uncomfortable truths about yourself, where you've been holding yourself back from personal alignment that would bring you the fortune and expansion that you ultimately want in your life. And it's humbling. I mean, it's humbling having the North Node in your sign as well, just for different reasons. But having the South Node in your sign, I think, has been humbling. And I think that the way that you meticulously process, organize, refine information and experiences has made it feel maybe exhausting or overwhelming for you. Because just like when all of those intuitive messages started just like coming through, like the floodgates just opened against my will when I was shuffling your cards out, and I had to consciously slow it down. That's almost like what you're doing here. This is the end of that cycle, though. It's not like there's a whole bunch left to be revealed. It's like the final piece of the puzzle is showing itself to you now, so that you can take the answer and apply it and get what you want. Yeah. You also, like, you can move forwards with something and allow things to finish processing and integrating in the background while you do that, without giving those things like your whole focus. Because I think that could be draining you as well, like using so much mental energy on having to be like present, to feeling like you have to be really consciously aware of like everything that's sorting itself out, feels like it could be a bit exhausting. There's something here about your guidance being like, let your heart lead you, give your brain a break, understand that the things that are clicking into place, they don't really need your surveillance, your constant surveillance. And a situation doesn't need your constant, I'm sorry if that was loud, I needed to squish a mosquito. Did I get it? I don't see a corpse. I need to see a body. But oh, there's the body. Haha. It's just blending in with the tablecloth, but awesome. The mosquito has been eliminated. I wanted to say that like the threat has been eliminated. I think that the threat, or a threat, has been perceived more than reality for you. And the thing is, like, depending on our state of mind and the state of our nervous system and where we are actually being led from, right? If we're being led from this place, then that's given different vibes than if we're being led from this place. And again, like, based on what we're being led by, we're going to have more clarity and certainty and security in the moves that we're making, or less, right? So you're not being shown something as punishment or so that you can criticize yourself or convince yourself that you need more time so that you can do more work on yourself, or that like things are revealing themselves, so there must be even more that you're not seeing, and then you're going to double down on a cycle of like, let me investigate or take more time to dive into processing and refining how I think about this. But they're showing me that what's needed is tuning into how you actually feel, which is what you may have been avoiding for some time about something, because for whatever reason, the admission of how you truly feel about something or someone requires you to transform in a kind of significant way. And it's a very positive way, because I'm seeing that you're bored as hell with where you've been, at least like emotionally. Your heart and your passion, your creativity, something has not been stimulated in a way that is actually satisfying you. And you may have convinced yourself that you can't change a situation, so you just were like trying to be like, well, I can't change this right now anyways, it's hopeless, so let me just like convince myself that I'm fine with this when really it's like something was sucking your soul, your life force energy, causing you to show up as, you know, partially as yourself, or not the full expression of yourself, or in a small or disempowered way. I don't know. There's something though that, I mean, honestly, it's not worth holding on to. It is like, it's not worth holding on to. It's not worth fighting for. It's not worth extending. There's something so much bigger for you on the other side. So, is there anything else you want me to let Virgo know about eclipse season before we move on to Libra? My head is itchy now. There's something you know you need to do, I think. Or you're aware that there's a specific piece of information or knowledge that's been revealed to you that you can trust and need to trust in order to be like able to take a specific courageous action to set something in motion or to create the change that you desire. Something about the action connected to admitting that you know something is what kind of is like, is where you're hitting the wall. And I think that it does have something to do with the ego a little bit. Like whatever is being asked of you might require you to admit that you weren't being real with yourself or someone else, or that you were, you know, you misjudged someone or something because you were, I don't know, focused on something that didn't matter, or because you were not being clear with yourself or someone else. I don't know. There's something, maybe there's an apology, or you sharing or expressing something vulnerably or in an intimate way that you have been hoping that you didn't have to share. I don't know. There's something though that it does require honesty and humility with yourself, and I think even with a group or another person outside of you. And I think that's kind of where you're getting stuck a little bit. And that's okay. Just give yourself the time you need. Just don't like perpetually suspend yourself here, because you're not going to be happy. Yeah. And again, Spirit's not giving you emotional clarity to be like, you're a loser who just like is a procrastinator and, you know, you've been deceiving yourself and blah, blah. It's not supposed to be another source of self-criticism. It's supposed to be clarity that shows you what will genuinely fulfill you. Not just fulfill your mind, your ego, your insecurities, but what will fulfill you in the depths of your heart. What will fulfill you spiritually? What will feed and enrich your life in those more deep, profound ways as well? That's what's being revealed to you, okay? So don't be afraid of what it is asking of you to surrender, because no matter what, death always implies life. Everything, again, everything follows that cyclical path. And so nothing lasts forever. So even like the discomfort of those phases where you're in the moon energy and everything is partially eliminated, or there are fears and insecurities and uncertainties, that too is just a phase. And you'll circle around back to that in some area of your life in due time. But right now you have the clarity that you need to act on something. And by acting on something, you're going to gift yourself with something that is meant for you and is abundant and fulfilling in ways that you do long for and you do deserve. So go get 'em, Tyga. Over the last couple years, you've learned the lessons that you needed to learn. And now with that under your belt, you're ready to move forwards. Okay? I believe in you. All right, we're going to move on to Libra. Let's see. What deck should we move? What should we use for Libra? Use this one. How are you guys doing? Is it still okay? Yeah. I'm like, is the stream still alive? Still going? Are you guys doing okay? Sorry I haven't been able to engage with the chat because of technical difficulties. But yes. How are the homies? Let's see. Libra. See what's happening. Why does that keep doing that? It's confusing me. Okay. All right, so let's clear any remaining energy from Virgo. Virgo's reading. Okay. And let's see what's going on for Libra. I want to sit differently, but I also want like back support, but I won't have back support. I'll sit back a little bit. Okay. All right. The ever squeaky couch. We love it. We don't love it. However, it is not my couch. What is stuff in my eyeballs? There's like, maybe they're just a little dry. Okay. Okay, show me Libra's energy for eclipse season here. Okay, one more. Libra's aim, direction, or focus during eclipse season. Okay, we're gonna pick that. Okay. It's a message in itself. Yeah, speaking your word. Okay. Feels like everyone going through some sort of profound thing right now. Show me Libra. What's going on? Come out, clear and direct. Thank you. That's fine. Okay. Well, that's interesting. The second oracle card there from that first deck, like the first one shot out right away, and the second one wanted to be pulled. Like I kept trying, I shuffled for quite a while and it wasn't coming out, and then I got the intuitive message like this wants to be pulled. And it's interesting because then when I pulled the second one, the card that's at the bottom of the deck is speaking your word, your voice. And it's like Spirit was saying, this needs to be chosen consciously and intentionally by you. What you are directing yourself towards or focused on at this time, where you're aiming, is something that isn't meant to be chosen for you or even influenced by something or someone outside of you. It's like right now it's very important, Libra, for you to choose consciously, intentionally, and powerfully what you breathe life into. It wants to be chosen and then like spoken by you into existence. It's almost like there's an element of by boldly like claiming something, by declaring that you claim something, whether that's through action or actually like there's something about actual verbal expression or just expression, I think. Like using the power of your voice to claim something. There could be something about, I don't know why this is coming up, but when Mercury is in Libra, which will be later, it'll be sometime around Libra season, that could be a significant time or a powerful time too for you. But I don't know if that's as much when you're meant to speak your truth. I feel like that is when the fruition of what you like boldly speak and claim, like speak into existence, that's when you'll be claiming it. If you do that now, like you'll be reaching the fulfillment of that. Or that won't be as much of a mystery to you by that time, I guess. Something about that. Yeah. Okay, let's get the rest of Libra's cards. It's impacting. Shots fired. Brap, brap. Shots fired, Libra. Okay. As I see the problem here. Problem. I just see the truth here. I'm picking up what you're putting down, friend. All right. Let's get into your reading. Intuitive messages are coming through anyways. Okay. Yeah. Let's just start talking about it. Hi, Libra. I hope you beautiful people are doing amazing. So let's look into your eclipse season. Some messages have been coming through for pretty much every sign during the time, like right before your timestamp when I'm actually pulling the cards and shuffling them. So if you want to go back and see any of that, just skip back a little bit, okay? For any placement that you watch. But let's take a look at what's going on for you, my loves. Okay, I'm having a couple technical difficulties. Just give me 1 second. It's just making things take slightly longer tonight, but we're making it work. Okay. So, you are okay, so the greatest impact or influencing factor on you during eclipse season is coming through as the sun light. I do feel like specifically Leo season, like what's left of Leo season, or just Leo season, like what has already passed of Leo season, that time is very significant for you. Specifically that total solar eclipse, right? In Leo, that is like the associated with the sun. I think that something was cleared up for you emotionally. Because the 7 of Cups, choices in reverse, is what came out with that. Or this will happen, maybe, if it hasn't already. But this is, the 7 of Cups is Venus in Scorpio energy. It's an energy of intensity. Intense, deep emotional, like profound emotional capacity. But also because of that, there's like an emotional sensitivity as well. And when there is an emotional uncertainty or confusion there, or like a muddiness in your own waters, or like with how you're feeling, right? Then that too can feel super, super intense and disorienting with that energy. I think that there's something that you're being shown, and it's an emotional truth. So it's either already happened in Leo season or it's just happening at the end of Leo season. And I think that what it's highlighted is something that needs to be transformed or released. And it's coming through as like a self-defeating mentality, a self-limiting or defeating belief system that wants to transform. Specifically because this is impacting the level of wealth and fulfillment that you have in your life. There's an anxiety that you're ready to let go of. And in removing that, you're opening up space to see something like through a new lens that allows it to evolve and grow with you. And it also allows it to have new life or fresh breath, like breathed into it, which I feel like is needed. Whether that's a specific relationship or your own life in some way. But it's almost coming through as a little intimidating, because it's like the truth of your emotions, your own emotional truth, is being highlighted or revealed or shown to you with such clear, direct intensity that it feels like almost inescapable. Which is, in a way, it's the illumination of how you feel is making you feel like you don't have a choice surrounding something, because you're realizing how strongly you feel about something or someone is kind of what that's coming through as, that it's like, oh, so that's the choice and there is no close second. Like it's coming through as like, now that I see this, I very clearly know the choice that I need to make, and I can't avoid it. There's something you've been struggling about, something that you didn't feel like you could give new life, right? Rebirth. Something that you felt like you had lost, but you simultaneously couldn't walk away from. And there's a lot of feels. These are all cups. There's a lot of feelings around this. Okay, so your energy here through eclipse season is showing up as the Ace of Swords in reverse. So we have two aces in reverse. We also have the Fool in reverse on the table. There's a lot about a new beginning or something being created, something either being created for the first time or reborn that has not come into being, or it hasn't been able to like get off the ground. Okay. New ideas, the Ace of Swords. So you're coming out as the Ace of Swords in reverse, new ideas. And you also came out with this Oracle card, which is, it's from Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is my favorite film of all time. There's something you've been afraid to look at in a new way. You've been afraid to shift the way that you're seeing something currently, because there's almost this idea that something was being protected by seeing it this one particular way. Because without giving too much away, about the movie, well, tell me how the movie here is relating before I get into that too much. It's you've been afraid of giving generously to something and that thing gaining momentum and speed just to like realize you weren't perceiving it correctly, and you're not going to actually achieve what you want out of it. Or that it was just a lesson for like character development that was meant to just like bring a fresh energy into your life. But I think that whatever it is that this is, it's like you want this to be a part of your life, even if you're making changes or even if you're evolving. There's something that you want to be a part of that you don't really want to let go of. Move this down a bit. And well, tell me about the Ace of Swords in reverse though, because I don't think it's your certainty. Excuse me. I don't think that it is your lack of desire to move away from or to like, I don't think that there's something you need to sacrifice. I think it's a way of thinking about something that needs to be sacrificed. And it's a way of thinking about it that is already assuming an ending that is not, it doesn't need to actually happen, I don't think. It's kind of coming through as being in your head. And it's like you get stuck on this, maybe, this fear or doubt around something not being sustainable or something not lasting or being long term in your life, because there's something where you're not totally connected from the heart space. There's like a level of sensitivity that is meant to come from a place of a feeling that's not being tapped into. So whether that is like a level of intuitive clarity that needs to come through you really feeling into something, but they're kind of showing me that it's not about necessarily thinking about something a different way analytically or searching for a new idea that is the solution to how to save something or push it in the desired direction. It's more about realizing where you've come to the end of something, and now that old approach is it's like it's creating resistance instead of forward motion where you want to go. And there's this assumption that you could be a little bit into something, like a little ways into something. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, there's something in my throat that I needed to clear. Didn't want to deafen you or just keep clearing my throat continuously. But there's something I feel like you're already a little ways into, like you've been invested into something for a while. Even if that thing has felt somewhat unstable, or if you've questioned whether that investment was gonna actually lead to the fulfillment of something, you've questioned that at points. And I feel like where you're at now, you could be a little bit tired and a little desperate almost to like hold on to something that you feel like has not culminated, or it hasn't just, again, it hasn't come together, right? So it's almost like you're assuming that because it hasn't come together, that if you like look at the truth is going to tell you you need to walk away. This thing isn't meant to move forwards with you. So it's almost like you're resisting seeing something a new way as a means of protecting something through like escapism, but you're assuming that the truth that's going to be revealed about this is something that it's not. It's like you're assuming the truth that will be revealed is that you have to let something go, or that, like, this card came out in reverse. It's this cat that says, I was led to believe that there would be serotonin. They came out in reverse though. So it's even like you never believed that there would be serotonin, like that something good could truly, like that this would actually end well. Or there's always been a seed of doubt is kind of what is showing up here. And I think that that has been, so these other cards were also came out from that. This one, X-ray for girls, and she's wearing these glasses. I can see his true intentions, prevent a life of misery. And on the dude it says, future of torment and pain. But this is like spirit saying you might have been seeing something. You might have been afraid that if you saw the real truth, you would see that someone is not who you thought they were, that you can't trust them, that it's toxic and it needs to be cut out, right? But really, Spirit is kind of saying that fear of what was going to be revealed is because, again, you've been a little too much up top. Librans? 2 in their heads? What? This is new. I've never heard this before. Here, not here, Libra. That's where the confusion has been coming in, and this negative assumption, which I feel like is not actually something that's going to happen unless you keep dwelling on it and create a self-fulfilling prophecy. You don't need to fear the truth here, whatever. The truth is about the way that you have been limiting yourself through your own mind. Your own mental approach. Because they're showing me that your current direction or focus or aim is the 8 of Swords, self-victimization, with this card, which says breath, life. This is what you want, right? You want breath and life instilled into something. But the way is not through the fearful ruminations of the mind or thinking about like justifying your fear around things because of past stuff that has happened to you. It's not through the intellectualization of your emotions or trying to being like, I can only trust my emotions if I fully understand my emotions. Otherwise, there's something to fear or not be trusted, right? There's something about that where this is what needs to be worked through to get to the breath of fresh air or the new life that you're seeking. So you're focused on this, but you're looking through this, which is kind of like stumbling you a little bit. It's tripping you up a small amount. So, okay. The Hanged One, surrender. The 3 of Cups, community in reverse. And the 5 of Pentacles, need. There could be a bit of like a codependence here, but it's so interesting because it's kind of like a codependent energy that's just existing within you, but then being like projected or flowing into a connection, like having an influence on the connection. So for some of you, this is just a little bit of like it could be a bit of an attachment style that wants to be fully witnessed and kind of transcended beyond or something like that. But there's something that is kind of stagnating, or it's putting the current situation at a plateau or in a state of suspension, and it needs to be surrendered. And I think that it is your current way of perceiving something needs to be suspended a little bit so that a higher perspective can be revealed to you. And it seems like the current truth that you have is that something means a lot to you, but you do need to protect it because you feel like it's at risk of being falling apart or being removed from your life. Like it's like you can feel something slipping away, but I think that that's not necessarily the reality of the situation. It's just your focus on fear is making something seem further away or seem more at risk of being lost than it really is. Because what needs to be surrendered is like they're showing me a little bit of a fixation coming from a place of like lack, feeling like you're not enough, feeling like you don't have enough, you can't do enough, you won't be provided for, you have a need that is not being met because something isn't showing up for you the way you are, because something is falling apart, something doesn't fit, something's not, you know, in alignment with you. And this is what they're asking you to surrender, because this is a fear-based way of thinking. It's literally coming from a space of lack and focusing on what you don't have, right? But that's what's actually perpetuating you not getting the, like a reinfused, renewed version of this thing that's not shifting. Okay, so your guidance around something here. Your guidance is the Six of Swords in reverse, transition. The gift of eclipse season is the Fool. Take a leap, also in reverse, or take the leap. Okay. The irony. I say that because both of these cards are about like, both of these cards are about forward motion. Excuse me, taking a leap. And one of them is your guidance and the other one is the gift. The guidance is like, the guidance and the gift are basically the same thing, but the guidance here is saying, look at where, locate the conflict and resistance, the internal tension or the cognitive dissonance in your own thought process. Where do you hit a wall in your own mind, though? In your own internal consideration of a specific situation or topic? Where do you hit a point where you can't evolve? Because that's showing you exactly where the block is and what you're being asked to. You're being asked to look at that resistance in your own mind and why it's there. Like, what are you afraid of? Where is that fear coming from? Kind of trace it back to the root. But then the gift is the Fool in reverse. Take the leap. The gift is that you're not at this time being pushed off of the cliff into a big brand new cycle. And you know, even though maybe this is what you're desiring, Spirit is saying it's actually a gift that door is not swinging wide open for you right now, because there's something that it's like you wouldn't be able to sustain it or hold it or honor it or yourself within that particular relationship or situation to the fullest. And therefore you wouldn't be able to experience the fulfillment and the gift of whatever this is that you want. Until you kind of look at this internal source of resistance and eliminate that. And that's why this huge, fresh, new start or cycle. Yeah, the top of my head just started tingling. It's like Spirit is like, we want this for Libra. You don't need to be, it's so interesting because it's like your fear, you're so afraid of losing something that fear is preventing you from getting it to begin with. And Spirit's over here like, we really want to give it to you. This thing is for you, but you have to trust it enough to even be open and receptive to taking the leap fully. And as long as there's that fear blocking your path forwards, you're not. You'll sabotage, you'll get in your head, you'll have maybe avoidant or escapist tendencies, something like that, but you will get in the way of your own achievement being fulfilled. And so where are you giving energy to, I don't know, the assumption that something is not going to end up, you're not going to be able to celebrate a win on something, or that you, like, where's the assuming of the worst? Where's the catastrophizing of a situation? And is that based on the reality of the situation? Or is it based on past woundedness, you know, anxieties or avoidance that are part of a greater, like, conditioned pattern within you? What is that? Where's that coming from? Okay. Is there anything else about the gift being the Fool in reverse here? Because the Fool's in reverse, right? That means you're still in the energy of the world. And the world is like this big Saturnian lesson, or the closure of a cycle that's taken some time to work through, to learn, to integrate, to embody, to, you know, to shift. So the lack of being pushed out into this, like, really powerful new beginning, the reason that's a gift is because this closing is still happening and needs time to do so before the other thing can come in, but also, again, so that you can be truly ready for it. And there's something about you knowing it, and again, like, speaking it from a place of freaking conviction. And it doesn't even need to make, like, logical, neat, and tidy sense. Your truth might be located in this, like, wild electric part of you that doesn't give a fuck about the logic behind something. Like, I think the truth that you need to admit is maybe, like, your passion, your conviction, your desire, your pull towards something, and maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe you keep trying to, like, balance it out in your Libran way and justify or intellectualize it, and it's not meant to make sense. You're just meant to trust yourself enough to claim it, to see something for what it really is. And it's like your trust in yourself and your speaking your desire boldly with conviction that's you claiming it. That is like the abracadabra. That is like the open sesame that brings the Fool energy in and actually facilitates the new beginning. Okay, so is there anything else before I let Libra go? That's what I'm seeing, though. It's a new level, a level of mastery of your mind. And it might feel like it's a little destabilizing, but it's interesting that what it's actually doing is when you put this work in, it's allowing you to connect with yourself in more of like a complete way that it keeps your own internal state of harmony and balance a lot more like constant and secure through like the storminess or the external weather of your circumstances. So it is a gift, like the work that you're doing on evolving in this way and looking at these self-limiting beliefs. This is a gift for numerous reasons is what I'm seeing. But yeah, it could feel a little bit frustrating. And I understand with someone who has some prominent air placements in her chart. I understand how hard it can be to just like to tell an air sign or someone with strong air, oh, just like get past your mind. Just feel it instead. It's like easy for you to friggin' say, you know? But that's how it is with any sign, really, is like every sign, their element is their organic strength, right? And I think that we can become a little bit like reliant on that, right? Where, for instance, sometimes like a water sign person or someone with really heavy water in their chart, they might rely so much on intuition or on their own feelings that sometimes they forget to use logic, right? They forget to actually take the time to break something down and analyze it in a way that is very much helpful or in alignment with common sense, right? And in the same way, I think that like air sign people they can become so reliant on their mind that they think that, you know, what they think, they either like attach to their thoughts and they believe that like my thoughts define me, or my thoughts define my reality, or something has to make sense, or I have to see how it all fits together in order for it to be worthy of me pursuing it, or for it to feel safe. And that's not true. That's when your greatest strength becomes your weakness. And it's important to know for it to be like highlighted to us when that happens, because it's an opportunity for personal growth. It's an opportunity to further master your innate strength so that you can be even a bigger badass. It's like new levels, new devils. There's growth and expansion happening, but it does require you to admit like any self-limitation that would be getting in the way of that, the growth that's wanting to take place. Okay, so you're kind of having to face like a boss here in your, it's like you're having to face a final boss. My hair always gets stuck in this earring, which I hate. However, it's a cute earring. The stress, the payoff though, is it worth it? Okay, let me put this here so I don't lose it. But that's what I see here, Libra. Okay, so we are going to move on to Scorpio, but it's not negative. It's actually just a refining of your natural strengths and gifts so that you can see even more clearly and utilize the power of your mind to an even greater extent. All right, let's see. What deck should I use for Scorp? Love you, Libra. Okay. Scorps, let's see. What we're doing for you. Oh, I knew that was messed up. People have been talking. The chat wasn't, see, something's glitching on my side. So sorry about that, guys, but it wasn't like showing me the most recent messages in the chat. Okay, so what's up, Lisette? New birth, yeah, Haley. The first romance movie you remember watching? Really? Wow. It's such a good movie. I actually just am obsessed with that movie. I think it's so brilliantly cast, so gorgeously and like poetically written. I mean, it's like, it's literally It's the most Piscean shit ever. Actually, now that I think about it, it makes complete sense that I would love that movie. But I highly recommend watching it. If you haven't seen Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, I could go on talking about it for a very long time because I actually adore that movie. And I definitely ugly cry every time I watch it. Okay. Let me see here. Scorps. Let's see what's going on for you. Oh my. Are you pushing some buttons here, Scorpy? Scorps. As I said that, I heard that song. Who's that even by? The Pussycat Dolls, or something. That song that's like, I'm telling you to loosen up my buttons, babe. Is that even? I don't even like that song, so I'm really not sure what that's about. But I think that's the Pussycat Dolls, maybe? Buttons? Loosen up my buttons, babe, but you keep fronting. Interesting. Don't know if that has any actual, like, significant relevance. It's a really weird song to come up, if not. I just want to see if this is actually even working, this chat. Okay. All right, let's tune in to Scorpio's energy here. Let's allow the last bit here of that Libran energy or residue to clear out. Let's tune into Scorpio. What do my Scorpios need to know? Guys, let me know in the comments how you've been experiencing eclipse season so far, and like the stream if you want to be an adorable and supportive human being. If not, no pressure. It's just I'm really bad at bringing it up. I'm always just like, people will like the video if they like the video, you know, but then I constantly forget to like videos also. So I'm like, maybe I should ask sometimes, even though it feels cringe to ask. Just know that I appreciate you for being here. Okay, Scorpio, let's see. Show me the most influential or impactful energy for Scorpio this eclipse season. Thanks. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, this is in alignment with the astrology, which I know for Scorpio risings, because I am a Scorpio rising. Okay. This looks beneficial, though. Some sort of warning coming up, though. Okay. You're rushing me. You're like, we got things to say. Okay. I mean, Scorpio, if you're open and you want to be talkative, I mean, that's not necessarily always your norm, so I'm not going to complain. It's like you're ready to, ooh. You're ready to reveal something. What you revealing? Yeah, loosening up some buttons, Scorpio. I mean, to be fair, the two usually go hand in hand. What is that movie? Hold on. What is that movie? Oh my gosh, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's a TV show. It's Californication. Oh, my favorite TV show of all time. And my favorite film of all time. Coming up back to back. Spirit highlighting my exquisite taste. I'm just playing, guys. I'm just being a dork. Don't worry about it. Californication, that's a very scorpionic TV show. I don't know if everyone will have seen that because it was on Showcase and like rather sexual themes. The themes are highly sexual. It's not just about that, but it is about a writer who's a sex addict and then played by David Duchovny, who in real life is a sex addict. So there's definitely vibes. Okay, but I don't know why this message is coming through, but I'm going to mention it now before the reading, and if you're meant to hear it, I trust that you will. But I don't think it's for everybody. But I've channeled that Buttons song. Loosen Up My Buttons, right? Which has some sexual or undressing type undertones there. Then it's coming out about you like revealing something. And it just made me think of this quote from the TV show Californication. And I channeled that when I thought of that. And it's the main character, Karen, who is Hank, David Duchovny, his like ex-wife and love of his life and woman that he is basically like trying to fill a void the entire show because he just like yearns and longs for her so much. There's this part where I think he's asking about, she starts seeing someone new and he's asking about, they're fighting about it at this one point because he knows that she's been like upset and distant, and he wants to know basically like if she slept with this other guy. And she says something along the lines of like, you know how it goes with me, like the feelings and the fucking always go together. I feel like that's so Scorpio. It's like there is no fucking without depth of emotion, because that disturbs us as Scorpionic people. We're like, ew, though, why would you ever? And that's not to say that like super casual or whatever sex is like the worst thing in the world for everyone other than us, but for us I feel like there's like nothing more off-putting than basically the act of physical intimacy without actual intimacy and honesty and like openness connected to it. It just feels, it feels dirty, like it feels a little gross for a Scorpio, because it's like, well, it feels like a misalignment. It's like the act of an act of vulnerable intimacy without that aligning with like vulnerable emotional intimacy just feels weird. It feels off. It feels backwards in like the process of how something should unfold, like, you know. So I don't know who this, who's this freaking message for? My God. What is all of this stringing together as a greater message for this collective right now, Spirit? Help me. Make it make sense, babe. Make it make sense so that I can convey this and then move on. Maybe it will come up. There could be something about you not trusting your desire, which would be really weird and abnormal for Scorpio, but maybe if you're not trusting your desire, you're either not trusting your desire. No, I feel like it's your desire that you're questioning. You're like, just because I have desire for something, does that mean that my heart is connected to it? Like, does that mean that I emotionally am fulfilled by it, or that my heart is in alignment with that? I think you're saying that you desire something that is not like, isn't going to lead you to a fortunate outcome, or that you desire something that you fear isn't for you, or is not an intelligent thing to commit to. It could just be, though, that with this particular thing, the lovers, the Seven of Cups, Venus in Scorpio, in reverse, complete emotional clarity. I think it's just more so the intensity of feeling for whoever that message is for that is making you feel like it's a bad idea, because it makes you feel like how strongly you both feel pulled by your desire to something, but also the fact that that does correspond directly with the intensity of your emotions. That could just feel scary to admit. So you could be like, I can't trust my desire. It doesn't feel like a smart investment, but really, I don't know. I think that's a load of absolute shit for whoever is listening that resonates with that message. So if that's for you, Spirit's just like, no, you're just, you got to push. That's just something that needs to be pushed through. It's like a resistance. It's just an internal resistance that's coming from seeing exactly what you want right in front of you, and then the fear that goes along with that of like, but what if I'm wrong? What if I don't actually get everything that I want? What if I don't get justice? What if I go after this thing, fully admit that it is everything that I want? And the depth of like my instinctual, intuitive, and emotional pull towards something, and the alignment of that, it's like, it's so intense for Scorpio, right? That, yeah, there's your heart and your desire, though, both loud and proud and in charge and in alignment. But it can be so intense for Scorpio that like admitting that basically all of you is feeling convicted and pulled in a specific direction, that can be scary because it's so intense for us that it can feel like consuming. And so our fixed nature can sometimes make us, it's like, better triple, quadruple, 10 million times double check that desire and make sure that it's actually healthy, because fixed, it's kind of all in sometimes, especially when especially for a Scorpio, someone who's so deep, profound, intense, and passionate. It's like, if you become clear that your heart and soul is fully pulling you towards something, you're going to be consumed by the conviction of that, and that's because you are meant to move towards that thing, though, not because you're being a masochist and setting yourself up for defeat and disappointment, and not because the universe is sadistic and is pulling you towards something that is going to destroy you or shortchange you. Okay. You must want this thing real bad. when wanting something badly frightens a Scorpio, you know it's that. You know it's that good next level borderline. Borderline obsessive Scorpio type shit. You crack me up, Scorpio. We crack me up. Okay, are you ready? Ready to talk about it? Incoming overwhelm. Incoming overwhelm. Mayne, mayne. Gonna require some courage of the heart. You did choose an intense existence in this lifetime as a Scorpio person. And you did that because you are fully fucking capable and powerful enough for exactly what you signed up for. I'm gonna need you to stop doubting that. Okay. 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 There's something you're afraid of putting into like a state of jeopardy. Okay. Let's just see what's going on. Timestamp you. Where's that other tab? I almost spelled that. 6:42. All right. Hi, Scorpio. Hello, my dark little angels. I hope that you're doing amazingly. I hope you're enjoying the chaos of eclipse season and the necessary transformation that it brings us all. And let's see what the... Let's see what's going on here. What messages want to be highlighted for you surrounding eclipse season 26 specifically? Okay. So the energy, I want to start with your energy, and then we'll look at what's influencing you and impacting you, as well as where your focus is, okay? I killed the mosquito that I needed to like have surround sound to locate, so I'm gonna turn this little fan back on because it's kind of hot in here. It's preventing me from hearing where my mortal enemy was at. But that enemy has since been violently eliminated, so we're good. Okay, will you give me some back support? Okay, so the energy that you're showing up in this season is the, oh, that feels nice, the Page of Cups in reverse. I want to show you the card in the upright, though. This little guy also bearing witness to... It's interesting because the Page of Cups is just the littlest court card, right? The littlest cup. Littlest cup court. And yet the scale in this image is showing us that what is being witnessed as your emotional truth carries a lot of weight, right? It's like you looking at the truth of what the purest part of your heart is showing you. The Page of Cups is like, is all heart. It's your inner child. It's the part of your heart that is, I mean, it's the depths of your heart, Scorpio. It came out with this card here that says, it has all these little stars in the sky, and these two are having a conversation, and one of them says, being a human was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. And the other star says, same here. I wonder how often normal, non-Piscean Scorpionic people, like, bastard, there's another mosquito. Right when I turned the fan back on, it came in. I don't know where that went, though. I didn't kill it, I don't think. Bastard. I wonder how often people think about, like, zoom out from this experience and look at, like, with context and perspective, the experience of being a human, choosing to incarnate as a human for a lifetime. Because the human condition, it's a whole thing, babes, and it's while it's something that we all face, that doesn't make it less of an affliction, you know? And there's lots of things that add to that, you know, any existing as anything, I'm sure, has its sets of, you know, pros and cons, or whatever the case may be, struggles, specific struggles. But the ones around being a human are kind of interesting. Probably why psychology interests me so much and why I studied that, because like how we tick and how we think about ourselves is interesting. And I think that there's this element to humans where sometimes we have this incredible capacity. Like the mind is incredible, the heart is incredible, right? We have this like consciousness where we can, I don't know, we can observe ourselves. We can have this level of self-awareness and presence and intentionality and power behind our action that gives us, you know, strength of free will, of personal agency, all of these crazy things. But at the same time, having that much like awareness and potential for self-mastery and control can also feel a little bit overwhelming, right? Like sometimes we can look at one aspect of ourselves and almost feel overwhelmed or blown away by the intensity of that. And we can see that as something to be afraid of. But I think that, personally, in my humble opinion, I think that maybe seeing it as just how incredible that is, the human capacity, the capacity that we have to evolve, to understand, to expand, to feel, to love, you know, to alchemize, to move energy, to move ourselves. These are like miracles. These are miracles. Because the challenges and the gifts and payoffs are equal. They're balanced. And we can choose to focus on how being a human is, you know, how parts of that experience are so freaking hard. But we can also flip that assumption or that like focus on its head and choose to see that really that is the challenges that we are presented with as humans are just a reflection of our power and our capacity and our potential that Spirit wants us to meet, that our own spirit wants us to reach. And it's beautiful. It doesn't have to be this crushing thing. It's usually the weight of our own expectations that crushes us, right? But what would happen if you just witnessed the scale of your feelings around something without attaching struggle to that? Or without assuming that that is going to bring in a level of difficulty. Mosquito. There's something you're having a difficult time like looking at, but you're kind of being forced a little bit in eclipse season. So, and again, that's not meant to overwhelm you. It's meant to actually inspire a courage in you that is directly tied to your potential and capacity. It's like the courage is not delusional. The courage is a reminder of your own power and strength. The courage is coming from the part deep within you that knows that you can fucking do something. You can have something. Even if there's a part of you that has grown to doubt that or even forgotten it altogether. Because the influencing energy on you in this eclipse season is the Eight of Wands with this oracle card, the Abysmal. The Abysmal. Scorpio. You're such a Scorpio. So, it says, I'm going to turn up the brightness on my screen or I'm not going to be able to read this. It says, danger, insecurity, overwhelm, unpredictability, hazardous conditions, dark emotions, facing fear, and courage. Okay. What's the Eight of Wands? Because the Eight of Wands can be a couple different things, but it does usually talk about rapid and powerful movement of energy. Bitch, why you move so fast? That mosquito's just like hanging out right in my vicinity. Why? Why are you just sitting on the paper though? Like not even trying to suck my blood? Kind of fuckery is this? The Eight of Wands, though, it can be about communication. It can be about, well, the Seven of Wands can be about fighting for something, deciding what you want, and deciding specifically that you're going to stand up for that thing. That is like, I'm choosing that fight. That fight matters, and I'm going to choose to not stay silent or not stay passive in regards to something that actually very much does matter to me. So it's prompting it's like it's waking me up how much I matter about how much something matters to me. Fuck's sake. It is being revealed to me as like a little notification that's coming up, a notification of conviction from within that like, say what you feel. Say what you mean. Move from the heart. Accept the depth of your emotion around something. Act on that. These things are being revealed to you not to freak you out by the intensity of them, but to prompt you, like to validate your movement in a specific direction, your engagement with a specific thing, and to kind of say, like, yeah, go ahead on this. There's an energy that is supportive, that's backing you up already. I feel like an unseen force or unseen forces. It's interesting. There's dragons on this card. It could be things that like seem mystical, woo-woo, or like even like forces that you don't even believe in. Like maybe you don't really know if you believe in angels or whatever, right? Or the presence of ancestors that genuinely like support you in moving through certain things in your life. Regardless of your belief or not, there is something from behind the scenes that is like part of your tribe that is backing you up. And I think that you'll know that if there's something that you're seeing very clearly, but you're not sure, you're kind of like partially, the intensity, clarity, speed, and directness of something is kind of freaking you out or making you feel like insecure or overwhelmed, and then kind of like reading that as this could be dangerous, this could be hazardous, this could not end well for me, right? It's bringing up fear. It's bringing that fear up to be acknowledged so that you can choose to not let that fear control how you move around in this particular situation, because whatever this is, it does matter. It requires courage, though. So in order to face the fear with courage, it's almost requiring you to look it straight, like come face to face with it, and then be like, I'm bigger. Ooh, you know, like, I see you. I am shaking behind the knees a little bit, but still, fuck it, we ball, and we're going for it. Because why? Because I'm a Scorpio, and I'm a baddie, and I'm not gonna let fear dictate whether or not I move with conviction towards something that turns me on and lights me up. F that. Am I right? Come through, Scorpio. Okay. This energy is influencing you, though. And it does feel like an emotional overwhelm because there's all this water. Dark emotions as well is coming up. I'm not getting that as like heavy or negative emotions, though. I'm just getting that as like, when is water dark? Well, usually when it's deep, right? I think that, and again, this is the truth from that most like innocent, untouched, pure, protected core of your heart, the innermost chambers of your heart. So to get there for a Scorpio, you do got to dive deep. You go all the way down to the bottom of Mariana's Trench, or to the bottom of this really deep well within you. And it can be kind of like, what am I going to find there? You know, what have I held on to that's going to reveal itself? Or what is going to emotionally impact me? What's going to move me? Because as much as Scorpios can have a pretty good poker face, but you and I know damn well, my darling, that it's very rare in this life that a Scorpio is truly unmoved by much of anything. You're some of the most gorgeously, profoundly sensitive people. And just because the world doesn't cater to that sensitivity and depth, doesn't make it a liability or a weakness. Not at all. It's just something that requires courage. So yeah, there's something moving in a powerful, profound way that is stirring you in the depths. And it is going to influence you in kind of a myriad or a spectrum of ways. Specifically, I'm seeing you might even find your emotional reaction to this, like, give it patience and allow it to unfold, because it could come through somewhat in an unpredictable way. Like, there could be a big wave of fear that comes through, and then there could be a big wave of conviction, and then a wave of, I don't know, sadness, and then gratitude. But it's kind of showing me that Let the waves come, and you're going to see, through seeing like all of the different waves of your emotions, basically you're going to know exactly how you feel overall about something. And when you come back up to the surface from that deepest part within you, that deepest, you know, basically the point of your most authentic emotional truth at the core of your heart, when you come back up from the surface with that truth, you're also going to have the courage to act on that truth. So I think the biggest thing is not resisting the natural movement that's happening. Know that you're capable. Not only are you capable, but babe, this is your role. You signed up for this. This is part of your purpose, what's happening now. Anything that requires you to embrace and courageously, with conviction, move on, like the intensity and depth of your feeling, like that's some Scorpio shit, right? So it's basically just don't create resistance to this happening through getting really attached to fear, shame, doubt, heavy energies. That's just coming up to make itself known so that you can move through it or beyond it. Or so that you can have an understanding, note it, and then say, okay, I'm gonna I noted that so that, I took note of that so that if it springs up again, I know, oh yeah, that's a fear. It's related to this, and I'm choosing courage instead. So basically, bring awareness to the fear so that you can consciously overcome it, basically. It doesn't necessarily completely eliminate or alleviate the fear, but it gives you the choice to not let it determine how you move. Okay, so what you're aiming at, what you're focused on. Okay, there is something that you want to move forwards. You want progress, advancement, gaining recognition, appreciation, achievements, acceleration, steady gains, and increased clarity. So you're getting exactly what you want. This is your goal or focus. And it came out with the Emperor, the Protector. So it's saying that you want advancement. You want clarity, clear, direct truth surrounding something so that you can decisively, with confidence and courage, accelerate towards the achievement of it, so that you can put the pedal to the metal, basically, and advance in an area that you want success in. But you want to know that you're safe doing that. And you also want to feel empowered, clear, and in dominion over yourself and, your world as much as you can be as that happens. So that's what you're focused on. So you're getting exactly what you actually are wanting, what you're aiming at. That's coming to you this eclipse season. It's just showing me that when what you have been asking for, when you receive that, when it comes in swiftly and intensely with the degree of clarity that you've been asking for, don't allow that to terrify you. Remember that you asked for this. Remember why you asked for that. It looks like because there's something that is very emotional and you're deeply invested in it and you want to be less in your head about it, not from a I'm gonna ignorantly just not consider this, and you know, fools rush in, and I'm just gonna like turn my brain off, turn my heart on, and just make some choices, you know, that could or could not be questionable at best. Not that. It's you want to see the truth clearly so that you can trust your emotions and move forwards with this powerful conviction and intensity, because you feel like you found something that you've been seeking on a pretty deep level. And the Guardian or Knight of Cups acts on, like, they take action on what they know is in their heart. The Page of Cups becomes aware of, understands, and, you know, expresses or gets comfortable with the idea of expressing what they feel. But the Knight acts on it. The Knight gets shit moving. There's something you feel, you know, is important because you feel incredibly, maybe like there could be a level of energetic or psychic or telepathic connection that you feel here. But it's also a sense of belonging, like something belongs in your life or you belong in alignment with this. But also it's just like time, distance, circumstances. Maybe even some of you have tried to like detach your heart space and just kind of like move on from something, but you haven't been able to. So it's telling me you have proof that something like matters to you. It matters to you for a reason, that your desire or pull to something isn't going anywhere. But also that there is something that kind of needs to, like an adjustment that needs to be made in order for this to calibrate with you and flow smoothly, or for you to move towards it and know the best approach to take. Okay. Okay. So your guidance. There's something that is going to require vulnerable intimacy from you. I know, no faster way to send a Scorpio running, but I think we've already established this little bond of trust between us, so please stay. There's something that does require intimate, vulnerable honesty and expression of you, and you're being asked to like disarm yourself in intentional like little bites or steps so that it doesn't feel as overwhelming, because it is intense what's being revealed to you. So they're kind of saying your guidance is that, okay, Death in reverse, the shadow. So that's you. The Death card is Scorpio. There you are. You came out in the reverse though. There's somewhere where, I don't know, you haven't been fully embodying and expressing yourself authentically. And I think it's because there's a depth of feeling and intuitive knowing that for some reason you've been seeing as dangerous, or you've been questioning it. I think that ironically, it's like how strong it is has actually thrown you off and caused you to have this like level of insecurity or uncertainty around it. But really the clarity of this is like, it is what it seems like. It's clear because it's not, because it's like a very refined and advanced like manipulation tactic or technique that you've never heard of before, that you need to be like extra on guard for new danger and threats. No, it's revealing itself because that it is the truth. That is the truth. That is that intense and clear and direct. And it's revealing itself as such because it requires clear, direct, and courageous action from you that aligns with that, right? So you have to be certain. You have to be that assured about this truth in order to basically have the balls to take the required action is kind of what I'm seeing. So the first level of disarming yourself is being vulnerable with yourself. The Seven of Wands in reverse. What is a threat? What is not a threat? What old fears are ready to be released? What old pain does not exist in your physical reality anymore, but is preventing you from being emotionally satisfied or fulfilled or being confident, and bypassing old fears and paranoias and indecision? Because those things are preventing you from moving with confidence in the fullness of your true essence and nature towards something that you love, that can also, it very much holds the potential to be grounded and rooted in physical, tangible, abundant reality. But it's like the payoff, like the risk and the reward are equal. The juice is worth the squeeze. You're not gonna like put yourself out there and put in this huge investment just to realize that, I was misled, or there's a shadowy element to this that has been hidden from me, and now I'm, it's like you're afraid a little bit of finding yourself. It's so interesting, what's causing that. There's like this paradoxical, like back and forth way of thinking. I guess it's just the fixed energy, because it is very extreme, black and white. On one hand, you're like overwhelmed by the truth of your feelings around something and the conviction that that pulls out of you to move towards it. Like you feel inspired, convicted, and brave, which is what you're actually looking for, because that's what's meant to sort of inform your, like, fuel your advancement, right? But then there's this other part of you that feels small, but still is kind of like loud in its own insidious way. That's like, but what if this thing is not you? What if this thing actually flies in the face of who you really are? And what if you give the most precious, deep part of yourself? What if you make that vulnerable and you admit that to yourself, and then you, God forbid, even offer it to someone or something outside of you, and then you realize, I've been bamboozled, or this thing has actually led me far away from myself. Like this thing, I've actually lost myself in the pursuit of something versus aligning with something that is very much for me. Though I don't know where that fear is coming from. Like if that's happened to you before, maybe this would be kind of a scorpionic theme, so I wouldn't be surprised. Sometimes we have to learn how to not be, like, everybody has to learn this, but especially people who feel and who commit loyally with this like deep intensity that Scorpio does. You have to learn how to trust that you're not going to lose yourself within something, or that you're not going to become so like obsessed, addicted, consumed with something that it does deteriorate your strength or become a liability. So maybe that's happened to you before. Maybe you've been in a relationship where you shared vulnerable parts of yourself and they were weaponized against you, or they were used to manipulate or control, or, this is kind of coming through as the Scorpios that I'm talking to. You may have gone through something that required you afterwards to kind of like climb out of a pit or crawl painstakingly back to yourself, your true self. But I think that that's what caused you to be consumed or to lose yourself in something back then. That element of your shadow or unconscious that allowed for that to happen has been integrated. It's not currently present in your circumstances now. So your guidance is to see where you're allowing fear of something that has already been transmuted, transformed, and worked through to block the transformation and evolution of something in the present that you want. And it's like because of fear potentially or insecurity of something that either has already happened to you or that you're just afraid of happening to you, right? Not being true to yourself or being pulled out of personal power and alignment, basically, is what you're showing me the fear is. That is kind of the only thing that could actually prevent you from moving in empowered alignment towards the thing and experiencing like positive advancement, recognition, reciprocated appreciation. But there's an achievement here that you have been making progress towards, and you're kind of, it's looking like you're meant to take another large leap forwards around this at this time. You have to trust yourself and how far you've already come. Don't allow the ghosts of the past to convince you that there's still a real threat. Like, be able to discern. Your guidance is discern between ghosts of the past, something that's haunting you versus what is actually right in front of you. And you have to be in the present, in the now, in order to see something that is in the now with you for what it really is, instead of through the lens of the past. So the gift of eclipse season is coming through as the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. There's a pause. I keep feeling itchy and I'm like, is the mosquito scratching my back? I need to kill it. I'm gonna be paranoid. Speaking of paranoia. It's almost like you're on a little plateau here. It's not that something's on ice. It's just that something is... It's like you're receiving a little moment to give yourself a pep talk, like to remind yourself of what you already know and allow that to be the pep talk that like really crystallizes your confidence and security in yourself and your potential, your competence, your ability to make something happen. To lay a solid foundation with something that can be trusted, even if it feels super intense. Tell me more about the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. Why is this the gift for Scorpio? It's kind of like, I'm just seeing like a basket, like an NBA game in my head. The Hanged Man, the Wounded, the Ten of Cups in reverse, and the Source of Life, the Ace of Pentacles. Oh, damn. There's something that is fortunate that wants to come into your life, and it's not shifting because it requires vulnerability. The vulnerability, again, is like in levels. First, you're being required to be vulnerable with yourself about, I feel like there's a core wound here. Yeah. It's around trusting the conviction of your heart, trusting your own emotional truth. The Chariot, it's called the Hero in this deck. Again, it's like in order to move forwards with emotional conviction or with just conviction towards something that you want, that you know is for you, there's something you need to face first that seems scary. And it seems scary because it's a wound, it's a tender place within you that you're being Like the energy is pausing in this uncomfortable place. It's like you're taking a tour and you're on this train and they pause. The train pauses and the landscape is like, well, that's terrifying. We're paused right on the side of a mountain cliff. And I look out the side of the train and it's just, drop into oblivion. There's something like that. But where you're pausing is in the energetic movement. And you're pausing right in this wounded place. Spirit's like, let's hang out here for a hot second. There's something you need to see here. And you're like, actually, this feels fucking uncomfortable and overwhelming and heavy and, intense. And it's meant to. Because you need to witness something for what it is. It's like that heaviness, that weight, that resistance is always there, whether you're looking directly at it or not, Scorpio. It's weighing on you internally. Either way, whether you're casting your gaze upon it or ignoring it. That's what wants to be highlighted. The only way to truly drop that weight is through shadow work, right? Bringing light, bringing consciousness and awareness to what has been unseen or avoided so that there can be, that wound can be treated and healed and you can move beyond it without there being the need for like defensiveness, protection, because again, whatever you're moving towards that you're meant to achieve at this time, it requires an openness. There's a beautiful opportunity and it's hugely abundant. The source of life, the Ace of Pentacles, is beautiful. There's even this card on the bottom of the deck, increase. Wow, behind that is prosperity. God damn, Scorp. I don't see anything bad about this opportunity. And I think that you're focused on it in this energy. I really don't think that if you're being honest, you see anything bad about it either. And just because there's fear surrounding something doesn't mean that there's any like negativity around the situation itself, right? But there's a wound here around like emotional fulfillment or sharing your emotional state or status being somewhat contingent on somebody else, like bringing the influence of someone else in a really big way into your world. Basically, the fear is somewhat around that. And again, I think it's because there's been a wound here. Like at some point in time, you gave power, you had a lot of emotion or intense desire or conviction or pull towards something. And I think you accepted that opportunity or you threw yourself all into it and it either stagnated you, consumed you, pulled you off track, like away from yourself. But again, I think that even that perception can be refined because I think whatever it is, it pulled you. It was one of those like get lost to find yourself experiences. Maybe you were consumed by something, but in the finding your way back to yourself, you became more yourself, more empowered, more aware and certain of your ability to make shit happen than you ever have been. So was it really something that stole something from you? Or did it gift you something? Maybe it was a blessing in disguise to a degree, right? Okay. So yeah, the gift is that right now you do have like this little moment to pause. And the moment to pause seems to be coming in an uncomfortable space where you would rather not pause. But there's something that wants to be witnessed there. And once it is witnessed, it can be balanced. It can be released. And it's that act of courage of taking a second to look at something honestly and then move forwards with courage and conviction towards it with that like clarity and truth behind you, there's a huge payoff. Like Justice, the 10 of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles, all of this is really beautiful. You just have to trust yourself here. So that's why the gift is this little pause, because when this pause is used correctly, it's going to just reinforce your knowing. It's not going to reinforce the fear. So allow it to do that, okay? And then move forwards with that reinforced strength and conviction. Knowing that your intensity is your superpower. Your vulnerability and depth is your superpower. When shared in the right circumstances or with the right people, and this is one of them. So, yeah. There's something also with your desire that's healing a little bit. It's around your ability to trust the things that you desire and feel most intensely or passionately towards. Because I think you do feel that that's misguided you at some point in the past. So that's kind of what you're working through, or there's something around that that is being processed, I think. I love it. All right, Scorps. We're moving on to Sag, but you know that I absolutely adore you. So get on with your bad selves and enjoy the rest of eclipse season. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Sag. Fleabag. Okay. What does this say? Hudson Williams short film called Buttons. I haven't heard of that. Interesting. I guess that could be a synchronicity, or there could be something in that for some of you. Okay. Sag. I haven't heard the mosquito, so I'm wondering if it did bite my back and then decided to F off, but I'm hot and I want the fan on. So I'm going to turn the fan back on and just accept that I might get bitten by a freaking annoying ass mosquito. That might happen, but it's hot in here, especially with this ring light pointed right at my face, so I'm doing that. Okay. We're gonna say, I'm going to be courageous in the face of this. In the face of this mosquito. I'm such a wimp, but something about mosquitoes just grosses me out. Like, something's sticking its little stinger in me and, like, sucking my blood. Sorry, but I'm not overly cool with that. Okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom quickly, you guys. I'll be right back. right. This wasn't really doing it. Need to follow. Definitely had to stretch a little because my back is getting a little bit sore. And then I realized, let me just grab a slight amount more lumbar support and solve the problem instead of just treating the side effects. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, what deck should we use for Saggy? We getting there, guys. We're moving through these eclipse energies. My God. Like, Spirit, you made one of your most energetically sensitive girlies down here tune in during some pretty intense and chaotic energies. Come through with the support. Come through. Okay. Come through. Let's see. Let me use this deck. Yes. Okay. So I'm looking for that. Okay. This one for yes. Okay. Let's see what's going on for you, boo. Let's also just see what's happening. Make sure that everything's good over here. Lord. Okay. Here's a hair. Let's tune into Sagittarian's energy. Let's close out any remaining energy that has to do with Libra, or Scorpio, any previous energies that we've already moved through. Let's reconcile those now so that we can pole dancing and gets kinky. Who's that? Oh, what, Fleabag? Is that the one about the drummer? The movie about the drummer? Sorry, I don't know if there's a little bit of a lag or something's just coming up for me. Sagittarius, the short film is very weird and scorpionic. Is that what I think I'm thinking about? Not a short film, though. I feel like what I'm thinking about is like a full-length movie. So maybe I'm thinking of something different. Or you're talking about the short film that you mentioned before, the buttons one. Okay, okay. Yeah, I just realized that it was Haley that said something about Fleabag. Sorry. Gotcha. Okay. Show me Sagittarian's energy during eclipse season. Okay, one more. One more for Sagittarius. Send me the link. Thank you. where Sag is focused or what they're aiming towards. Where's the goal, the direction? Thank you. Okay. Go hard or go home. Very Sagittarian. It looks like, though, you are not missing the assignment. You did not miss the assignment, Sag. Looks like you kind of know what's up. Okay. Let's get one of these. All right. Wow. What's going on in Sagittarian energy right now? I wish Shauna was here to tell me. Okay. Let's see what else. Cover this up again to allow my laptop to not overheat. And I'll see you on the other side of Sag. Anyone who's chatting in the chat, talk to you on the other side. Let me see. See me shuffling very well, can you? What song is that? Oh, it's from Moulin Rouge. I love Moulin Rouge. So tonight, I've channeled my favorite overall film, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, my favorite TV series, Californication, and now my favorite musical of all time, Spirits on Point. Spirits on Point with the channelings tonight. I love Moulin Rouge. I'm hearing that song though when they're what song is that actually from though? Because he's singing like a medley of a bunch of different songs. And it's like, in the name of love. Ooh, even this is like giving big. The Maharaja is evil energy. So the themes that are coming through surrounding that could be relevant is like something wants to happen or is going to happen in the name of love, even if there are powerful forces or just forces trying to limit or control you, or maybe like direct your way forwards. I think that when you recognize those forces, if they've been like hiding in the shadows like the wimps that they are, once you have eyes on that, you're going to very much choose to not comply, I think, in somewhat typical and absolutely phenomenal Sagittarian fashion. Like, you learn the rules so you can push the boundaries. And when you're an evolved Sagittarian, then you're doing that for empowered purposes or causes that lead to like valuable expansion. You're a rebel with a cause, essentially. I feel like the cause is love. This is timestamp you. Where are we at here? It resonates already. I haven't watched the stage musical. I've only watched the film. Okay. 7. Okay. Yeah. All right. What's up, Sagittarius? Okay, let's get into it. Let's look at your eclipse season. See what's happening for you. This one feels like a doozy. I mean, they always feel like a lot, right? This one is carrying a level of intensity and punch that feels like it is, you know, double, triple dog daring, even the bravest and most courageous of the bunch, in which you're part of that group. So let's see what wants to be highlighted for you. Okay, so the most influential force that's coming through for you at, like, during the time of this eclipse season is coming through as Gemini, I think, with the 7 of Wands in reverse. Okay. Gemini's your sister sign, and I feel like you're borrowing sometimes to look at, oh yeah, this is a really clear message that's coming through. Okay, sometimes in order to strengthen ourselves, it can be super helpful to look at what the shadow expression of our sister sign is. Okay, what would that be for Gemini? And if you're a Gemini energy, don't come for me. I'm a Gemini moon, Gemini Chiron. It's like, it's okay. This isn't a personal attack. This is just the expression of Gemini energy, how it can kind of manifest in the shadow. Part of that is being two-faced. Part of that is being shallow or superficial or shape-shifty in a way that can be a little bit deceptive or manipulative, or just untrue, right? Inauthentic. Sort of this energy of like, I can be whoever you want me to be. I can be whatever is needed for the given situation to get what I want out of that, right? It feels like you're being really, my head's tingling. It feels like you're being really honest with yourself and disarmed here, where maybe you've been defensive about something in particular, but it's showing me that you're just being really honest and real with yourself about where maybe you've been compromising your authentic self here. Or like the way that you think about something, your perspective maybe has been influenced by your surroundings, by, like, I'm not seeing this be nefarious on your behalf, like chosen. I'm seeing this being something that was influencing you and you weren't totally aware of it. Now you're becoming aware of it. You don't want anything to do with it because it's not true to you. So with Gemini being highlighted here, this could be groupthink. This could be, you know how they say that like energy is contagious. The 5 people, I think they say, that you surround yourself most with, that you spend the most actual time with, they rub off on you. It's kind of the same as like the concept of show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are, right? Show me your closest relationships and that gives me a pretty clear read on the kind of person that you are. Like basically, we are in some part what we surround ourselves with. I think there's something here that you are realizing you've been susceptible to the influence of, and it's like you're realizing that you don't love the influence that this thing has actually had on you. But I like it because you're showing me that you're in the energy of the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, with this card that says, the hectic maintenance of cool is not a game that interests me. Being true to my own integrity and talent does very much interest me. So I think you're realizing that there's something here where maybe you got caught up in, maybe you have a lot of people around you, or you've been consuming a lot of social media, and there's like something that is trendy to be into, or something that's considered cool but isn't necessarily. It's coming through as something that you kind of got wrapped up in or caught up in, but now that you're like being real with yourself, you're like, I don't even believe that, or like, I don't even, that's not even how I think, you know, like I got caught up playing this or like caring about how I come off, but like whatever this is doesn't truly interest me. What actually is my strength is having the courage to be authentically myself and say, you know, F the haters or F people who are going to try to judge me or limit me. Knowing what I stand for and why, what I'm capable of with confidence, and then embodying and expressing myself truly in alignment with that is where your strength is. Being a trailblazer, being the one who, you know, goes where no man has gone before. You're an energy of vast expansion, ruled by Jupiter, right? You're often the one that like leads the way into the unknown. You're not really one of the signs that like is like following the leader. or one of the signs whose strength is like refining, perfecting, mastering the established way. Like that's a strength in itself. It's just not, your strength is again like pushing the limits. Stuff like higher learning, like why am I so itchy here? I think that mosquito bit me in a specific spot because there's an itch there now that wasn't there before. It's like expanding your perspective though to dive deeper into philosophical things, or to bring new depths of wisdom that are based on something deeper than just information, right? Traveling or expanding your perspective to consider other ways of being, other world views, things like that. This is your nature, and these things give you the strength that you have. And these are the things that you want to be true to. So with the Ace of Coins in reverse here, this influence on the way that you see or perceive something, it has either prevented you from aligning with an opportunity that that is very much for you. Like it's either essentially created resistance or a block around an opportunity that you want, or it caused you to kind of accept or align yourself with an opportunity that you're now, in seeing the truth, you're like, actually, I don't fuck with that. You know? I don't fuck with that. Upon further reflection, I don't fuck with you. Right? There's something like that coming up. And it is coming through as kind of like this moment where you like shake your head and you're like, what am I doing? Like, why am I chasing external validation? Or like, why do I care what these very like, I don't even want to say it in a judgmental kind of way, but what do I, like, why do I care what these vanilla, very like robotic, like clone type people that just are like sheeple, basically. Why do I give a fuck what they think about what I'm doing with my life, right? There's something here about that. And you don't need to compare and like put others down to feel good about yourself, but there's something where you're like, why am I giving their opinion so much weight? Or why am I allowing something to influence me when it doesn't really align with me? So basically, you're in the energy during eclipse season of the recognition of something that pulls you out of alignment with yourself, with expressing yourself in an authentic way that highlights your strengths, your values, your integrity, and your potential, your talent. Okay. Your focus, direction, or aim. I love that you're just like, let's put on our cowboy hat. Let's jump on that bull. Let's ride 'em cowboy. Let's just lean into these energies. That's the Sagittarian I know and love. So what you're aiming at or focused on is this energy of transformation, Plutonian energy, and the 10 of Wands in reverse. Like, if it doesn't align, hold one moment. Let me drop it like it's hot so that I can profoundly and rapidly... This is so Sagittarian. I mean, you come right after Scorpio. So you have this boldness around that transformation that even though it is Scorpio's strength, it still sometimes scares them. I mean, even go watch the Scorpio read if you want a totally clear like sign of how that can happen. You've moved beyond the overwhelm of intensity and you welcome expansion and the transformation required for the expansion, because it's like you have that extra little bit of perspective around that scorpionic energy. So you get less attached, you're mutable fire as well, right? You're more okay with like burning shit down that doesn't serve you. Doesn't mean you have to burn bridges, but you're not as attached to, you're not fixed, you're not attached or tied to or married to certain energies. When you find that something has reached its expiration, or it doesn't work for you anymore, or that it's preventing your expansion, you generally have this boldness where you're not afraid to lean into that transformation. And that's what I see you focused on. What's the 10 of Wands? You're okay with dropping something that feels a bit heavy though, or it's like it's added unnecessary, I'm getting internal tension and conflict. Like it maybe has made you doubt yourself, or it just has introduced, it's almost coming through as like you've been considering things that are sort of irrelevant. It's making me think of the this little meme that I have, and it's like, let me see if I can find it, because I feel like this is also very Sagittarian. Yeah. This is what I see here. This little guy, this little alien skateboarding, and he's like, oh wow, your opinion is irrelevant to my oh, it says context. Oh no, it does say context. I read it as content for some reason. Interesting. Content, the content of who you are. The opinion of a group, or just external validation or opinions at all, you're like, wow, that is totally irrelevant. It's almost like it's my life and I can do and be whatever and whoever I want, right? It's almost like I'm a limitless being and I'm the architect of my own destiny and nobody gets to tell me anything, you know? It does sound rebellious and extreme, but also, like, where's the lie? And this is why sometimes you have to believe in your own delusionally expansive way of thinking. And I say delusion with these air quotes because it's every time you trust that, like, that conviction, that brave boldness within you, you end up proving yourself right, that it wasn't delusional to do so at all. You know, I think that there's, don't quote me on this, you might want to double check, fact check this, but I've heard a lot of people say that there's like a disproportionate amount of Sagittarian celebrities, and it's because Sagittarians are like the ones crazy enough to try. They're the ones crazy enough to like choose to believe that something's possible, even if it seems insane. And then they put themselves out there and then they achieve the thing, you know, it's really powerful. But you're not afraid to drop dead weight when it's not, if it's not serving you. Not out of cruelty or flakiness, but just because you have that perspective, you can see that going along with something that's not in alignment with your authentic self steals your personal power. And no matter how that might seem on the surface or in the moment to serve the highest and best good of something else, ultimately that's a lie. Because the individual is a part of the whole, and we are all unique and need to show up with our individual boldness, strength, confidence. We need to fulfill our own destinies and our own roles and show up just as that might not even be anything super specific or like, you know, in a box, like here's your very specific purpose. Most of the time it's just being your authentic self, embodying and expressing yourself in alignment with your your essence, your integrity, and your potential. That's enough. That's more than enough. God knows that's more than enough, because it does take a lot of strength. It does take balls. And I think Sagittarians are here to inspire others when that is difficult. Because you can see the bigger picture, the philosophy, like why staying boldly calibrated with your authentic self is one of the most important and valuable things that we can do. And anything that you need to drop that is preventing you from doing that, it's not even personal. It's just those influences are in one particular kind of alignment that works for them and is necessary for whatever reason, but it's also not where you need to be. And that's okay. Those truths can exist simultaneously. But you're dropping something for the sake of deep transformation, and the transformation is to further align you with your own personal power so that you can manifest something with the fullness of your like directed energy. Okay. So your guidance is the Hanged One, the Hanged Man, Neptunian energy. Okay. It's interesting. For some reason, this Hanged Man card is really standing out to me strongly. And specifically the fact that she is hanging by this really loosely, this pink thread that is not even tied. It's not even secured around her ankles. It's just kind of loosely hanging there. It's like the illusion of being bound by something. Maybe the state of suspension still carries some sort of value or purpose, but know that like that suspension is not a jail cell. It's not a life sentence. It's not you being shackled and like not having the key. Necessary as it may be, or valuable as it may be for a time, you don't need to stay there. And you don't even need to feel disempowered by that in any way, that state. Tell me more about the Hanged One. Why is this Sag's guidance? I don't know how this is relevant because I'm not actually hearing any of the song lyrics, which is weird. Normally I channel songs, but they're just giving me the song name, which is Hang Me Up to Dry. I think it's by the Cold War Kids, I think. Pretty sure. Maybe that is relevant, or maybe you want to go listen to that song or look at the lyrics yourself. The Five of Wands. It landed like this. Okay. There's something here with the rose for the head, the pink thread. There's something here about the heart. I think there's something that you've allowed it to stay in a level of proximity to you because you care about it. For some of you, this could be an old friend group, an old community, or your family. But it's almost coming through as if there's like, yeah, the 10 of coins, the 3 of swords. For some of you, this could even be work, like a work environment or something like that. There's been secret competition, like a snake in the grass, but not where you've expected it, because I think you've been staying accessible to something or someone because you were coming from the heart. But your guidance is like to know that you're not bound here. Nothing is actually keeping you here. And even if you have felt restricted, that's because you weren't conscious of the impact of what was happening here. So you can even keep these people, these circumstances, this environment, you can stay in it. It's just now that you have this awareness that you're not going to comply. You weren't seeing it even before, right? But there's some sort of energetic influence that's coming through as like competition that's close to home. It could be something or someone that benefits from you not believing in yourself around a particular like goal or investment that you want to move towards. Speaking of like having really big dreams that might seem like kind of delusional to others, right? The other people are like, that makes no practical sense. And you're like, it doesn't have to, because I feel that it's right and I trust myself. Plus, fortune favors the bold. So, like, I'm going to have courage and go in that direction. You can stay here and be scared if you want, you know? But the 10 of Pentacles and the 7 of Pentacles, this is not a bad investment. This is an investment that is wise and is leading you to just further expansion of that wisdom and of knowing yourself authentically and coming into contact with, it feels like, maybe creating like a family or community of your own that is like, that is home. That is a space of genuine alignment and belonging for you. Or it's just a really abundant opportunity that reflects you being in alignment with yourself in a beautiful way. But it's like there's someone here who, or a group of people that maybe this could just be a group of small-minded people who, again, they're comfortable with like the status quo. They're comfortable with never challenging themselves. Just kind of like, and for some people, this is like the life that they incarnated to experience, right? Is like soft girl life or something like that. There's nothing wrong with this. I'm not highlighting it to say that your way is right and that this way is wrong. I'm just highlighting it to contrast that like this is not really your path in this life. And so conforming to it or being influenced by a group of people or a person who isn't really meant to push the limits or isn't really meant to take big risks or lead others necessarily, or be like a trailblazer in ways of thinking and doing. It's okay to still love those people, have those people around you, but also be able to differentiate that like that's your path and that's not my path. And even if you don't understand my path or my calling, that's okay. That doesn't mean that one is right and one is wrong just because we don't understand or even agree with one another, right? But I think that there's some level of disappointment, or like you stopped maybe believing in your own path, or believing that if you went for something you would experience disappointment or pain. Like you got a little bit ambivalent here, which isn't like you. And yeah, the Eight of Wands is Mercury in Sag, and it's here with the Two of Swords. It's here in the reverse with the Two of Swords. I think something made you question the conviction of your own heart and soul. Like, essentially put you in a bit of a state of wavering or being undecided about something that is a beautiful and aligned investment and is, you know, it's showing me is going to be very abundant. But I think that doubt was just coming from almost like, well, I'm hearing inheriting. For some of you, this does have to do with familial element. But basically like absorbing energies that feel a lot of tension and conflict when it comes to profound transformation, or like pushing the limits, or going where you haven't gone before, expanding, like challenging yourself through critical thought so that your own perception and philosophy can continue to evolve, right? It's that basically people that are a little bit more comfortable playing it safe, or they're meant to, again, like refine or master or whatever the established way of being. And that's okay. It's just, I feel like you've been absorbing some of this and you kind of forgot that your path is different. And that's okay. There's something here where, though, it's like you are not... It's interesting because it's coming through not as isolating yourself from something, not as like severing yourself from something, from this, just recognizing that you are free, like you are choosing to stay connected to this on your terms with healthy boundaries is what I feel like you're being guided to recognize. Yes, you genuinely care about something, and you can love something or someone and show up for them without abandoning yourself. You can realize you're not obligated, you're not tied down, you're not being forced. You're showing up and you can do so as yourself. You should do so as yourself. So you can be inside of this this context, this environment, this relationship, this connection, without compromising your true essence, without allowing your faith in yourself and in the magic of the universe to be deteriorated, but rather bringing that energy, infusing it, bringing in that energetic frequency, holding and sustaining it, and thus you become the energetic influence. You infuse your energy into the situation. So rather than these more hopeless, less inspired energies influencing you, you might actually end up inspiring them or pulling them outside of their comfort zone in a positive way, right? But there's something here where it's like there's an element of walking away, but it's more removing. It's like refining your expectations so that you're not disappointed. Not expecting someone to give you something that they don't have, right, to give. So being honest with yourself enough to basically be vulnerable about like, okay, I can't receive soul level like support and validation and feel that sense of recognition and belonging in the context of my family. because I'm the black sheep and I'm meant to be. They aren't meant to understand me because I'm meant to break generational patterns or something like that. I'm not meant to fall into alignment, right? And it doesn't mean that you need to completely hermit yourself or isolate yourself. It's just recognize that the fulfillment of that particular desire you're not going to find it. It doesn't lie within this particular environment, group, or relationship. You are meant to pursue your own authentic, like stay in alignment with yourself, and that's where that fulfillment's going to come through. So it's kind of saying just take a beat to hang out, remind yourself of who the F you are, where your heart is coming from, what you can and cannot healthily and with good conscience like where does compromise in order to collaborate turn into self-abandonment? Where's the line? Where's the boundary there? You're kind of redefining and then establishing that again within yourself so that you can move forwards with clarity, knowing what to expect, what not to expect, and how to not absorb or take in energies or perceptions or whatever the case may be that are just not helping you stay in empowered alignment with yourself and your own goals, right? Okay. So the gift of eclipse season for you is the Queen of Wands, the nurturer of wands in reverse. The Queen of Wands is very much Sagittarian energy to me. I think this is pretty straightforward. I think it's that the gift is that you're receiving a moment of very, very clear perspective here of what something is sort of pulling you out of alignment with yourself, or it's not like taking something personal or absorbing something from the environment. There's something that's deteriorating at your natural confidence, your authentic spirit, and so you're being given basically a little time out where you're receiving a massive amount of clarity so that you can reestablish, I heard continuity with yourself, coherence with yourself. I think there's something you are meant to manifest at this time. It's making me think of like the law of coherence. Basically, you don't want there to be any dissonance within the different bodies or elements of yourself, of your being. You want to be pretty much in full alignment so that the fullness of your energy can be directed in its full potency towards whatever you want to achieve. So seeing where you're being pulled out of alignment or where that energy is being scattered or thrown off is part of that. Okay, is there anything else for Sagittarius before I let them go? No. Yeah. You're dropping this. You're trading in the arduous Ten of Wands for this infusion of fresh, aligned, inspired energy that's coming from both your higher self with the purple and pink here. It's your own heart as well as higher guidance and internal, like intuitive knowing that is providing you the confidence to move forwards with this fresh energy, like to drop what is old and heavy and just what you know isn't really getting you where you need to go. It's like you're infusing life force energy back into yourself in the places where it's been depleted. Because I'm seeing you kind of as your own muse, your own source of inspiration. It's like you are refueling and lighting yourself back up here. If your flame has been dwindled down, you're the one fanning it and bringing it back up into a wildfire that no one can contain. That's all you, babes. So hot. I love it. That's so sexy. I love people who are like, I'm going to do no harm, but also take no shit, and I'm going to be me unapologetically, because nothing is sexier than you being you. It doesn't matter who the fuck you are. Everyone else is taken. Be you. Be you. But there is also something specifically here about getting back in tune with this energy. It's going to show you where you haven't been fully following your heart. And that is kind of what's caused a slight misalignment that hasn't maybe allowed for, like, it hasn't allowed you to know how to show up, to collaborate in a particular environment, relationship, or opportunity that you actually really do want to see succeed, transform, or move forwards. So once you receive this information and you kind of take a moment to renew yourself and to just like really recalibrate, the truth of your heart is going to become more clear, and you'll be able to commit to and invest in that. You'll have the energy because you'll have rooted out and released the stuff that you were giving to that wasn't actually, it was scattering or depleting your energy instead of moving you in the direction that you're going, that you want to go, basically. Okay? Okay. Love you, Sag. We're going to move on now. We're moving on to Capricorn. I hope you have an amazing eclipse season, though. It looks like you're being a baddie, so I'm not too concerned. Your message was also quite... it was somewhat to the point. Rebellious is your middle name. Go get him. Your two sisters are Gemini. God help you. And your North Node's in Scorpio. Also God help you, but also God bless you, because we need the intensity. Sea goats time. It is. It is. Okay. How are you guys doing? I'm looking at the chat in case you couldn't realize. I'm back to say hello. What is up? Okay. Floating around. I need to stretch my legs and there's nowhere to stretch. Let me just extend in that direction there a little bit. Oh my gosh, that feels really fantastic, actually. Okay. Okay, we're gonna move backwards from. Okay. All right. I'm just gonna move this. What's up, Josephine? Good morning, baby. Oh my God, I just saw the time. I'm like, holy fuck. It's like 5:30 in the morning here. If you guys are like, I'm concerned about Lisa. Did she just stay awake through the entire night? My sleep schedule has been so messed up. It normalized and then got messed up again. With the eclipse season energies, I'm assuming. But it normalized briefly, and then I didn't sleep at all, not last night, but the night before. Against my will. I tried, but didn't sleep at all. And then yesterday I cleared my sleep debt and I literally like woke up at 4 p.m. today. My body is like fluctuating. You are concerned regardless? Well, you shouldn't be. My body's getting all of its needs met. It's just doing so somewhat erratically for reasons unknown. I know, well, actually, I do know the reasons. It's just the intensity and, like, erraticness of the energy currently, because if anything, I've implemented more healthy habits to keep myself grounded than I have ever, you know, focused on before. So I'm like, I know it's not me not doing the things. I know that I'm being responsible. I'm doing my part. However, shit's still crazy out here, so we're blaming it on these wild, energetic streets, and we're rolling with it. Do as I say, not as I do, kids, okay? No, I'm just kidding. I hope that your guys' energies aren't as, like, all over the map, but for me, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, just it is my reality that I am a pretty sensitive person. So when the collective energies are a lot, it affects me a lot. And that's okay. Okay. All right. Cappy. Where are my cappies at? Where are you at? I feel like this chat's still not working. Okay, show me Capricorn's energy. Let's just close out all energetic residue from previous signs. Let's see what's going on with my caps. All right. Show me Capricorn's energies here. Yeah. Clear and direct messages for Capricorn. Certain struggles associated with having Saturn as your daddy. I'm seeing them. Seeing them a little bit here. Okay. Show me Capricorn's energy. Oh man. Well, my Capricorn stellium is like, here's looking at you, kid. I understand the struggle. I understand the struggle. This is actually... It's actually kind of beautiful. I'm gonna do my Piscean best to help you see that. Help. I almost said to help convince you, but no. Just gonna help you see it. Okay. I wonder if this needs to be as bright as it is. Does it? Or is this, can this be less aggressive and you're still okay? Because I would prefer it to be less aggressive. Okay. Capricorn. Okay. Capricorn. I feel like people don't talk enough about the sense of humor that Capricorn has. Like, I just... Also, I feel like not enough tarot readers, maybe they don't actually experience the energy this way, but I feel like not enough intuitives talk about how funny it is that, like, the specific energies and senses of humor and, like, nuances in how each sign communicates totally come through when I'm channeling each sign, and I think it's so funny. I think it's just so funny sometimes. It makes me, like, appreciate each sign so much more. I feel like I get to dip my toes into your energy and dabble with you guys when we go through this. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just see here. Where are we at for the timestamp? What's up, Crystal? Hello. Not the heavy sighs. I'm so sorry. Not even the fun kind of daddy. I know. Embrace masochism. It works for Scorpio. Learn to love the pain. Okay, let's see. Radiant Rising. Okay. 8 or 9. All right, Capricorn. My lips are super dry. It might just be because I have a fan directly pointed at my face to keep me cool. Anyways, hi Capricorn. All right, darlings, let's take a look. Let's look at what's being highlighted for you specifically during this eclipse season. I'm gonna see what's getting shaken up, what you got going on. Okay, so this is kind of funny. I feel like your dry sense of humor is coming through a little bit, and I love you for it. Or maybe you don't find it funny, but just the way that you're conveying it to me is just making me love you even more than I already do somehow. But basically, there's a situation where I think that spirit is trying to like draw your awareness or bring you into a space of gratitude. The heart is absolutely being like amplified or magnified, or it's really here pretty loud and proud as the most impactful or influential sort of energy during this season for you. All that pink plus the Ace of Cups, even though it's here in reverse, but it's here with this card of gratitude. I think you're just fighting it though. You're like, pretending to have a good time, secretly hate it here. Hate it here. Would Irish exit this party in 2 seconds if I had the chance. But since Spirit's telling me to be grateful for where I'm at, here I am, so grateful for this current experience. It's almost coming through as like Spirit's like, love the journey, not just the destination. And you're like, I'm loving this journey. But in your head, you're like, are we fucking there yet? You know, it's coming through as that. Energy doesn't lie, babe, but I love you so much. You're like, I love this. I fucking hate this. But I know that it's necessary, or it's part of the process, or it's part of the work that can't be skipped. This is very much like someone who's tired of being ruled by Saturn, being like, well, here we are again at this impasse where I must, you know, enjoy the journey or the process. And really, it feels arduous. Like, it doesn't feel like the best time. I'm not super enjoying this. What's the Ace of Cups in reverse, though? Some of you even feel like you're kind of it's almost like you're being asked to be grateful for like the heartbreak, the things that have not worked in the past. It's not just because you're like a sucker for pain. That's not the ultimate end goal, though. The goal is to be grateful for, I think, like what hasn't worked out so far, because I feel like it's leading you to what is for you. It's almost like the desires that you've had for certain wishes to be granted thus far haven't been fulfilled because they were subpar, and you're meant to experience something grander, greater, more aligned, more abundant, more whatever you thought the other thing was. What you're meant to actually have is like everything you wanted plus a million things that you want and didn't even know you wanted, right? It's like whatever was not granted to you thus far wasn't granted because it would have been subpar, and Spirit's like, you deserve the best, though. You are a Capricorn after all. And so Saturn, which you're in the energy of, by the way, here's your energy. Here's Daddy. The World is the card associated with Saturn in the major arcana. So this is your energy through eclipse season. But I kind of like it because even though Saturnian energy, it can feel harsh. It can feel black and white, right? It can feel like, no, it is that simple. Like you do not pass go. You do not collect $200 until you learn the friggin' lesson and you don't cut the corner, right? It can feel like a little militant. But ultimately, the black and white are just two sides of the same coin. They're just dualities that are connected. Infinitely connected, right? We're over here with the light. We're over here with the shadow. What goes around comes around. It's all connected. There's an energy, though. Tell me about the Ace of Cups in reverse first. What's the Ace of Cups in reverse? Okay. Okay. There's a connection here that you're not making. It just clarified it because I have the Oracle deck here sitting with the bottom card face up. And as I was looking at the Ace of Cups, which I'm trying to clarify, do you notice anything synchronistic about these cards? All right. So this is clarifying that. So there's something that has felt like an unsolvable mystery, a cold case, you know, but you keep seeking resolution because I think that this is something that it's like it hurts your heart to not understand why something has had to be the way that it has been. Whether that's like your life following a specific trajectory, certain dreams being fulfilled, others not, certain pain, rejection, abandonment, grief that you've had to experience. It is giving a little bit of an energy of like, why has it had to be so hard though? Specifically this one area that Spirit is trying to direct your energy into a space of gratitude. It's like you're trying to reach that state of gratitude through understanding why, right? Maybe if I can understand, then I can be grateful. Like if I can understand the lesson within the grief, then maybe I can integrate that and resolve that within myself so that that resistance isn't there. And I can finally close out a big cycle that's felt heavy, you know? You're really trying to understand. And I think that killing myself just to understand you, I think the you in this is just like your path, or even like Spirit's guidance, or your higher path. Like you're trying to understand this, where you feel like you've been divinely guided and you're like, but what was the point of that? Like, why did I have to experience that? This card also came out. This quote: "Love one another, but make not a bond of love. Let it rather be a moving sea between the shores of your souls." For a lot of you, it's love that you haven't experienced yet in the way that you really want to. You've accomplished other things in your life. There's something about the heart. It's either love specifically or just something that requires radical acceptance so that it can unfold on its own, maybe outside of your understanding. So I feel like this is either love, like relationships, romantic relationships, or it's just your relationship to trusting spirit or trusting your higher self, having faith in the greater forces that guide you without always having to understand. Knowing that if you don't understand, it's because you're in an in-between space, and with patience, things will be revealed. Things will resolve themselves. You don't need to always kill yourself trying to seek that understanding. But I do understand, like, I do get that. When you feel tethered to a certain path that is seemingly not leading you into a level of fulfillment in one particular area where you really desire it, that can be disheartening after some time, right? And again, Saturnian energy, it doesn't cut corners. It's like the cycle's done when it's done. When you've really learned the lesson. But I think there's something here about the lesson being, you're going to probably want to bitch slap me through the screen, and just remember that I love you so much, and I also have a Capricorn stellium. But like, Saturn is literally the strongest, like, energetic signature in my freaking chart. So may the force be with us, am I right? Just love this. Only the strong. But they're like, you'll get to the destination when you truly feel gratitude for the process. And when you see the process and like the path that it took you to get to fulfillment and satisfaction, when you see the path clearly, AKA through the lens of gratitude from the heart, authentic gratitude, like really seeing the gift that your path or this process or journey, seeing the gift of that before you get to the end. Feeling, it's kind of like reminding me of manifestation in that it's like, put yourself in the energy of already having the thing, and therefore being in the energy of full gratitude, not anticipation of the thing, but gratitude as if you already have it. Let your heart be warm and overflowing as if you already have the thing that you long for the most. Because it's not about understanding why something needed to be the way that it did. It's about seeing the gift in the way that things have been. And then not like allowing yourself to love your life without crushing expectation that you ultimately place on yourself or allow yourself to absorb or inherit. And it's gonna weigh you down, you know? Life is meant to be, you know, we're meant to live in a liberated, free, and loving and open way. Love, of all things, is not meant to be a bond or a cage or something that limits, right? But life in general, we're kind of meant to flow with the experience and enjoy it, right? The good, the bad, the ugly. It's all just a cyclical part of the experience. Life and death, dark and light, highs and lows, summer and winter. Move between the shores of these two sides, right? And know that you're free within them. Within, you know, those boundaries of your experience. You're free within those extremes. There is something closing out, though. There is something that's reaching. With the world here being the energy that you're in, you might be actually closing something out without even realizing that you are during eclipse season, because you're so focused on like, this has not been emotionally fulfilling, like I'm not stoked about this. You could actually be reaching a little bit of a breaking point where some of you might even feel a bit depressed. Like this high contrast, this high contrast could be very relevant to you at this time. You could feel like you're completely in a dark place, or even like, yeah, a dark night of the soul, or, you know, just a low, bogged down space. But I think that the perception of being in that space is just coming from this, like, I need to understand why something hasn't happened. When you drop that and allow yourself to just flow freely within the experience, understanding that every step you take is ultimately a gift. Life is a gift. This experience is a gift. And every step that you take in alignment with yourself here is leading you to exactly what your spirit signed up to fulfill in this lifetime. You can't fucking miss it. You really can't. But we all sign up to move through, you know, a particular journey of spiritual growth, of soul evolution, to get to the end goal for like what our soul wanted to strengthen, expand upon, experience in this particular lifetime, right? And not very often, very rarely actually, but sometimes, actually it's very rare that a Capricorn gets to this point where they're like, why is my path so fucking hard though, and everyone else just is seemingly just, you know, getting what they want left, right, and center. It's not an energy of feeling bad for yourself necessarily, it's just an energy of being like, but I don't understand. Like, why does it have to be this way? Does it have to be this way? You know, why did I choose this? There is a reason. And it will be revealed to you through the closure of this cycle, which I think you're closer to than you realize. So what you're currently focused at, or what you're aiming towards, or the direction here that you're focused on, is this Time card with the Queen of Wands. Mm-hmm. Okay. Why the Queen of Wands? I think you're partially seeing the truth. There's just like a key element that you're missing. I think you're noticing, you know, the polarities, the dualities of your experience, right? Sun and the moon, and how over time things cycle. Like you go up, you go down. What comes up, or what goes up must come down, kind of thing, right? You're recognizing that you've gone through highs and lows, ups and downs, but you're sort of saying, like, in terms of your confidence, that has also been somewhat inconsistent, specifically around one particular area. You're kind of highlighting that you've had a difficult time consistently maintaining this level of confidence, specifically from the heart with the green. Like really committing to your heart with confidence in the way that you commit to other goals and areas of your life, and then you just like get her done, you know? There's something about you not trusting your heart as much, or not having as much gratitude even with the lessons that you've had to learn through your heart space, because something about that has made you feel more insecure, or you've experienced a lot of pain in that area, whereas like maybe you've taken it a bit personally. And in contrast, in the area of like your work life or skill development, more practical skill development or something like that, it's almost like you recognize that the things that, like where you needed to fall and then get back up again, you can equate that to like, well, I was just learning a new skill. That was just me being a beginner at that. And it feels like you can embrace gratitude because you're like, well, that was skill development or whatever. Like it did strengthen me overall, or it added to my toolbox of skills or strengths or knowledge, ways to be useful in a practical sense, which maybe is why you haven't really connected that gratitude to your heart yet, because it's like you're failing to see the practical function of the lessons that you had to learn around your heart. And why confidence in that area has been difficult to like sustain or trust. Is there anything? Oh. Yeah, you're looking at this not just for the sake of like, let me look at this and feel like shit about myself. That's not it. You're looking at it because you want change. You're trying to be honest with yourself to, again, to understand something so that you can shift it. Why have I not been able to move confidently and like consistently from the heart, or with an open and trusting heart space? Or why have I felt blocked in the area of emotion or love? It's like logically here, the King of Swords, you can see what you desire. And I feel like you desire to create a more abundant or fulfilling experience in this part of your life. So you're just kind of trying to suss out like, why has that resistance held fast when I've been giving intentionally to dropping resistance, or like eliminating the ways that I get in my own way? I think Spirit is saying you just have to be patient a little bit longer. You're focused right now on how long something has taken, or why like the process has been so arduous. And it's almost like a watched pot doesn't boil, right? Like you're so close to closing out this cycle, but it's almost like right at the end, you're at the breaking point of that. And because you don't recognize it as that breaking point, or that frustration or tension being associated with, well, that's there because you're just at the final, like you're just breaking through the final bit of resistance. So it feels like the most tension. It feels like the most strong resistance because you're right at the climactic point of it, right? But you're not associating the difficulty with the ending. So it's coming through just as like you focusing on how long something is taking, how heavy something feels, the need to understand and make sense of something. But really right now is the most important time to let go of all that and just surrender. Surrender to moving freely within your current experience, but from a place of love and gratitude, from a place of knowing that you are liberated. You're not stuck there. You're not being held there. You're not being punished. every wave that you ride on top of, or are, you know, like kind of crashes on top of your head, it's all taking you to where you need to be. And you're gonna see that soon. Just don't give up faith, because you're really close. All right, I get it though. Saturnian energy can be very, sometimes you just want a hug and you want to be told that everything's okay and that, like, I'm proud of you and you've done your best. And it just sometimes feels like Saturn sees that that's what you need, but still meets you with tough love, like isn't capable of giving that. And I get that. I get how hard that can feel. I really do. But what Saturn teaches you with that tough love is, like, anyone else would have probably fucking walked away or given up. You've learned resilience. You've learned, whether you fully see it now or not, you have gained a confidence and an understanding and resilience and gratitude for your experience and for yourself that you need to carry into the love or the fulfillment of whatever this desire is that's coming next. Everything has been a prerequisite and has been for a reason, and that reason will make itself known to you. None of it was like meaningless, useless suffering. Yeah, the High Priestess in reverse, the Emperor. Because you're not meant to be just the Knight of Cups. You're meant to be the Emperor to the Empress. Like, you're meant to have a really powerful and influential, like maybe a power couple sort of relationship, or your counterpart that your heart and soul signed up to, like, connect with and be in love with and spend your life with maybe in this incarnation is, it's a big love. Like, it's like the lovers, it's the Emperor and the Empress. And so you had to evolve into the Emperor in all areas, but especially, you know, in regards to your heart, to really be prepared to have this beautiful experience. And certain things, if you want to experience them, you have to, like, go through the training. If you want to climb Mount Everest, well, you should probably train, or else you're gonna die. Even if you do train, you could still die, right? But it's like certain things require more preparation, and it doesn't mean that they're not worth it. I want to make sure that the stream is still going, because I just had like a fearful moment that it cut out. Okay, we're good. What's up, Andrea? Okay. What time are we at here? Okay. So, your guidance and your gift. It's interesting because we have both the 4 and the 3 of Cups, and they're both in reverse here. Okay. So your guidance is the 4 of Cups in reverse, and the gift is the 3 of Cups in reverse. Do your level best, babe, to point the strength of your own will, to point your determination and your resilience that you have built. Flex that muscle in the direction of not letting yourself give up, not allowing the current circumstances or how tired you are to push you to throw in the towel or to be disheartened. That boot camp was for something. That training was for something. And it's coming. The gift is that you have not been allowed to align with that which is less than what you signed up for, less than what you genuinely desire from the core of yourself. The only things that you've missed out on, or the things that have rejected you, they weren't for you. Not because you weren't enough for them, or because something was wrong, or because you were being punished, but because there's something better for you. Things that you thought you wanted, they may have resonated with you on a surface level, but you would have inevitably reached a point of resistance, can I talk? Or an impasse that would have caused you pain had you been granted something that wasn't for you, or wasn't truly aligned with the essence of you and what you came here to experience. It would have eventually, you might have like loved that initial fulfillment or success, but it would have hurt you down the line because it just wasn't for you. Yeah, it would have fallen apart no matter how much work you tried to put into it, because it's not what is for you. It's just it is as simple as that. It is as black and white as that. And the thing is, like, there's this Saturnian energy, but there's also this tenderness that I feel to that truth. That it's almost like Saturn is saying, I wasn't being hard on you by not giving you what you wanted. I wasn't busting your balls. I was protecting you because I love you. And maybe this is Saturn, or maybe this is spirit. Maybe this is your highest self. I protected you from what you thought you wanted because I love you and I want the best for you. I want what is actually for you. I want what is actually capable of fulfilling you in a way that allows you to be free and confident and yourself. The gift that you are meant to receive, or what you are truly in alignment with in this life, is something that is going to, like, when you get this thing, you're going to be so overwhelmed with gratitude that there's going to be a point where you look back at everything that you struggled through and endured. Why do I feel like I'm going to cry? And you're going to say, I would fucking do every single bit of it again because I know that it's bringing me here. And you're going to be so proud of the strength of your spirit and so grateful that you fucking stuck it out. And you're closer than you know. So just hold on. I mean, let go of, like, the grasping, but don't give up. Okay? I love you. We're going to move on to Aquarius, but I love you. I know how hard it can be for you sometimes. And I hate to see you struggle because I love you, but I can also feel I can feel what you're made for. And it's big. And you know that too. Okay. Let's move on to Aquarius. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Aquarius. Yeah. Those goats. I think your sensitivity sometimes gets missed because you are so strong. Often, like, the most sensitive are truly the most strong, because to carry that sensitivity through all that this life asks us to endure is a big ask. Let's be honest. It's a task that is large. So don't ever get it twisted. Your sensitivity does not cancel out your strength. Okay. Turn that down a little bit. All right. So let's see what's going on for Aqua. Those are the decks I'm going to use for Pisces. Okay, good. Got this sorted out here. Okay. Aquarius. What's going on with the homies over here? Let me open up the chat and see what's happening. Love you too. The struggle is real and I am panicking. Mwah. You got this. I love you, bestie. I have faith in you. What's up, boo-boo? Bo-bo? Bow-bow? Boo-boo? Aquarius. Where are my little aliens at? I love Aquarians, and I've been connecting with a lot of you. I always kind of connect with a lot of you, but always grateful. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You booked your flights to Japan? Ooh. Exciting. The plot thickens. Okay. Let's see. Hopefully I will be joining you on the other side of the globe sooner rather than later. I'm ready for the next phase of my epic adventure to also begin. Wrapping things up here. So let me just claim that. Let me claim that Capricorn reading as well for myself. Okay. Let's see. No, hopefully, just a it's happening. All right, let's clear the energies completely, and let's tune into the messages for Aquarius, my Aquarian babes. If you guys are just coming in, there will be timestamps in the pinned comment as soon as I am done. But if you want to scroll back, you can use the little GIF in the top right-hand corner of the screen there to see where each sign changes, and you can probably locate where you want to be from that for now. But thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe if you want to chill with me again. If you want to support me and chill again, which I would love. Okay. Aquarian's energy for eclipse season. Let's see. Saw something glitch. Did I see something glitch? Ah, okay. What are these? Are these? I do feel like those are the cards, though, for over here. Let me just double check with my pendulum, but I'm pretty sure. Is this Aquarian's current focus or aim? Both of these cards, yes. And this is what's influencing. Yeah, okay. Okay. A little bit intense, but that's okay. It's a little bit par for the course here. Show me Aqua. Why do I feel this like so interesting? It's almost like there's a sheepishness, like an embarrassment, or even this energy of shame, but it's around like embodying duality or being able to hold different truths or polarities at the same time. It's kind of interesting to me that for Aquarius is very much like a sign of evolution and empowerment, you know, like you leveling up because you're fixed. Well, Aquarius is fixed air. So in order to do that, to transcend basically up above the perception of like a rigid black and white, or yeah, to transcend up above that and expand beyond that rigidity is a sign of humility and profound growth and mastery over yourself. So, but it's almost like after being fixed, or when I say rigidity, I just mostly mean like fixedness, right? Like having a fixed truth is not always bad, obviously. Knowing how you feel, where you stand on things, what you believe. But then you also want the humility, the discernment, the wisdom, right? To see when that becomes restrictive, so that you don't get stuck there, because there's no growth there, right? And like never learning anything new and just staying with this like one unchanging truth till the end of time. It doesn't allow for evolution. And there's something here where, because it's new for you maybe to like see things from many different angles, or because you're shifting something, a way of being or an understanding, a truth maybe that you have believed or, you know, stuck to for some time, it's almost like you feel like you're doing something wrong, or you're sheepish or embarrassed, like, oh, I've stood for this with such conviction for so long and now I'm changing my mind. Like, that's embarrassing, or that makes me weak. No. It's a sign of strength. It's just new energy being infused into an area where something wasn't moving. And it's a good thing. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, that escalated quickly. I love you. I love you. It's not meant to feel like a secure and safe time, necessarily. No. It's meant to feel like a revolution. Yes. You are the revolutionary babies, so let's timestamp you. Who's gonna lead the age of Aquarius and that whole, you know, profound shift and revolution, if not you? It's your time. It's not just about the age of Aquarius, though. Have a good workout, love. All right. Let's see. I need to see this timestamp. 9:28. Okay. These energies. Okay. Hello, Aquarius. Hi, angels. I hope that you're doing well. Let's take a look at what's going on for you. What's being highlighted in the insanity and the chaos, the madness of eclipse season. Let's see what's going on that wants to be highlighted for you. Okay, so what's impacting you most? What's the most influential energy for you through this eclipse season? Okay, it's showing up as, drum roll, our good friend, the ever disruptive Tower. Awesome. Okay, Martian energy, the energy of Mars, is associated with the Tower. And you also have this oracle card of bushfires with fury. So, well, looks like you're having a great time. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's clarify this a little bit. I'm just getting this energy of like heating up though. Things are heating up. Things don't feel dire. But something that has been changing or been transforming in your life, it almost feels like it's now reaching that crucial breaking point where now things are heating up. Now the destruction, and destruction is just another form of creation, right? When you resort something to rubble, then, you know, you've destroyed the tower and you've created a pile of rubble that can then be built into something new, though, right? Destruction is a form of creation in itself. Again, like, there's two sides to the same coin. Aquarian's reading might be helpful for, or not Aquarius. You're Aquarius. Capricorn. Capricorn's reading might also be significant or aligned with you. Okay. So whatever has been transforming or experiencing a shakeup, it feels like that same energy is the influence that's the primary, like, impactful thing for eclipse season for you. It's just, it's reaching more of a violent and furious sort of place here, which is not necessarily bad. Okay, can you tell me about this Tower and Fury? Tell me more about this energy that's impacting Aqua. Okay. All right. Well, it's the Magician and the 10 of Cups, and the 9 of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. All right. Well, I'm not the most angry that I could be at it. I'm not angry at all about it. Why are you angry? You might not even be angry. This could just literally be indicating that this is coming in fast and furious and somewhat unexpected, with a little bit of like a force of nature, you know, coming in like a tsunami, coming in like a hurricane, coming in like an earthquake. Like, there's this sort of energy, like a wildfire, that is like, no, this force cannot be stopped. This force has momentum and fury behind it. But I feel like what's manifesting, like, something might be shaken up or something could be falling away, but what it's making space for, or what is coming in, looks pretty beautiful. I'm gonna wait for some more clarity as the reading unfolds, but for some of you, this is like partnership that's very aligned. Whether that's like, if you already have a relationship, then maybe your family's expanding. If so, then fucking congratulations, obviously. And that could be like you're getting a new pet, or you're pregnant, or your person's pregnant, or you're adopting, or, you know, you're fostering. Or for some of you, if you don't have that relationship already, then this is you manifesting that relationship that is your, you know, you're moving from the 9 of Cups, personal, emotional fulfillment and satisfaction, into a space where you're opening up to share that with someone more than you, or something more than you. And I think that's beautiful. So that's a really gorgeous, influencing energy for you. Even though it feels a little intense. I'm not gonna lie. Feels like it is intense. It's not intense in a bad way, though. It's just forceful. A force to be reckoned with. But I kind of like that it's coming in with that much force, because it's sort of indicating that, like, nothing's gonna stand in the way of this. Like, this thing is manifesting. no force on earth is gonna prevent that from happening. And I think that considering what is actually coming in and manifesting for you is meant to be reassuring and relieving more than anything. Okay, so your energy here through eclipse season, your energy is coming through as the Seven of Pentacles, and it's with this oracle card. Witness, healer, genius. Oh, it's you. Genius, belonging, and leader. Genius makes me think of Uranian energy. Uranus, you're like one of your rulers. It feels like you're just leaned back with some popcorn, honestly. You're witnessing something come to fruition. This is something you've been invested in. This is something you've been manifesting. You've been focused on this. The Seven of Pentacles is like, this didn't just pop up yesterday and catch your attention and you're like, I think I fancy this. I think I could vibe with that. No. The Seven of Pentacles indicates that you've already been invested and patient with something through like seasons of growth, through seasons of planting the seed and then gestation and you know, now it's harvest season is what it's looking like. And I think you're witnessing, you're seeing something from a place of more perspective where you can more deeply understand everything that like has everything that has contributed to something, to the creation of something, basically. Everything has had its place within the manifestation and the unfolding of something. Everything has belonged in kind of a genius way that maybe you didn't even recognize. Now you're just seeing how all the pieces, like, oh, as this is actually coming into fruition, I'm seeing like why that had to happen that way, or how everything kind of ties together, and it's kind of blowing your mind is what it looks like, or it will. Because you're realizing, even when you didn't realize it, you were the one steering this ship, babe. You've been leading this. And you've led it with such you should be really proud of yourself, Aquarius, because you've been true to yourself. You've been true to your values and your convictions. You haven't settled. You haven't given up. You haven't wavered. I mean, you may have had moments of doubt, but you didn't let it bring you down. You didn't let it make you give up. You've gone through a lot of phases in your commitment to something, and you've healed a lot through that process. You've learned a lot through that process. You've established your place somewhere and your certainty that you belong, that you deserve something. And you have led yourself, you've guided yourself there. So now as things are coming together, there really isn't much to do but sit back and just witness. Ooh, I just got goosebumps everywhere. Just witness what might seem like this sudden miracle that's just falling in your lap, but really it's, you know, the truth that like every single step and little bit of energy and attention and intention that you've put towards this, it's all been on purpose, and it's all been for a reason. It's all been building up to exactly what's coming into fruition now. So it feels like it's a time where you're just meant to witness that. But the energy's carrying itself with this momentum now because you've already put the fuel in the tank. And you've already been so clear and convicted about the direction and what it is that you're devoted to, that there is no way that that's getting like thrown off course or confused at this point. Okay, so your current aim, direction, or focus. So this is interesting. We'll clarify this a little bit. This is coming through as the Page of Wands or the Page of Swords in reverse, not the Page of Wands. And it's here with these oracle cards. Two of them came out. The Cave, Protection, and Gravity, Groundedness. Yeah. So with manifestation, right? You do all that is in your control, everything that you have power over. So what does that look like? Well, it looks like becoming really clear on who you are, who your, like what your true essence is, and then embodying and expressing yourself confidently from that place, which allows you to be very clear about what it is that you want, what it is that your desires, your needs are, and what the fulfillment of those would feel or look like. And then the other element is using your agency and your free will and your choice to make decisions that align with what you're trying to call in, right? And then beyond that point, outside of that, right, what does the magician do, right? They know what their skill is. They know that they're capable of performing these tricks or whatever. They assemble the tools and they put them out on the table in front of them. The wand, the cup, the pentacle, the sword. I'm like, what are we missing? The sword. But then there's this inexplicable, mysterious element of magic. And once you've done all that you can do, the last step is letting go of your manifestation, letting go of the desire, knowing that you've aligned with it and you've done what you can do. Then you just keep on showing up to the investment, but you trust. You don't like hyper fixate on it anymore. You don't doubt it. You just show up and you let the universe do the rest and show up and sprinkle that little magic something over over the order you've already put in cosmically, basically. And that is what fulfills it. Your ability to let go and trust allows the universe to complete that co-creation with you. So it feels like what the phase that you're at right now is like, I know that I don't really totally know exactly how something is going to fall together, but I'm choosing to focus on and rest in the belief that whatever falls apart, it's falling apart so that other things can fall together or can come together. And anything that's falling apart, I am protected from the fallout of that, or I'm protected from getting caught in crosshairs of that could harm me. It's basically like, I know that I've done what I can do. What I don't know, I don't need to know. What I don't know might actually even be protecting me from getting pulled out into this space of like ungroundedness or chaos. It feels like you're just focused on resting in the eye of the storm and allowing everything around you to unfold as it will, with an understanding that it is its own force. It is its own element that can't be controlled. And in that lies the magic ingredient, if you will. So I like that. The truth is, you are confident. The truth is, there used to be an insecurity in your own value and worth and what you deserved, and that's gone. There's something that through the process of committing, being devoted, discerning that devotion, and like re-outlining your reasons why you want something, why you deserve something, why you believe in something, doing that over and over again throughout this journey and this commitment has created somewhat of an unfuckwithable security within you. And that's why you're ready to receive whatever this is now. You hold the truth that it's important to keep in focus. The details that you don't know aren't important. You know, and you're resting in a space of faith and belief in the truth that matters, the truth that it is important for you to remember and lean on. You have that under your belt, so you're not seeking like all of the little details for how something's going to fall together, because you would get in your own way if you did that, and I think you know that. It's the part that most people struggle with the most when it comes to manifesting, is believing enough that you've done your part, that you can, again, not give up, but you can take your eyes off of it. You can go have lunch. You can go to a party, go out dancing, go to a concert, go hang out with your best friends. You don't have to sit at the side of this field and just wait to see a plant break through the soil. Like, you've planted the seeds. You know that you tilled the ground. You took care of everything. Okay. Me showing that I grew up in a small farming community in Alberta, Canada is coming through, but let me stop. But, it's like, that you've done everything that you needed to do. And so you're letting go so that you can get out of the way. Like you put something in motion. And now you're just trusting that momentum and enjoying watching it unfold, is what that feels like. Okay. But you haven't always been this certain and secure. And I think that's something that's important to appreciate within yourself while you watch this unfold. Appreciate what it took to build that up as well. Because that did take work and effort and, commitment too. So your guidance and your gift for this eclipse season, your guidance is the Hierophant in reverse. And your gift is the King of Pentacles in reverse. All right, double Taurian energy. In reverse. Fixed Earth meets the Fury of the Tower. Yeah. A Taurian person would not really fuck with this. I don't think, it's actually like wildly impressive that you are a fixed sign and you're still like, let's do this shit, Like I said before, like there is still an element of like, like maybe slight nervous laugh, slight like little eye twitch, but overall, you're killing it. It's not that easy to embrace change as a fixed sign, even when you know that you need it. Which is why I'm just highlighting that, like, this has been an ongoing process. This hasn't happened overnight. But the Hierophant and the King of Pentacles both in reverse. Yes, that is this there is a lot up in the air. There is a lot falling apart, but you're grounded. You have your own center of gravity amidst that. What's the Hierophant in reverse? your guidance, I think, is allow yourself to lean into that part of you that is more revolutionary and less traditional. Because there's something that's an established or traditional way, or something that most, like a way that most people take. Not necessarily like the road most traveled, but there's some traditional path that works for a lot of people and provides them with the security and, you know, stability that they desire. But that path isn't for you. The path that is for you is opening up now. So it's like there's something about your guidance being, let your path be different. Embrace. You're an Aquarius, so, but embrace your uniqueness. Embrace your genius. Embrace radically accepting yourself for all that you are, and understand that it takes guts to lead. It takes guts to be revolutionary. It takes guts to be out of style. But it's the people who dare to be out of style that create new styles. Those are the trendsetters. It's cooler to be out of style, but you know that. I shouldn't say it's cooler to be out of style. It's coolest to be true to yourself, no matter whether that's in style or out of style. Being true to you is timeless. It's classic, babe. It's as classic as all black everything, let me tell you. Who you are, the true essence of you, is not going out of style. Hierophant in reverse. You answer to a higher authority. It's interesting, right? Because this Hierophant card, it's like, this isn't even a physical being. It's like some person on a cloud in the mountains, you know? It's still a guru, or like a source of guidance, leadership, wisdom. But it's not like it's cosmic, or it's your higher self. It's not like the earthly leaders or validation that is traditionally sought and followed. There's something here where trust your in unconventional guidance, whether that's just coming from your own internal knowing or instincts or intuition, or whether that's coming from like a guide outside of you, or some combination of the two. Okay. But your gift being the King of Pentacles in reverse, let's clarify that a little bit. Hold on 1 second. My voice is getting a little bit. It's okay. My throat's just a tiny bit dry. King of Pentacles in reverse as your gift. It's kind of just coming through as like the shake up, the wake up, the shift. It's not an ending, although at first glance it could look destructive. It's bringing you into alignment with your highest evolution, expression, and embodiment of your authentic self. The King of Swords, this is you. The King of Pentacles, nothing wrong with him. He's just not your king. This is you. I think the gift is gratitude for yourself. I think that you're looking at where you didn't take the traditional route, where you didn't bend to the expectations or obligations of the status quo or cultural norms or, you know, what works for everybody else. You didn't compromise. You didn't seek something that, you know, is the traditional way to go about something, and that's paying off. And so I think that the gift is gratitude that you stayed true to you, because you sustained that internal alignment and empowerment. I mean, you're manifesting that which is your true counterpart. And that which is either a situation or a relationship or some form of evolution in your life that is going to be genuinely the most emotionally fulfilling and just satisfying a version of success that you personally could experience. It's beautiful. All the struggles to stay true to you, all the times that you were the black sheep, all the times that you had the unpopular opinion, or the times that people misunderstood you on purpose or looked at you like you were weird. All the times you stood in the margins, on the outskirts of acceptance. Baby, it was all worth it. It was so fucking worth it. And you should be proud of yourself. And I think you are. I love it. All right. Is there anything else for Aquarius before I let them go? No. What a way to kick off the North Node being in your sign. Make it rain, baby. Make it rain. I love it. All right, Aqua, we're moving on to Pisces. Get out of here. You don't even need this message anyways. You're already killing it. So, just kidding. But with the North Node in your sign, you are meant to lead here. You are meant to show us how it's done for this next phase. So, yeah. Embody your strengths, your unique strengths, so that you can lead the collective over the next couple years, to understand how to embody and express those energies in the most empowered and beneficial way for everyone. You know best, so you can lead. Now is really your time to lead. So, I love that you're starting things off this way. It means that the next 2-ish years with, you know, the nodes on your axis, it's kind of showing me that you can be trusted to do the best with the power that leadership or focus on your energy gives you. You're not going to let us down. I love that. Okay. All right, you're catching up on the Sag reading. Toothpick? Good. All right, guys, what's going on over here? Trying to stay grounded. It can be difficult. Yes, I understand. Yeah, people tend to fear and judge what they don't understand because they think that, I don't know, Psychologically, I suppose it makes sense, but it still limits and is a disservice. It would be better if we sought to just kind of like understand that which we didn't understand, or like allow that which is different from us to have a voice so that we could learn from it and we could become more whole and expansive as a result, right? But I think the natural instinct is to like, oh, that thing's not like me, which means, I don't know, it could highlight an insecurity that we have or something that we feel like we're lacking, or just sometimes we feel that if we don't understand something, that means that signifies like a lack of control. Like if I don't understand something, I can't control it. Well, maybe you weren't meant to control everything anyways, right? I get that it's hard though. And I do think Aquarius is a sign that is often misunderstood, but I also think that Aquarius is a sign that is built to endure that misunderstanding and actually make it work for them, like lean into the weirdness. And I think that that's fucking awesome. Personally, as an Aquarius Mercury and a Vedic Aquarian Sun, I am in full support of it. Be your freaky self, please. Be nothing less. Okay. Alrighty. Pisces. Pisces, where my bad bitches? Where my angel fishes? Where are my great white sharks at? Where are you at? Okay. Let's get it. That and this. Okay. Pisces. Where are my spicy Pisces at? My fellow fishy fam. Okay, you guys. So if you're just coming in, the timestamps will be up soon as I'm finished with Pisces. There are gifs in the upper right-hand corner of the screen here. If you want to scroll back, you should be able to see in general where your sign is, but those timestamps will be up shortly. Also, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging up. Thanks for hanging up. Thanks for hanging out. What the literal fuck? I need to end this. No, but I'm reaching the end of the reading, but I appreciate you guys being here so much. Don't forget to like and subscribe and show your girl some support if you're cool. I'm just kidding. If you feel so inclined. All right. I don't even want you to anyways, though. Reverse psychology. No, I'm just kidding. But I do appreciate all of you that leave comments and let me know how things resonate for you. That really means a lot to me, actually. Or if you just, however you know, even if you just send good vibes, and that energetic exchange is meaningful to me. So thank you for supporting. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see. Pisces. Okay. I'm gonna turn the brightness on my screen down a bit. All right, let's see what's going on for Pisces. Let's clear out all previous energies, the residue. Let's clear that out. And let's fully tune into Pisces. had like this crazy like wave of gratitude. Warm little fishy heart. Or let's be honest, warm big ass fishy heart. Every day in the life of a Pisces is like that scene from The Grinch where they're like, and his heart grew however many times that day. Just when you think it can't get any bigger. There she goes again, expanding to hold even more capacity for love. I can think of worse things, though, personally. Okay. There we go. Okay. Wow. Pisces. Man, you've really stuck with something. Wow, okay. Feels super powerful. Sorry, I'm just like getting downloads and I'm just getting progressively more. Just this energy feels so good. Okay. I'm also channeling stuff though. I'm channeling a song. Oh, who's that by though? I know it's called All In. I just don't know who it's by. Searching within my liked songs. Where are you? I was not, though. I was just searching in general. Okay. Oh, it's called I'm All In, not just All In. Well, my bad. Okay. Where go out of here? Let me see. Is this the song I'm thinking of? Yes. Okay. Let's get your tarot cards and then we'll get into this. Oh man, Pisces, there's so much coming through. I wonder if I should just timestamp you now and then start talking about some of this while I finish pulling your cards. Let me see, where's your timestamp? Let's see. Oh God, your sun and your south node, both in Aqua, huh? Yeah. You'll gain a lot from this, though. You'll gain a lot from having. I think you'll learn a lot about yourself from that, this transit. Okay. Okay. What's up, Pisces? Hi. We made it to you. I feel like I'm always like, we made it. As if I'm expecting us to not make it. Pisces, I feel like yours is the reading that my heart needs to close on. I feel like this is beautiful. So I'm not fully done pulling your cards yet, but a lot of messages are coming through. So I'm just gonna timestamp you here and start chatting with you if that's okay. Okay, so let me just get back to where I need to be here and turn the light down on my thing. Okay, so I'm channeling a lot here. So I was channeling this song called I'm All In. It's by the artist Babsy, B-A-B-S-Y. Okay, it's called I'm All In. I'm all in. Babsy. Okay? And it's a bop, I'm not gonna lie. It is a bop. But basically the lyrics, no fair way to say I've fallen, I'm all in, there's no other way to love it, I called it. Do you feel the same? Tell me that you do you? Do you feel the way I do? Well, there's something that it seems like you're really sure of how you feel about it, and you're all in. There's no doubt in your little Piscean heart that you want something, that you feel for something, that you believe in something. I was also channeling that saying. I also have a photo on my phone that says this, but it's like, we all start as strangers. I saw the Lovers card though at the bottom of the deck that I'm using for you, and this made me think of that, right? It's like, started here, now we here. Who knew, you know? Started from the bottom, now we here. Started from the bus as strangers, now we here. Now we soulmates. So there's something that's been a journey. It's like we started from there, and who knew that we'd get here? And I think that there's an element of that just being you with yourself and how far you've come, but there's also something else that's being reflected that you're fully devoted or committed to. And I think that you're focused on claiming something. You're focused on allowing your commitment, your devotion, your strength of feeling for something to inspire you, not scare you, to strengthen you, not feel like a liability, to liberate you, not bind you. Okay. Let's get Pisceans tarot cards. I'm channeling that song. Is that by the Black Eyed Peas? I think so. Meet you halfway. Something's meeting you halfway because you are boldly, like, claiming it 100%, no less than all in. This is going to be a turning point in your life that you will look back on. The number 8 could be significant for you. There's a few 8s on the table. Also, angel number 8811 could be significant. You might want to look up the numerology of that too in some way, okay? Could be significant. Whether that the numerology like resonates and means something to you, or whether maybe you see that as a synchronicity, 8811, and that means something to you. But let's see. Okay, so I want to start with your energy, and then we'll look at the energetic influence that's most impactful on you during this eclipse season, and like where you're directing your focus and attention and that sort of thing more closely, okay? But the energy that you're showing up in is the devil. Don't worry, it's not bad. And it's with this quote that I absolutely friggin' adore by Van Gogh, Johann Wolfgang Van Gogh, if you want to be exact. It's a bit of a long quote, so I'm going to hold it up for you here in case you want to screenshot it, but I'm also gonna read it to you. Okay, so hear these words and soak them in. Allow them to actually hit you, okay? Allow them to sink in, because this is where you're at, and it's really powerful. So he said, until one is committed, there is hesitancy, the chance to draw back. Concerning all acts of initiative and creation, there is one elementary truth, that ignorance of which kills countless ideas and splendid plans. That the moment one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that would never otherwise have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, rusing in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material assistance which no man could have dreamed would have come his way. Whatever you can do or dream you can do, begin it. Boldness has genius, power, and magic in it. Begin it now. begin it now. The Devil card is the epitome of a lack of moderation. The Devil card is about as all in as you can get. But that's what's needed. No less than that is required right now to really put into motion the fruition of something that is big, and it requires you to be all in, and it requires you to have that faith and take the leap. And then once the universe gets that clear like message, Pisces is all in, then it starts, reality starts rearranging itself to design your request for you and deliver it, you know, custom fit and handmade right to your doorstep on a silver platter. You're all in. This eclipse season, you're choosing something with a level of assuredness that is no less than divine, honestly. Okay. Because it's not based on physical proof. It's not based on something that you already have sitting right in front of you or promised to you. You're going all in on something because you fucking believe in it and you believe in yourself. And that's why other forces are rising up to meet you and bring that into being for you. Okay. This is Capricornian energy is showing up here though, and there's also strong Aries energy and Virgo. Okay, so the influencing or impacting energy here during this season is the Eight of Wands. I love this. With the Wanderer, this card, and it says traveling, adventure, movement, coping with unfamiliarity, a pilgrimage, aloneness, and broaden your horizons. Okay. Look at this. Okay. See how here inside the box it's a paper plane. I fly like paper, get high like planes. If you catch me, I got reasons in my name. All I want to do is cash a check in my name. All I want to do is there's something that grew from just an idea into like a javelin with the force and focus required to actually fulfill this powerful desire. Something's opening up to you, and it's an energy that's coming to, again, it's matching your investment. It's coming to meet you. And it's been built up from, it's like started from the bottom. Now we're here at this place of culmination. There's an opportunity opening up to you that's going to be, for some of you, it's an opportunity where there is actual travel or some form of like adventurous activity that's involved here that is, it does stimulate movement into unfamiliar territory, or you have to kind of, it's an opportunity that's going to ask you to strike out on your own or to broaden your horizons, to consider an opportunity or an option or a path that you haven't been, maybe that wasn't your original path that you had considered. There's something's being offered to you. An opportunity is coming in. And this is a choice that only you can make to take this. But, I mean, the only reason the opportunity is coming in at all is because you've already decided that you're taking it, no matter how it comes to you. You have decided that this is what you want, and you've claimed that desire with the fullness of your spirit, the fullness of your heart, the fullness of your being. And you're gonna get it, baby. Okay. It could have felt like the journey to this thing was lonely, long and lonely, and a little bit cold, a little like difficult, you know, traversing difficult terrain all by yourself, without GPS, without someone in the passenger seat, you know. It's so funny because a friend of mine just mentioned this like poem the other day that I think it's called Footsteps. It's like quite well known. And it's like usually with a picture of like one set of footsteps or like two and then turns into one. And basically it's like, I think that the story or the poem itself is like having a conversation with spirit or with God. And basically they were like, I was with you all along. You get to the destination and spirit says, I was with you all along. And you said, well, what happened when there was only one set of footsteps? And spirit says, that's where I was carrying you. Okay, you know, like that's what they're showing me. Even the times that you felt alone or unloved or unsupported, you were very supported. Spirit was carrying you. Your highest self was carrying you and giving you the strength to fully call something in that is for you. So let's see, your current aim, direction, or focus. It's the Page of Swords. It's with this card, the Creative. It's yang energy, the active yang principle, strength, tenacity. What does this say? Dynamism, inspiration, heaven, masculinity, authority, and father. Okay. But yeah, this is the assertive, creative energy. Okay. This is what you're focused on. I think you're focused on a bold new approach or a bold new like way of thinking. You could have just learned something recently that is like a strategy or a structure that you're trying out. For some of you, this has to do a lot with, it corresponds a lot with the transit, like Saturn and Pisces. Some of you learned a lot about what healthy structure looks like. Yeah. Capricorn, Saturnian energy. I think for some of you that was really, really, I know for me as a Pisces, that was a really powerful, you know, it was difficult, right? But it taught a lot, I think, to Pisceans through experience. And there's something about like learning a lesson through lived experience that really integrates it in a way that it clicks. You know what I mean? The information becomes wisdom that you are living from that place of integrated wisdom, which is very powerful. But you're showing me that you're focused on, you have this kind of like beginner brain where you're taking a different approach to something. It might be less passive and more active than your normal approach, or it might just be more confident, more like bold. more authoritative, though. Really, it's showing me that you're focused on the fact that you trust yourself. You trust that you know enough to roll with whatever life brings you. And you know that no matter what life brings you, there is something here that it's undeniable that you want it. And if you have wanted it consistently through highs and lows, then it's like, if you can't shake something that you want, then you want it for a reason. Then that desire is divine. You know, if years go by and you still want something from this place of pure intention, and at the same time you're doing the work on yourself to know that you want that thing is not harmful to you, right? Then it's like, that desire was put there for a reason. That desire is meant to guide you, because, and you can trust it, you know, because that thing is for you. It's not a pipe dream, in other words. So I think you're just focused on continuing to stay open and flexible, but also validating your own strength and how far you've come, and validating the fact that you are the authority in your life. You are the one that creates your destiny. You weave your own fate, right? And you have the power to do that. So it's a really, it's an empowering and strong focus to have. You're letting go of any like residual pain or resistance or insecurity or doubt that would have, where you would have gotten in your own way from fully, like, again, having this assuredness that you don't need to question, that, I don't want to say that where faith becomes like easy, because I don't know if faith is ever just easy. Faith in itself is choosing to believe in things unseen, or choosing to believe that something's going to come to fruition before it has actually fallen together. That actually takes a lot of strength, because it's true faith comes from a place of intuition and confidence in who you are and what you feel and what you know is for you. It doesn't come from just like, it's not blind faith, it's not delusional, it's not reckless. True faith is informed by your internal knowing, but it still is the definition of faith is still choosing to believe in something that you don't have any proof of, and that's not fucking easy. That's not easy. Being delusional is easy, but actually believing that something is true when you don't have any proof of it, no, that takes a lot of strength and courage. There's something here, you could have stagnated your growth, you could have numbed it out, you could have escaped it, you could have iced something out, you could have denied something, you could have self-sabotaged or sabotaged a situation, or burnt a bridge, or sliced it out, you know? But you didn't. You chose to double down on what it is you believe is for you. No matter how remaining committed and devoted to that desire has tested or challenged you. You've risen to the occasion of that at every juncture, at every turning point. Every choice you made was an active decision. Every door you opened it feels like you've been very intentional. You asked yourself, what was behind that door? Were you opening that door from a place of insecurity and a lack of belief in your own worthiness and value, which ultimately you know is not going to allow that opportunity to truly move forwards from a place of conviction or into abundance that really fulfills you, right? Or are you opening the door that might require, effort or sacrifice or calibrating an alignment with self, but is ultimately coming from an inspired, passionate, and convicted place, and will bring in the inspiration, the passion, the fresh energy required to, fulfill that. And you made your choices strategically and intentionally from a place of integrity and authenticity, I think, which is what makes it so powerful, because you didn't just do that with one choice that you were given. You did that over and over again, however many times throughout the entire process of this thing, kind of like unfolding from just its initial like little seedling of an idea into what it has become, this beautiful vision that you are now ready to fully be like, I'm all in. Even if I don't have every answer, I'm all in. I believe that this thing is for me. I believe that it's the inspiration towards it, or the pull towards it, is coming from a divine place or an authentic place that can be trusted. And I believe in the power of my own authority, agency, and free will, as well as the magic of the creative magic of the universe, and I'm fucking going for it. So that's your focus. Okay, so your guidance and the gift of eclipse season. Your guidance is the 9 of Swords. Your gift is the 8 of Swords. Some swords popping up here. Okay. Why is the guidance the 9 of Swords here? Because you're so in alignment with yourself currently, and that's not an illusion. That is not an illusion. You're in a balanced space of personal sovereignty and alignment. So there's something here about the guidance for some of you that you can trust your it's almost like if you feel anxious or if something feels off at this point in time, that is not something to overcome. That anxiety is legitimate and is showing you a misalignment. So you can trust that. Your guidance is you don't have to spiral into anxiety, but you're on your path of, having clearly aimed for what it is that you want, clearly defined and claimed what it is that you want. And then now you are aligning with the passionate, convicted, creative life force energy that's bringing that in. So you're clear and you're streamlined, so you can trust. If something causes you anxiety or makes you feel a little bit, I don't know how to word this in a way that makes sense, because it's not just, oh, this thing feels a little bit up in the air. Things are up in the air. It's not that. It's if something actually feels off, then you can probably trust that. That's probably discernment, not anxiety, if that makes sense. Is there anything else about the Nine of Swords for Pisces guidance? There could also be some slightly stressful situations that culminate as things shift for you here, because there's a really big shift coming into place or coming into play, but they're sort of showing me that, right, okay, so here, this is 10 wands. What the fuck? I just fire my glasses off of my own face. Okay. The 9 plus the Ace of Wands, that's 10 wands, right? Anything stressful and tense that comes up at this time, it doesn't mean that you're on the wrong path. It's coming up just to show you that if certain things are reaching a breaking point, it's because they're not aligned with what's coming for you next. They can't come with you where you're going next. There's gonna be this opportunity that comes into you, and it's like they're removing sources of resistance, things that would talk you out of it, things that would cause you to doubt yourself. So certain things could be coming to a head at this time, or even like your dynamic with certain people or communities that you've been a part of could be shifting. Anything that falls apart or reaches a level of like a breaking point or stress, that's just a sign. It's not something for you to worry about or spiral into stress over. It's just coming up so that you can recognize it as something that's reached its expiry date and it's ready to fall away. Okay. Specifically, this is an extra card in this deck. Anything or anyone that has had a level of power over you, that's pulled the strings. No. You're falling into the sun, and this no longer has any hold or sway over you. And whatever those forces are, as they realize that they're losing any grasp or influence or power that they had over you, they might have something to say about that. They might get a little loud. That's okay. Okay. What about the Eight of Swords as the gift? I kind of think that this is, well, is it what I think, or is there something to add on to that? Yeah, it's what I think. Again, they're saying that like the things that are reconciling or resolving themselves right now that could be popping up and feeling like a little uncomfortable or heavy, like a certain level of tension or conflict or anxiety or even fear. These things are actually popping up to show you, to give you an even more like a 360 vision, an even clearer and fuller perspective of how far you've come. It's like you're seeing the inner workings of something. And it's not meant to destabilize you. It's actually meant to show you how far you've already come and what you've already worked through. It's like any fear, any residue of old fears that pop up now, is only meant to show you how resilient and strong you've already become through choosing to devote yourself to your heart, your spirit, your true and authentic essence, even when it wasn't easy, even when there was a lot of unknown or unseen elements and it required faith, even when you felt exposed, like you were, you know, undergoing open heart surgery, just, you know, wide open on an operating table, and at the same time there's like chaos going on around you, or burdens falling on your shoulders. You've moved through so much. Any old fears or anxieties that pop up now, they're only popping up because they're at this culmination or breaking point of their own, and they're leaving for good. They're just coming up to show you how irrelevant they are presently, how you've already overcome them, how there's really nothing within you that you're too scared to look at anymore, and therefore nothing can stop you. Because only you can stand in your own way, and there's nothing that you're going to shy away from, or that you have shied away from in your looking at yourself. Therefore, like, you have removed the resistance. The resistance is always within us, and you've removed that. Like, even external resistance is a reflection of internal conflict or misalignment, right? This is coming, and it's beautiful. Even the difficult or challenging things, it's just the residue of those challenges as they work their way out for final release. So instead of like falling into the trap of feeding old fears or allowing anxieties or old burdens to have power over you, take this opportunity to recognize that you've empowered yourself to the degree that these things don't have power over you anymore. And it's not a moment to fall back into the influence of these things. It's a moment to be grateful. Grateful for them. Because even when they did influence you or control you to a degree, they still existed to strengthen you. You became strong through working through these things. And now, that's why they don't have power over you anymore, because you've been brave and committed enough to look at them, to not shy away from them, to move through them, even when you felt weak, even when you felt oppressed, even when you felt alone. You weren't. I'm so proud of you. I think that's it. Is there any final messages for Pisces? No. You don't have to wait anymore for this. It's coming. It's coming in pretty fast, too. Pack your bags. Renew your passport. Take care of wrapping up any loose ends. Because, and this opportunity doesn't have to be about literal travel, but whatever it is that you're claiming and calling in, whatever it is that you're creating, Pisces, do all the prereq work. Take care of all the things that you need to take care of, because this thing's coming. Prepare as if like the flight's already booked and you got to catch it at this time on that day. because they're showing me that energetically, the flight is fucking booked. The flight is booked. The universe, the greater forces that be, they received your order. And it's coming. All right, Pisces. That's what I have for you. I needed that message myself. I don't know if you needed that message, but fuck, I needed that message. Because it's been a long and arduous road. And we all need a reminder sometimes that everything that we've poured into something wasn't for nothing, that it was worth it, that someone heard, that energy, those sacrifices, that surrender, that faith, it went towards something. It didn't just disappear into nothingness. I love it. All right, Pisces. And company. Pisces and the rest. That's the end of your seasonal eclipse reading. What's up, Jane? I do sleep. I sleep during the day. No, but just the last couple nights, I don't know. This season, the energy is moving and getting shaken up because I'm so sensitive. It's like it often does sleep with my it F's with my sleep schedule. And a lot of the time when there's a lot of like big collective or energetic shifts going on, spirit makes me into a nocturnal creature because they know that, like, I think they know that things are more peaceful and feel more stable and grounded for me oftentimes at night. So I think that's why that happens. I don't know. But just rest assured that I am still getting, 8 hours of sleep a night. I promise you I am still resting, hence why I am able to be here with you in moderately sound mind. As sound as my mind ever is, it is now. So I love you guys so much. I say it pretty frequently, but I feel like I can't fucking say it enough. I'm so proud of you. Like, this channel somehow found the absolute coolest community possible. I am inspired and motivated by you every day, all the time. I'm so grateful for your presence in my life, and I'm grateful for the ways that you guys are choosing to bravely embody your authenticity and express that authenticity, because that's a gift to the world. That's a gift to the collective, more than you know. So don't stop. Get it. Know that I love and support you, and that really beautiful things are coming to you this eclipse season. So ride it out, fight for your right to party, my friends. And yeah, I'll connect with you guys again very soon. I'm planning on going live, doing like a few more all signs, 2 more all signs, potentially on Wednesday and Friday of this week. So keep your eyeballs out for that. Hopefully we don't have the same technological issues as we've had tonight. Although we made it. We powered through. So I'm sending you all of my love and affections as per usual. Don't forget to leave a comment or like the stream or subscribe so that we can hang out again. And yeah, until next time, stay safe and well, and I shall talk to you very soon, okay? Bye, my loves.